Are you ready?
Fact. Yeah, go for it.
We're live.
No.
Get dressed.
I've
Quick.
I just chose the perfect time to go and shut the door. I've left it slightly open for the cats.
Actually, that was one of my favourite things in that. Oh, let's move that out of the way. In that, in my tools video, your cat opening the door behind you.
It's an absolute pain in the arse.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us. So many people in here already. I'm actually blown away. Let's turn my lights up a bit so my camera can focus on me.
There's at least 2 people here.
Look at all the people, and welcome everybody. Welcome Dave to the stream. My headliner, apparently, he's going to help me get through this first hour. In fact, I'm probably just going to hand over to him because he's just much better at this than me.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'll give you all my passwords.
Everyone donate immediately. That's my part done.
Oh, my mate Marcus has just dropped in. I've only known Marcus since I was 7, I think.
Oh.
He's in Australia now, which is really quite selfish of him.
Yeah. What time is it there, Marcus?
What time is it in Australia? I think he is. It's like evening time there.
Oh, that's all right.
And there's a couple more Aussies there. Like there's Jace, Mr. Lurch is there, and Tony from Oz Retro Comp. So let's say hello to a few people in the chat first before we get started and start raising money. So my friend Lee, who's coming on later, is there. My new friend Neil from NLK Media, and you need a friend like this, Dave, for your charity live stream. He's just basically a rock. Everything that I need doing, he will do for me. He's just brilliant. I could be that friend for you.
Yeah. I could be so good for you.
Right. Now, in my notes, I have some questions from my Discord that people have... and what I was going to do is say, give me a number between 1 and 10 to each guest. Right. And I will do one of the questions from there. But you've already done it, which is Life-Size Teddy Bear said... given that the theme for the day is Friends, can you perform your best rendition of the Friends theme song? Thank you.
See, that was Minder, though. It wasn't Friends.
Oh, no, it was Minder, wasn't it?
It was the Minder theme tune. I just want to put the Minder theme tune over the intro to Friends and see how it fits. That's got to fit perfectly right. I'm going to waste so much time doing that.
So yeah, Neil's here. Glenn's here from CRG. Julian Brown, thank you, mate, for all of your help. You are another rock. I just have to say, the laptop that you sent me to help out on the live stream didn't work out. I've ended up having to move my whole PC up onto the workbench, but it's still here, and I'm still using it. So, and I will send it back. Vintage Views, hello. Oz Retro Comp, hello. Thank you for the shout outs on your podcast. Everybody, Oz Retro Comp has a podcast called Grumpy Oz Gamers, I think it is. I'm sure he'll type it in the chat. Oh, I need to make Neil a mod so he can let things like that through. Add as a moderator. Here we go. Manage him and yep, save. Yeah. Great, really, really nice podcasts. It's my kind of thing because he's quite grumpy about things. My friend Marcus here. Marcus is again one of my oldest friends, probably only by a few minutes. My other oldest friend, Jason, is his brother, and we've known each other forever. Jason will be along later, and because he's really lazy. He's an incredibly lazy man. He's you just can't get him out of bed at a weekend. It's ridiculous. It's like he's a teenager, and the man is 54 years old.
Bless. He's a growing boy. Needs his rest.
He's growing. John's here, and who else we've got? Ross Bennett. Hello, Ross. How you doing? Mike DX, who did all of the vinyls. All of these vinyls for the cases.
Oh, very nice. I did wonder how you managed to do that. I thought you'd literally managed to find some sort of ZX Spectrum case, like an official case somewhere.
Yeah, you get them everywhere.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought that, but
you buy them down at Electronics Boutique.
Yeah, I don't tend to think things through.
Peter, hello. Baum Inventions. Dave's here. Dave, Velociraptor Dave, who's going to be on later. He's here. Good morning to you. Thanks for the well wishes. And the chat just jumped. Primo Karma, I've never heard of you. And Repair, another donator. Retro Claire, hello. Retro Robbins. Oh my God, there's so many people. Mark from the Retro Channel is here. He's going to be on very soon. He's actually next. Christian Iverson, foreign name. Jonathan Adams, he's here. He's my friend. He's from down the road. Very good friend. Cathers, life-size teddy bear, who we just mentioned. It's 10 p.m. there in New Zealand. Evil Johnny, hello. God, there's just too much chat. Adrian Bilby, Tech Made Easy. Matt was he's a very, very busy man, and he wanted to make a contribution to the videos that I'm going to show around 5 o'clock later, and he just couldn't because life has just got in the way for him. But he's just such a lovely man. But he's going to make a kind of special appearance in Velociraptor Dave's section. So
okay,
watch out for that later. Nudge my camera a little bit to the left. Which way is left?
the part that you're on.
Yeah, but I can just do that. I'll hide. You watch me. I actually set this up so I would be on the other side, but I changed it the last minute, so that's why I've cropped out. Did you know you could, you can drag the windows in OBS?
Yeah.
You know you can crop them from that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was so proud of myself. Hello, Mark. That's Munsey Mark there. And I said Evil Johnny. And Big Bad Biologist, Big Bad Bench is here. And he's meant to be streaming today. And he's not streaming today because he wants people to come to this stream, which is really, really kind. Ken, hello, and Salmi Nazleen. Oh my God, Lazlina Mode Salim. Hello from Malaysia. Oh wow. Cheeky request from Marcus. Can Rose Tinted Spectrum please say camera?
Camera.
Camera. All right, I'm going to start actually reading a bit of the chat now rather than just people's names. People want 60 minutes of me and no less. That's from Dave. We could you can extend yours, or you could come in at 5 if you want, Dave. You really feel the need to extend your bit. Right. I'm going to start talking to you now, but I'm just going to...
That's all right. The cat's making an appearance. It looks like a tiny cat on my shoulder from where I'm... If I lift this... There we go. It's like a tiny cat.
Is your cat called Zelda the dog?
No. This cat's called Rebel and lives up to that name pretty well.
Where's Zelda the dog?
Zelda, she is with my daughter at her mum's house because I'm going away today. I'm coming back tomorrow.
Oh, are we going anywhere nice?
No.
Okay.
When
I wrote out the notes and I've made some quick notes of things to talk about because talking for 12 hours it's got me a little bit worried.
Yes.
And well, I wrote on. I think I started it on my phone. Yeah, I did start it on my phone, and I wrote Rose Tinted Dave.
Yeah.
Okay? And the suggestion that came up for the next word was Zelda the dog.
Well, so she is a big part of my life.
Oh, bless her. Oh, I thought we might be getting a visit then. Sure. I'm expecting a neighbour to just come like, "Hello, Lee," through the door, or do stuff like that. Right, so I wanted to let you plug your thing first before we get to opening presents.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm just going to switch to... where is that browser?
See if that's better, Gingy Hippie Gamer. It might have been because I'm going through my speakers because I'm too lazy to put headphones in.
Right, it's not. That's my one. Oh, look at the total.
What are we on?
Total, because you're in the way.
2,579, is that?
Yep, £2,579. I did get a message actually from my able assistant Neil. I'm sure he'll love being called an able assistant. He's a really lovely guy. He's just added up this was at 5 to 10 this morning. I just added up the eBay auction items, and currently they stand at £2,080.52.
Wow.
Plus the Just Giving page is £2,579. So the current total is £4,659.52.
Yep. Time to raise it.
Yeah, let's get going. Anybody want to give us some money? Is that how this works?
Put it up to 50,000.
The total will go down slightly because eBay are sharks and they're going to take a chunk of the eBay auctions, which is a shame, but that's just the way it goes. Ha! Rebel.
I can sense the chat is getting itchy to see the cat. Here he is.
I'm hoping mine's going to come in soon because the door is kind of open. You're out of focus now.
Oh, God, every time. I'm out of focus.
Yeah, you're blurry.
Yeah, it's because my camera's shite. I think it's now not blurry, maybe. Oh, he's settled now. It's on the back of the chair, look.
No, you look really blurry on my screen.
I look fine on mine.
Does anybody else think he's blurry?
No, he looks fine.
So Neil says the current official total is £4,665.40. Must have had another donation. Oh no, I think I had a bid on one of the auctions. We'll go through those later. Thank you, Adam, for the well wishes. The kitty must be petted. Kelvin Green, highly hope the day goes really well for you. I really wanted to binge watch all of this, but have a big day with my other's half's big birthday today. Oh, congratulations to them. Right, so this thing that I'm showing on the screen now is coming up in November on the 11th and 12th. And this crazy guy that's now in focus in the corner of your screen is going to play dizzy games for 24 hours. Not straight.
No.
12 hours and then 12 hours. Tell us a little bit more about all of that malarkey.
Yeah, so I mean the reason behind it is quite a tough one to discuss, but effectively, I don't know if many people will know of Mike Richmond. He has been a member of my community for pretty much since the start. I think it wasn't long after I started the channel that Mike started watching, and he's quite well known in certain circles because he's made quite a few retro games, ZX Spectrum games, etc. So people know him from that regard. But it was about this time last year, in fact, that his daughter died on her 13th birthday, and it kind of hit everyone really hard. It sort of came out of nowhere. Effectively, she had collapsed at school with a heart defect that was previously unknown, and they couldn't get a organ donor in time. So I asked Mike if I could dedicate this stream. Normally we do it for Mind each year, but I asked if we could dedicate this stream to Aurora, his daughter, and Mike's family to raise money for Gosh, and also to try and get as many people to put their names down as organ donors to try and save as many lives as possible, basically. But
I did.
Sorry.
I did.
You did?
I've got my organ donor card.
Good. Good. Yeah, it was something that I did straight away, but again, that'll be a constant prompt. But so far, yeah, I won't go into too many details on here, but all I'll say is there are guests all throughout. Outside the first hour, I think I'm going to keep that first hour open, but that will mean 22 guests over the full 24 hours, ranging from big names to small names like Lee, and prizes being given out fairly consistently, because the amount of donations that people have put towards prizes is absolutely insane. So the proper announcement video is coming out next week. Next week? Yeah, next week on Thursday. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Best of luck to you. I'm really looking forward to it because I was there for the one that you did, Manic Miner.
That was the first one, yeah.
And then I was there for the one where you did Monty Mole
Monty
games.
Mole, yes.
And the pain.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because Manic Miner, I played one game for 12 hours and I wasn't sick of it by the end. But Monty Mole, I played all of them, and I've never wanted to look at a mole again ever since. That was like, I think we did that for 15 hours. But considering that was multiple games, it just shows like if you get one good quality game, it's fine. But even if you're doing multiples, then just rough. So
they were so loved. I hated the Monty Mole games. Hated them.
Now the first one is fine outside the crushes on throughout the entire game. The crushes are random, so when you're trying to complete it in one sitting, you have to rely on luck. Basically, there is no way to get through it without the game just killing you off when it feels like it. So somebody had put a poke in the chat that said it fixed the crushes, so they went off at intervals instead. Managed to get through. I think it was like the first time I tried it with the poke, got from start to end without losing.
I don't believe
the very
you.
first time. So I blame those crushes.
I'm sure you're lying, but yeah, I think that's that sounds like a great achievement. I was quite proud when you made the video. We're going to do it with the present next, actually. But when you made the video about you doing the blindfolded first level of Manic Miner,
yes,
and you didn't even name check me in the video, which was
no, I didn't. No, it was your idea, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't think you were the only person that suggested that. Actually,
no, I was.
I'm sure there was a couple of people that had said do it blindfolded.
No.
And I did try it on the stream on like level 2 or 3, and I was like, no, but maybe another day. And did manage to do level 1.
You did it with like
it to buggery, but we managed to do it.
Yeah, all it took was 12 hours of editing and special effects.
Pretty much.
Oh, there was an echo, but apparently it's Dave's setup. That's good. Is he going to play Treasure Island without cheats?
Yes.
Why?
Exactly. I don't know how I'm going to do it. Basically, I'm just going to play them until I either complete them or get bored and move on to the next one. But yeah, I won't be using cheats throughout any of them. So can't wait for that. Can't wait for Treasure Island Dizzy. What a great idea that was.
Controversial opinion in the chat here. Ginger Hippie Gaming, hello Simon, how are you? Is saying he's sorry, have to say I don't like Dizzy.
No, there's quite a few that don't. I know somebody that I'm talking to right now doesn't like Dizzy. No, I can totally understand why people don't like Dizzy. Dizzy was a massive part. Yeah, the thing you have to understand about Dizzy, for somebody like me, is my parents never bought me full price games. Like the most they would stretch to was £3. £2 tended to be like the standard line because they didn't understand the difference between a £2 game that would last maybe 5 seconds before I wanted to smash it, as opposed to paying £10 for a game that was fantastic. So Mectrum is at now £620. So yeah, Dizzy was.
Oh, sorry.
Dizzy was the quality in the budget titles, basically.
So I'm just
That's good.
Somebody said to me, I think the Mectrum will go for over £600, and I was skeptical.
Yeah, it's good, damn good quality though. I'm not surprised.
We've got it here.
Yeah. Who doesn't like clickety-click keyboards?
Why is that not working? Oh yeah, I've got this. Is very clickety-click.
Yeah, clickety-clack.
Why is that? That's got to be that one. I think my Elgato needs to be rebooted. Have you got your present?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is.
1 second. Let's just try rebooting that.
Didn't smell like poo.
No.
No.
It's not. Well, I say that. Oh, that's really not working. I might have to do with just one camera. So let me just go back to that one. Dave, do not open. Yeah. So you can open it now.
I can open it now.
You can open it now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have to. I brought a sort of blunt knife because I was looking at this and thinking there is not a cat in hell's chance I'm going to be able to get through this. But I am being wary that I don't want to stab whatever's inside.
Or yourself.
Oh, I'm not bothered by that.
Do this for charity.
It's going to be like a load of locusts come jumping out of this, right?
So the white keyboard Spectrum, this one, is now over £500 as well. And that's just a Spectrum. It's not,
Wow. How much? Over 500?
520.
Wow.
Hello, Seb's Place. Hi, chaps. I always thought the games were really good value, but I got frustrated with them so quickly. I think he's talking about Dizzy. Dave says Mega STE keyboard is a disgrace for a big box computer. How are you getting on? I've got one to open as well. Mine's not as big as yours though.
It's like a magic trick. Oh no. No money.
It's money.
Do I need to? I'll try and stand up to reveal this because I don't know what it is. Have I got it the right way up though? Is that okay? I'm going to guess this is the right way up. This is going to be a terrible reveal if I've got it upside down. Let's move this. Right, here we go. Well, of course it is. Bloody Kong. Right. Well, that is that is interesting because for my 40th birthday this year, somebody got me a present that is not dissimilar. I'll just go and get it off the wall.
I'll let him explain, but the artwork on these is made by the amazing Gary Arno. Oh, I'm going to have to put that there. Oh, wow.
So now I've now got two.
Double Kong. I better check the Just Giving page, actually. I think there's been some movement on there. So can you explain to everybody that doesn't know what the hell is going on with Kong?
Yeah, basically Kong for the ZX Spectrum. It's bloody awful, but the amount of people that kept saying it was great and it was a really good conversion of Donkey Kong, and I'd never played it before. There's actually like 40,000 different versions of Donkey Kong on the ZX Spectrum, but this one was Ocean. And yeah, it just got to the point. Basically, the entire video was me asking people what they thought of Kong and then telling them they were wrong, basically. And since then, Prima Karma, who's in the chat, has become so obsessed with Kong that he keeps buying Kong tapes and sending them to me. So, yeah, everything in my house is very, very Kong.
I did tell you, Primo Karma, that like this one.
You did, actually. Yeah, I think he's going to be jealous.
Did he like it? He says yes. He did actually bet me the charity donations. I didn't take him up on the bet, but
yeah.
But he has. Can I do that on here? Let's have a look. Let's go back to browser and switch to that one. Let's give this a refresh. £2,879.
Nice.
We are 71% without the auctions there.
Mm-hmm.
That one's just come in. Mark Oatley. Thank you, Mark.
Wow.
I wasn't going to show amounts, but screw it. Actually, no. I'm going to turn that off. Go back to that. And oh, is it?
You haven't connected your Fitbit, Lee.
Try a different port. My Elgato has basically shit the bed.
Has it died?
Yeah. And that's my other camera. I'm going to try plugging it straight into the computer because it's in a pub at the moment.
It's going bananas.
What is?
My link to... Oh, no, it's fine now. Yeah, my link to the streaming thing that we're using, it was just going mental for me, but it's fine now.
Right, so Mark Oatley, thank you very much. PS, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. Matt Tech made easy, thank you. Primo Karma, thank you. Tool Dave, thank you. Road Lizard, thank you. And some more anonymous. And a Steve Cooper, thank you. Brilliant work.
71%.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Not
bad at all. It's a good start. Total is now £5,045. Thanks, Neil.
But yeah, thank you for my present. I shall frame it and put it above my bed.
Oh, I thought you were going to burn it.
No, it's a piece of history. We have to keep it going.
Something interesting with that, Gary. Gary Arno did the art for that.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him if he would ink that one up for you.
Yeah.
For this, and after he'd done that, he sent me that, and I got it printed with my neighbour Terry. Hi Terry, I'm sure you're about. He might be able to hear me through the door. He's a printer, and he got it all printed up for me. And then Gary got back in contact with me, and he wanted to help out with a charity. He's having some tough times at the moment, but he asked if there was some way he could help out, and what we decided he could do is, if I'm going to do an auction, which has gone wrong at the moment. It was meant to start in this stream, but I checked up on it to see what would happen, and it's saying something about you are using business policy, which is not supported by this listing tool. Please sign up to I'm not a business seller. I don't know what it's talking about. So I'll try and get that auction set up for later, probably starting tomorrow. But Gary, to the winning bidder, will create the artwork from their favorite game. So, and I will get it printed in, a big sized print.
Very nice.
Sent out to the winner.
That's good. And if they choose Kong, already got one.
Yeah. Well, you can have a little one.
Yeah.
I've been dying to put that up. Right, so we are halfway into your hour, and I think
it's half an hour for people who haven't calculated that.
I wanted to talk about something with you. The Ballad of Minor Willie, and what was the other one? I
think there was 3. There was Ballad of Manic Miner. There was the Jet Set Willie one, and there was the Dizzy one.
Let's. Where's that page? Let me just grab. Not that one. That would be bad. I don't want to show you that one. It's not where bad things happen. It's just secret things happen.
What's happening? What have you got on your screen right now?
Oh no, that's us. What's going on? Can I have an audio check? Is everybody all right with the audio so far?
I am.
I reckon the Metron will get to a bag of sand. I must have missed something here. Explain yourself, Tony. Would you like me to coach you, Jason? You can do it. Oh, they've definitely missed a lot of chat. Killer Kong is awful, but artwork is fantastic. Metron is now at £640. This is going to be 12 hours of Lee looking confused at OBS.
Look at it.
I didn't want to over prepare and make it all too polished, because it wouldn't be genuine then. Right, rose tinted spectrum. There you are. Right.
I've been here all along.
And browser. There we go. Right, let's have a look at your videos. Congratulations on your recent 4K, by the way.
Thank you.
You are killing it. Why have you not got more subs?
Science.
Why haven't you got more cameras and faces?
the more face I add, the less I like it.
I have to say thank you for, obviously, my increase in quality in my thumbnails is definitely because of you and you alone. We started collaborating on things behind the scenes stuff, YouTube stuff. How long ago was it now? It was about a year and a half.
Yeah, it must be about that.
December, but the year before, wasn't it? And from that point, Rosie Dave here, he taught me so much about how to put together a good thumbnail. And just look at those thumbnails. The man is an artist. And you will notice that as we go back, there's no Dave face. Oh, there's one there.
Yeah, that was the blind Manic Miner.
But recently, if we go back up towards the top, look at them all. He's all over it. Definite YouTube face on that one.
Yeah, that was purposeful, to be fair.
Was this a conscious decision just to annoy that troll?
No, I just found that for certain videos where I couldn't think of a good thumbnail, it was quite easy to just stick my own face in there, so I don't have to think about anything else.
Oh, so it's lazy. Okay.
Yeah, it's just lazy. That's basically it.
And going back to the beginning, they're still good. I have to say that I'm still impressed. There's some good stuff there, but my favorite all-time video, it's probably in one of your most popular ones.
I think it's fallen down a bit. There it is.
Yeah, it has. It's got knocked down a bit. Everybody needs to watch The Angry Ballad of Manic Miner. It is just one of the best bits of YouTube I've ever seen, and I don't think you will ever top it. So you might as well give up now.
I gave up years ago.
Which video that would be in this section here is unlisted?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think anything would be that high unlisted. I think anything that I've got unlisted was from way back when I started, just because I didn't want people to come across like the really old stuff where I was just getting used to things.
So your oldest on here is 4 years ago. You've got older ones than that.
Yes. Yeah. So the very, very early stuff. But again, I don't think, let's have a look by views. Yeah. The highest viewed one is my very first video, which was at 940 views, which was the Dizzy. But I did do a thing. Somebody on Patreon asked me to react to my first video, and oh god, I just genuinely almost cringed myself inside out doing it. So I realized it was about time to just kind of close off those earlier ones, because I just couldn't face people going back to it. And I think it'll get to a point where the standard of quality is just okay. I can leave that. The stuff that I wouldn't do now, but I can leave it. But yeah, the very, very early stuff, I just didn't want to keep it up there. So hence why those aren't there anymore.
Mine is one of my first. It was a video that I made about an arcade encoder thing, and you learn things as you go along. And not only was it bad in YouTube terms, so I've learned so much about how to make YouTube videos. That was bad. It was basically me at the start. The very first line was basically something like, if you like, if you're anything like me, you're probably not. Every time I looked at that after, I thought, oh God, that's just like the worst possible way. You all suck, but this is my opinion. So yeah, it was bad in that regard, and it was also technically bad because what I was doing was I did some soldering in it, and I just cringe to see. I mean, I cringe to see someone else soldering that way now, but to see myself doing it was painful to watch, and that was my most popular video for so long.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, something similar is happening now. So, Universal Retro Boss is in the chat. It's all about the mugs, he says. Paul is another. Is right. So the theme of this, and we should get into that next. Actually, is friends and video games and computers. And I've made friends like yourself because of this hobby. I think we're probably more friends because of YouTube.
Yeah.
But it's in a similar vein to that. But Paul is a really good example of someone who's become a friend because of this whole thing, this whole messy malarkey that we like to call a pastime or a hobby.
Yeah.
But I've already said about Marcus being one of my oldest friends. Him and Jason, the brothers, we've known each other for 48 years now.
Wow. That's older than me.
I know. That's actually a lot older than you. We've probably fallen out 4 or 5 times by the time you were born. Yeah, we've known each other so long, and it was a relationship that grew up around the ZX Spectrum. It wasn't always there. We weren't, 48 years ago is obviously quite a long time before the Specky was released.
Yeah,
41 years ago now. But there was all, that kind of love of technology and video games has always been there with all of us, and we still, to this day, although we haven't done it for a while because of things, we still to this day we try to get together online every week, and we have a chat online, but the intention is to actually play games together.
Yeah.
And it's that driving force that brings people together. I want to hear something from your history about video games and friends. Have you got something for me?
Yeah. I mean, so in my actual hometown, I've only really got like 2 main friends. I've got like a lot of people that I know, but 2 main friends. But up and down the country, there are multiple friend groups, and the reason for that was a slightly convoluted story. But Games TM, the magazine, when it was still in publication, they had a forum, and I was active on that forum, let's say like early 20s, I would say. And at one point, the forum went down, and somebody set up basically like a placeholder forum for them, which was called Now Loading. So a lot of us went over to there. And then when the Games TM forum came back up, basically the people that moved over to this other forum just kind of stayed there. And it was just like a close-knit group of people. And then they started having meetups, maybe like once every year, every 2 years or so. And that would have been, first time I met a lot of people would have been when I was about 23, 24. And since then, there's a good like 3 or 4 of them that I've stayed very close friends with. Been to 2 of the weddings. The friend groups that they're friends with, we've got friends in amongst them. Like it just ended up being like a bigger friend group, but it's dotted all over the country. So it's just one of those things where I don't often get to see them, but Yeah, through gaming, basically, and an interest in gaming. And then even the friends that I have here, Chris being my oldest friend, who we ended up becoming close friends because he was really into PC gaming, which I was just. My PC was shite at the time, so it was nice to see somebody who had a PC that could actually run. I think it was Oblivion had just come out when I met him, and I couldn't run it, so it was nice. I basically would go around to his house to play on Oblivion on his PC. And when I met Ian, multiplayer Ian,
how long have you known him for?
Chris or Ian?
Ian
now.
He's the famous one.
Yes. Ian would have been, well, I can tell you when. It was whenever Street Fighter 4 came out, because we'd both got Street Fighter 4 roughly the time that we'd met, and he had no idea how to play it, but I was playing it constantly, so we kind of became friends as I taught him how to play Street Fighter 4, and then played Street Fighter 4 constantly. Every time we went round there, it ended up being the game that kind of brought us together. When did that come out, though? Street Fighter.
How can a game that where you have to beat each other up bring you together?
Yeah, it's great, because I think it was that part of he didn't really have any history with the Street Fighter game. He just wanted to buy a new game because it was popular. But I think he got it and he was just like, I don't understand anything that's going on. But because I played Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3, I was into the series, so I could teach him how to play and bring him up to kind of competitive standards. So it was really good. It came out in 2014 by the looks of it. No, I think that's just a guide. It would be 2013, 2014, thereabouts. So yeah, I've known him for pretty much 10 years now.
10 years? That's like a fifth of the time.
Yeah.
My camera's come back. Look.
Hey.
Right, let's go back to that one. So you're still in this now loading forum group of friends. You're still in contact with how many of them?
1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4.
That's a pretty impressive stat.
Yeah, and that was like half a lifetime ago.
Yeah,
20 years.
Getting friends to stick. I've had groups of friends, especially around games, where you find a bunch of friends that you get involved with. One of mine was Counter-Strike, World of Warcraft, Unreal Tournament, all that sort of thing. Getting them to stick. There's loads of those groups, but very few of them I actually still talk to. I've probably just annoyed them all.
Yeah, it's very easy.
Agree with me.
I think that's the thing that with friendships, though, in general, is if you're not in the same area, then it requires a lot of maintenance, and it's very easy to just sort of forget, not through any malice or anything. I think sometimes you can just go like a year without speaking to them, and then you're like, oh, I haven't spoken to Dan for however long, and then when you message, everything is the same as it always was. So it can be easy to just let it slide. I think it's just that remembering to actually get back in touch with them again.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to do a quick update on, because we're getting the current total is now £5,130.40.
Wow.
The Mectrum. Actually, can I? Can't see my pointer. Let's get this. Where is it? The Mectrum. Here we go. Share this tab instead. Oh, and browser. There we go. That's not it. That's.
Well, I can see it.
I turned that one on. Right. So the Mectrum is now at £660.
Nice.
That is incredible. The smoked one, this one is at £579, and this one This one's still a bargain. £370. Can I encourage you to bid on this one? This is a lovely thing. This is another Harlequin. Of course, you've watched all my videos.
What time do these finish? Oh, I can see 10:30. Oh wow, there's still ages to go then.
Yeah. Well, we have got Harlequin finishing at 3:30. That is the first auction to finish. 3:30 will be in Jan Bater's slot. Right. Anyway, so let's have a quick look at the chat, and then we'll go back to your friends and how little they mean to you now.
Moving on. Now that I'm famous, that's it. They're done.
Yeah, you don't need friends. We've got YouTube.
Yep.
Hello from Kids Space Soft Play in Croydon. This is from Chris's Retro Nook. It's okay to sit at the top of the tower and to watch YouTube whilst my kids shoot each other with softball cannons. # great parenting. I approve. So we've had some donations from Mark Oatley, Goldfish on Games, who's coming up at 4:00, and Seb's Place on Just Giving. Thank you very much. And Dave Ross Raptor Dave says, "Friends, could you be any more Spectrum?" Paul Universal Retro Boss is blushing. He's got. You should. What a games room he's got. It's got my pinball machine in it. He bought my pinball machine. That's how we got to know each other. But he's got an amazing games room. Yet another retro channel. That's Todd from Yet Another Retro Channel. Good morning. Sorry for joining late. It's 6:30 in the bloody morning here. You're very welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. Dreams 0103. First computer I had was 16K Spectrum. Got upgraded quite fast to 48K. Exactly the same here. I got my 16K Spectrum on Christmas 1982 and upgraded it on my birthday, which was 6 days later. We used weekends in competing in decathlon. I was going to say Tony Hawk's decathlon there. Daley Thompson's decathlon. 1 and 2. Also played a lot of Horace, but my favourite game was Saberwolf. What do you think about Saberwolf, Dave?
Yeah, Saberwolf is fine. I think it was the other one. Nightlaw. Nightlaw is the one that I always struggled with. Any of the 3D isometric ones I always struggled with.
It was the ones where they really wanted to, try to make it too complicated. When the graphics were simpler and quicker and more fluid, it was better.
As soon as 3D platforming got involved in that isometric view, I was done. I think the only one that I really played, because I didn't own Head Over Heels, but that
was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, it was Batman. Batman was the one that I had. So I've got fond memories of it just because I didn't own any others that were that 3D isometric view, but I think going back to it now, it would frustrate the life out of me. Just knowing that I'm going to have to adjust my controls to a slant, if that makes sense. So forward or up isn't forward or up; it's like that direction.
Yeah.
So I think it would take some getting used to go back to them now. Yeah, unless I sit kind of to the side. Should have made joysticks specifically to the diagonals instead of having it up, down, left, and right. It only slots into diagonal sections.
I'm pretty sure that's what they do, isn't it? Yeah, like corners.
Yeah, well, they should make one that only does that. That's what I'm saying. It can't go up, down, left, and right. It can only go into the corners. Make one for me, Lee.
I can. Absolutely can do that. Right, Dudley's here. Hello, Dudley. Marcus says Street Fighter still going strong. My 14-year-old obsessed with version 6 and currently kicks my head in the game, I hope.
Yeah.
Is that Zachary? And that's his son, and he's a lovely lad. The mech will break £700 from Ross Bennett. I hope so. I'd love to see that.
Easily. At this point, 10 hours left.
There's got to be a point where it. I mean, it's not like normal auctions, isn't it?
No.
I mean, because like with normal auctions, you expect the last 30 seconds to have all the bids in.
Yeah.
But I think that it might get to the point where everybody's going to go, "Oh my god, that's just so much money."
Yeah.
Can I really afford? But if you've got that money and you don't want that liver, then give
exactly
it
that.
cause. Yeah. The Dudley says the Metrum is going for a lot more than a ZX Spectrum next, and that's probably because you'll deliver it before the heat death of the universe. Oh, meow. Lee, I wish I could sell a Metrum for half of that. I should say that Lee Smith sells these cases and keyboards on his website. Lee, feel free to stick a link up in the chat. Absolutely 100% happy for that. It is an amazing quality print, and I think really worth the money.
I would say it's worth at least £700.
At least. I didn't pay anything for it.
No.
Actually, let's the Metrum in here has a Harlequin 128D that was donated by Fergus Logan from Twitter. I don't know if he's in the chat, but Fergus, thank you so much. I think I forgot to name check you on the RMC video, and that kept me awake because there's been so many people. So many people. It's so ridiculous how many people there are. I started making a list.
Yeah.
And I was just getting too stressed because I was worried about forgetting. So I'm just gonna have to wing it, and hopefully we'll not forget too many people.
Yeah. No, I completely understand that.
Batman is Binny's next video, apparently.
Yeah.
What's Binny's channel name?
Binny's Retro.
Binny's Retro on YouTube. Yeah, go and check that out. Neil's in the chat. Hey guys, hope you're having a good stream. Busy with the cave session, but we'll tune in later. I'm going there in 3 weeks.
Ooh.
I know you're busy.
Yeah, I am busy.
You can't talk about that, can you?
No.
I so want to talk about it. I really want to talk about it.
Yeah, so, no speakers about that yet. Hopefully, well, I mean, I guess I should be able to soon. I'm just waiting for it to be announced. But
when it's announced, good luck.
When it's announced. But it's going to be announced, I would hope, within the next couple of weeks, because otherwise it's kind of quite fine. But yeah, I don't know when it's getting announced.
It's going to be epic. You're going to be great, and I'm sure that it's going to be brilliant.
Still haven't done anything for it yet, so we'll wait and see.
Marcus Ambler, ZX81, but it was too frustrating, and so we traded up to an Acorn Atom. That's fair. Morning, Neil. Lots of people saying hello to Neil. He's taking over my chat. Right, so we got current total £5,155.40. Neil says he bought a Metrum from Lee. It's fab and worth every penny, so grab one from his site before he runs out of stock. And Lee's posted a link to it. Mike DX, maybe I should buy the no case Harlequin and a Metrum case. Perfect. So there is a Harlequin listed on eBay for the charity. I think it's about £90 at the moment, which is actually less than the kit costs.
Wow.
So that one is still actually a bargain. Right. So we were in the last, what's the time? 7 minutes. So we're probably going to have a little bit of a crossover bit where I spend a couple of minutes getting. So I'm going to kick you out just before the hour.
It's fine.
Right. So yeah, good luck with your charity stream.
Thank you.
It's not going to be as good as mine.
No.
Well,
you're going to be on it for a start.
Dragging it down.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I'm just going to quickly check Twitter because there's lots of people. If everybody here, if you've got if you've got Twitter, things that you need to do for me. There's 71 of you in here currently. Things that you need to do are social media. I can't all day. I can't, be posting and promoting this. Let as many people know as you can. Get as many people in here as you can, and let's see if we can get them to put their hands in their pockets as well, and get that on all of the Mastodon and Blue Sky and everything. I put mine up on Twitter, and I think I put some stuff up on the other ones as well.
Yeah.
If you see those, then feel free to retweet, repost, and I'm not calling it X.
Yeah, I've stuck it out on Twitter and on my Facebook as well. So
Facebook, I'd forgotten about that one.
Yeah, the MySpace of the nowadays. So there's all Facebook.
I won't be sorry to see it go. I'll be sorry to see the marketplace go.
Yeah, it is useful. Yeah, I only use it for channel stuff, and there's not a massive following on there because it's Facebook. But what I have found is that it does seem to merge into other groups a lot better than Twitter does.
Right.
So I'll just get random people who aren't necessarily following the page, and my posts will pop up on theirs because they're interested in that subject. So it is quite useful for that, but I still hate it, and I wish it would die. So
can everybody that's not subscribing to Rose Tinted Spectrum, can you go and do that and go and watch the Angry Ballad of Manic Miner?
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say Minor Willie.
You just want to say Willie. I know what you're like.
I'm trying to get my stream banned so I can sit down. I'm just gonna. Oh, why have you've moved over? Yeah. So go and subscribe to Dave. He's just one of my favorite channels.
Tried to push it back, but it wouldn't work.
Oh, do you want me to do that again?
No, it's fine. You can leave me there.
There we go.
Yeah. It's like we've done a hug.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy your poster.
Thank you.
And I'm really looking forward to your stream and your super secret thing. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
But,
we'll see.
Yeah. Thank you very much for joining me, mate.
No problem.
You've eased me in really nicely. I thought the ideal person to get going on this is the person that I stole all the ideas for this from. Yeah, so that's really kind of you. And I'll let you know what the software is like. After 12 hours.
Yes, good shout. Yeah, that's good.
Far.
It's working, so it's always a bonus.
It's working, and you might later I might actually hook up a Spectrum and play some games and stuff.
Fancy.
So you'll be able to see it in real time. Guests can see.
That's the modern technology, apart from the ZX Spectrum.
Well, some of these Spectrums are very modern.
Well, that's true. It's not a real ZX Spectrum, Lee.
That I could not resist. The next video title being "This is a real Spectrum." Right, cheers, mate. I'm gonna
goodbye.
Hoof you out. Everybody, say goodbye to Dave. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the stream and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. That was slick. What a lovely, lovely man he is. He, I might have said this already before, but when I was really ill in hospital, and me and my son Thomas were really ill in hospital with COVID, he sent Thomas a book on dogs. One of Thomas's favorite things in the world is dogs and cats, and he sent him a book on dogs. That's the kind of guy he is. No, we're not smashing any. Smash that subscribe button. Yeah, smash it. Right. So we've got next up is Mark from the Retro channel. Let's see. I'm just going to check my Discord messages, and I don't know if he's in the chat, but if you want to join anytime, Mark, that's absolutely fine. Lee, is your mic off a bit far so far? What? Lee, is your mic off a bit far so muting? No, don't think so. Am I a little bit quiet? I can probably. Yeah, I've given myself a little bit of a boost, and I'll just check in the software. Oh, Mark's here. Let me just add you to the chat, mate. Can you give me a sound check? Yay! Yep, it's working. You got something to follow there, mate. Let me add you in. And a guest. Paste. Oh no, I've copied it. I've copied it. That should hopefully come on. Yes.
Work.
Right.
I think it's working.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's working.
Thank you.
It's working. How are you, mate?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm really good. You're a little bit quiet on my one.
Right, hang on. Oh yeah, you're in control. You can boost that up.
I don't think that actually is true in any sense of the word. Right, so everybody obviously knows who you are, but if I found someone that's been living under a rock and doesn't know who Mark is from the Retro channel, okay. So I jokingly said in the trailer,
you're going to start on the name. Yeah,
I'm going to start on the name. We're going to start there. We're going to go straight in, and I want to know how long it took you to come up with the name for your channel.
Quite a bit longer than you'd probably expect. I really did think about it for quite a while, which I guess for normal people would be about 2 seconds, but for me, a couple of hours. I have a second channel, which is, well, actually, technically, the Retro channel is my second channel. The other channel that I have is sort of based upon my last name, which is Savitsky, or spelt more like Sawiki. So there's Sawikipedia, which is a channel that I just go over fixing random stuff, things like that. And I wasn't sure what to do when I started getting into retro stuff. So I was like, well, what's a name that's descriptive and fairly obvious? So I just went with the Retro channel, and
you went from one end of the spectrum all the way down to the other end. You thought, this is all about retro, and it's a channel, the Retro channel.
Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Did you do any Googling for it? Did you actually search about and say, has anybody got this name before? And did anybody have that name?
I did a little bit. There is a channel, I think it's like a Spanish channel that hosts retro videos of like old TV shows, and they would pretty much died off when I started looking at my name. So I just took the name. Fuck them. I mean, excuse me. God bless them.
Oh yeah, we're going with no swearing in this, but I don't mind if they slip out naturally, as it were.
I will try my best. I am Australian, so that's
it's kind of part of your actual lexicon, isn't
it? Exactly.
I suppose we.
So Lee, how are you?
Just. Do you know
Are you all right?
I'm all right. I'm a mix of excited still because the build-up has been excited. I'm already starting to feel relieved that it's going to be over after today. I say it's going to be over. It's not because there's still loads of things that I've got to do. But I'll get to that.
It's never truly over.
No, I've had I think 6 or 7 weeks of doing this, and I don't know how I've managed to do all of the charity thing, do all of the building actual machines and making videos about them at the same time as well. I am doing this at the moment. Well done me. I can't believe that I've actually got
you
through.
Deserve it.
double back pat. Marcus, I don't know if you saw the first bit. Marcus is in the chat. He's one of my best friends. and he lives in Australia. He's a naturalized Aussie.
Whereabouts?
Oh my God, I should know that. I think
That's right. Oh, it was directed at Marcus.
it's down in the bottom right corner somewhere. Is it Melbourne?
Where 85% of the population is, you know.
He'll tell us in a minute. He says, I've learned it's an Aussie thing. Simple names. Kind of shocked it's not called bugger off new things.
Pretty much. It's what most places are called around here.
He will tell us most weeks when we chat every week, and he'll tell us about and one of the things that he does for me is he gives me the live feed of the cricket quite often, and I love watching the adverts, the Australian adverts. They're so different to what we do.
It's probably just full of beer ads and sports betting ads.
And there's a lot of car ads as well. The car of the year, which one was it?
I hope it's not a Toyota Corolla or something.
No,
it's a Ford.
It was some sort of pickup or ute type thing. I think it won ute of the year and car of the year. Melbourne, near Frankston.
Hi. That small town. Yeah.
It's just around the corner, isn't it? You're Adelaide?
Yeah, just down the road. No, Canberra. So it's about 7 hours drive to Melbourne.
Just down the road. Okay.
Just down the road. Far away well, in Australia, everything is spaced out, drastically. So
people forget
everything is pretty much. Yeah. I think we've got about 24 million as the population, something around there.
Wow.
Yeah, in a country like much bigger than the UK.
It's just like the population of something like Belgium, spread over Europe.
Yeah, pretty much.
I in the trailer I did jokingly suggest that I was going to talk about your wildlife. I had a spider in here yesterday.
Oh my God, are you okay?
I'm all right. I actually, I'll see them wandering around in here, and I'm just like, all right, mate, how's it going? And I'll leave them. But this one,
that's the way.
It crossed over the threshold between it's a spider and oh my God, it's a spider.
It's fair enough. I mean, there are. Oh yeah, that's a decent size. Decent for where you are. Yeah.
For where I am, that was it only just fit in the cup that I caught it in. I think I got one of its legs. So what do you do when
when there's a spider, most of the time you just leave it alone. If it's in the house and it's not bothering anyone, it's okay. It can stay out there. I mean, most of the time we get huntsmen's, but if it's a good size, then you've got to catch it. You got to put it outside. Yeah, you don't burn down the house with fire, but you might consider it sometimes. Some of them get pretty huge. I'm actually curious if your next guest gets a lot of spiders in his shed because, being outside, anything outside, you're guaranteed to get huntsmen's crawling around and they're everywhere. So it'd be interesting to see if Jason gets a lot of huntsmen's out in his shed.
I bet he does, because they're just going to get in everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you're not going to make it airtight, so they will just get in. Yeah, Mr. Lurch is coming up at 1 o'clock in 50 minutes. Let's have a quick look. Apparently, the total is now £5,264. So I'm just going to grab the Just Giving page. There's just too many tabs open. And give it a refresh. That's oh my God, it's over £3,000 on the Just Giving page. Thank you, Cathers.
Happy days.
That pushed the total up quite a lot. There's also I don't know if you get this sort of thing in Oz, but we get this thing called gift aid, and people that pay tax over here are allowed to offset it somehow, so they can tick a box when they make a donation, and the government will boost their donation by 25%. So if someone, if someone donates £100, then it goes up to £125. It doesn't automatically show that, but I can tell you that the current gift aid total is £493.21. So we don't get that for the donations from abroad. Don't get that, which is a shame. But that's we're basically $3,500.
That is good. That's really good.
Going well,
and it's still early days, so who knows where we can go from here.
It's I was saying this with Dave earlier, and I look at the total that the Harlequin's over £600 now, and there has to be like that bleed off point, doesn't there? There's got to be a point where people are, even if they really want to be generous, they're gonna, there's going to be fewer and fewer people. We're squeezing the last drop out of them. Right,
it's all right.
Quick look. Quick look at the chat. Australia is 32 times bigger than the UK. Okay, thank you.
Sounds about
right. Todd from yet another retro channel. Got to leave the room for spiders and snakes. Drop bears. They discuss drop bears. Have you ever been attacked by one?
Okay. Well, not recently, but every time you go up to Queensland, it's bound to happen. So just be careful if you're ever visiting the northern states, especially the northeast corner. You got to watch out for drop bears.
Is it like with grizzlies? Do you have to lay still and hope that they don't, because you know what they do, grizzlies? They don't eat you. It's like,
yeah. In this case, you have to take your shirt off and just run around in circles. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You'll be fine. Right. So it distracts them.
This is good. We're educating people if because you never know, that could happen. They might.
It could. And this is sound advice here.
Do you have to get? Are there special inoculations that you have to get just in case you get like a drop bear bite?
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. A lot of the time we measure the distance in the number of hours travelling in the car. I live about 12 hours drive from Canberra and about 30 hours drive from Chris. That's Tony.
That sounds about right.
And Dave says
where is that?
Have CEX
is that
in Australia,
Queensland somewhere?
Sorry?
Would that be Queensland? 12 hours drive from Canberra, could be Brisbane, 30 hours from Agema 500? Agema 005. That's his YouTube name,
Chris.
isn't it?
Yeah.
That Chris.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in the chat, so obviously he's ignoring me. I felt a bit bad, actually. I invited 2 of the 3 guests onto the
yes, the stream. From This Week in Retro. Well, you know what you should have done to really rub it in is invite what's the guy in the US who used to be on there?
John?
You should have brought him in. Oh, is it? I don't know. Somebody in the chat will bring it up.
Yeah, that would have been real. Oh, that's salt in the wound, that is. You know how to hurt a man, don't you? Lee says we don't need to check under the dunny.
No, under the dunny, there's redbacks under the dunny. They're tiny. You'll be fine. They won't eat much.
They'll leave a mark. Steve McNally says huntsmen are fun.
They can be fun, but they move bloody fast.
Yeah, I'm all right with spiders as long as they're not too quick. Even the small ones, it's that sudden movement, isn't it? It's, as they launch themselves off across your workbench. Jeez, don't do that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what about snakes? I mean, you get carpet pythons. Do you get the loft ones coming up?
No. Most of them, excuse me, most of them would live in the grass. You'll be fine. Don't play outside. Stay inside. Enjoy your retro gear.
My nephew, Luke, he lives in Melbourne, or near Melbourne. No, he lives in
the southeast corner somewhere.
Yeah, down the south, but a little bit up from there. Oh, I can't remember. I do know the name of it, but it's escaping me at the moment. He showed me a video of him going up into his loft, and there's basically carpet python stretching out across his loft. He had it taken out professionally.
Stuff that.
No.
I'm all right with spiders, but snakes, yeah, no thanks.
We do get snakes. We have got snakes in the UK. We've got we do get, and one of them's venomous. What is it? The adder? Not an adder. I can't remember what it's called now. But we get little they're basically slow worms, but they're snakes, grass snakes. And we had one outside our front door about 10 years ago. It's the only one I've ever seen, right outside my front door. There's CX in Australia. Right. So Dave made a comment about CX. Have you got a CX near you?
I believe there's one. I'm just adjusting the aircon because it's starting to freeze my ass off. I believe there's one or two in town. I don't really bother visiting them. Like I collect the old hardware, but software side of things,
So when you got into the hobby, the whole retro, when did that start? How long ago was that you decided, oh, this is my hobby now?
Probably only about 3 years ago. So
was it around the same
as
time
I mentioned
as you started
before,
the channel?
yeah. So I had the other channel going and doing random repairs on like almost like household items. Like there's dishwasher repairs and stuff on the other channel. And I decided to get myself a Commodore 64 because that's what I had as a kid. And then, as it happens, that grew into a whole bunch of other stuff. And I figured I'd need a separate channel just to house all this random retro gear.
Look at your channel.
Oh yeah, I really put a lot of effort into that banner up the top there. Yeah.
Well, I
took
don't
a
know.
long
I was
time.
going to say you need a background, but I don't think you do. It's part of your brand now, isn't it?
Yeah, I know, and I'm honestly too lazy to change it anyway.
I was going to ask you something about. Oh yeah, so.
Don't ask about the thumbnails, whatever you do.
Oh, we could talk about thumbnails all day. It's one of my favourite subjects, but I'm not going to torture you that way yet. Actually, your thumbnails are fine. It's a bit too much text, but they're good. The beginning when you started, before, or actually probably the first 1,000 subs or so, when you were just kicking off. Was it you would have had probably a few bits and pieces around. Was it the case where you were desperately trying to buy everything that you could afford in the retro scene to add to your collection?
Yeah.
At what point did that change to please stop sending me stuff?
Well, I mean, I'm always up for people sending me stuff, but really, I think it was when I ran out of room, and then I started piling stuff up on top of other stuff that it really became a point of, I should stop buying up everything that I see on eBay.
Well, looking at the shelves behind you, I mean, you're quite organised. My stuff is just all in plastic boxes against the wall.
That's just for show, though. The rest of the room there's a huge mess of things looking at me. I'll have to do a tour one day. But yes, there we go. Put some lights on that stuff. The rest of the room is it's things stacked on top of other things. And I think there's a cat in here somewhere. I don't know if it's still alive, but it's down on the floor. Hank. I can bring him up. Hang on. Hank.
Everybody wants to see the cat.
He's not happy about being lifted off the floor.
Hello, mate. How you doing? He's
being a cat, he has absolutely no interest. Yeah, he's a long-haired cat, and It's actually not as heavy as our previous cat, which was a short hair and looks smaller than him. But yeah, Hank actually is quite light, which you wouldn't expect from the size of him.
What's do you know his weight in kilos?
No.
Good answer. Okay, we'll move on from that. I was
Yeah.
just going to compare him to my old cat Gus. That he appeared in the pinball build videos that I did, and I think everybody liked him more than me. He was massive. He was just like a dog-sized cat. He was just absolutely massive. Big old biffer.
Speaking
Dave
of the
says he
pinball
has.
videos, when did they finish up? Because I think I discovered your channel just after you'd completed the pinball stuff. Was that 2 years ago now?
Must be. Let me have a look. Oh, this is an incognito tab, so I can't do that on there.
Yeah, you don't want to show people what you're looking up in the incognito window.
No. Don't go into the history. Your videos. Just going back a way. Next page. That ended. Oh my god, next page. I've made a lot of videos since then. So the last one was the 4th of January 2021. That's over 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
That broke me.
I can only imagine. Like, I don't even think I'd be able to undertake a challenge like that. It's just, I'm good. Like, I'll happily wield a soldering iron for hours on end, but when it comes to actually building something, constructing a thing, yeah, I can leave it.
I think it's one of the things that you do at the start of your YouTube journey, because I would, much as I want to right now, if I want to keep doing YouTube videos, if I want to keep making YouTube videos, I have to realize that it has to be a project that I can start and finish in 2 weeks. If it's going to take too much longer than that, you want ideally you want to be able to do the thing in a day.
Ideally, that never really works out that way, though.
I'm getting echo from somewhere. Where is that coming from?
Oh.
So what is your longest project been then?
I don't think I've really had one. Like, I've never planned to have a long-term project. So most videos, I could spend 3 or 4 days on, but that's probably the maximum. I'm way too easily distracted to have like a long-term project that I could work on for weeks or months.
Yeah, I'm coming down to that now. I'm still getting wicked echo here. I wonder, is anyone here in that?
Are you getting echo from me, or are you
from
getting
myself.
echo from you? Oh,
my own echo. I don't know where it's coming from. I have got the
sound
actually coming out.
Excuse me while I have an adult beverage.
Your sound is actually better now, so I've turned you back down.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep things shorter, just so I can make videos, but I'm trying to work in longer projects as well.
Yeah, see, that's a good idea, and it's something that I've been looking at doing, starting a short project and in the background having a longer project going. But again, I can't really do it. So I'm curious to see what you have on the horizon for long-term projects.
Well,
can you give us any hints?
The one that has been requested. There's a couple of things, but the one that's been requested by Paul, Universal Retro Boss, who bought my pinball machine, is a shooting cab. So,
oh, nice.
Something like House of the Dead, or similar to that, or Virtua Cop, or Time Crisis.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
With a nice big chunky CRT and everything. Oh.
No.
Oh, come on.
I know. You know what? I'm not really. Oh, can I connect that now? I'm not really that bothered about CRTs. I know that there are a lot of people that will only say that CRT is the only way to go, and it is definitely the better option for retro stuff. But the convenience.
I'd say it's the
an
more
LCD.
suited option, but yeah, I mean, each to their own. If people want to use a flat panel, and if that's what's available and it works for them, then by all means.
Yeah, I'm never going to tell anybody what they shouldn't do, but I walk into the museum, the RMC museum, and all of the CRTs are all fired up, and it looks amazing. But I'm super sensitive to flicker, and I can see all of them flickering the whole time, and it really bothers me. when we finally moved over from CRTs and started getting these cheap little flat 15-inch flat panel LCDs, I loved it.
You were in heaven.
I was in heaven. I have got a few CRTs. I've got an Amstrad. I've got a telly down there. I've got two Amstrad monitors actually. One's broken, but the other thing about them is they terrify me. So
It's definitely something you want to treat with extreme caution if you're poking around inside, for sure.
Yeah. So but to get a screen big enough to go in a shooter cab, it's going to have to be a big old unit.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, it's not going to be very convenient, and thick as well, thick with double K's at the end.
Well, that's just how you like them, isn't it?
I do like it thick. Yeah, I like my internet thick as well. Lee, turn your mic up. Lee, turn your mic up. Let's try turning that up a bit. How's that?
I was almost waiting for you to just turn it upwards, just angle it up a little bit.
Yes. There we go. It's up. Let me check the settings. Right. So tell me about what's on the bench now.
On the bench now,
yeah.
There's a remote control. There's some beer. My elbows. No, I've been working on a Commodore 386 computer, which I have already done a video on. The next one up is just the restoration of it. So retrobrighting, cleaning it up, and poking around at the hard drive. And sneaky plug, while you mention it, that is already available to patrons.
Hey, go and sign up. Probably one of the better value ones, I would suggest. I'm trying to find my audio settings in here, and I can't find it. Adjust I can adjust video bit rates. I can't find anywhere to change my audio in this interface. No, it's got a bar. It's probably just because I'm too far away from it, so I'll just try and keep it further in front of my face.
Yeah.
Right, so let's have
either that or you can just turn me down a little bit and then it'll sort of even out, maybe.
It should be doing that automatically.
It's a live stream, it's never going to be perfect.
Started as making arcade machines and an awesome pinball machine. That's Marcus telling somebody about my channel. Thank you. Lee, remember when I said it really helps to have someone assisting to deal with the technical issues? This is why. That's from Julian. Thanks, Julian. Right. Oh, James is in the chat. James McNeil. He's got a lot to answer for. All right. Please direct the mic towards your face, towards you, as your audio is faint when moving around. Sorry, I'll try my best. I did want to be using my wireless mics, but I lost one. I had.
Yeah. See, that's. I think this is working as mic, either that or it's just my headphones also have a built-in mic. So I don't actually know what mic it's running through, but one of those.
I would guess it's your headphones. It sounds like.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a little bit telephony.
It might well be.
But yeah, I've put one of these down in the workshop somewhere. Can't find it. It's gone. Really annoying. So James, I'm very disappointed. I expected to see your guests with an Iron Brew chew in each hand. Where's Mars? I didn't hear RTS struggling to chew. I this is what he's talking about. James sent me this. It's a box of Iron Brew chews. Let's put them on the bench.
You'd have to send them a long way to get them here.
They won't go off or anything. These are Iron Brew.
they're
Woolies.
They're pure sugar.
They're not pure sugar. They're a sugar.
Oh, okay. We don't
mixed with acid.
Carry on. Oh, nice. Well, it sounds delicious.
The second, so the ingredients go glucose syrup, which is sugar. The second ingredient, sugar.
Acid.
And then the third ingredient, acid. It doesn't say anything. It just says acid.
They sound great.
They are amazing.
We don't have or willies or woolies.
Woolies
in Australia.
They're Scottish.
Woolies.
They're a Scottish sweet, and they're made in Ireland.
Yeah, right. Of course.
I'm going to eat one on the stream. This is
so you're going to be chewing for about half an hour?
Chewing, and my face will just implode as well because they're so sour. All my teeth, my fillings are now being dragged out of my teeth. So, James, who sent these to me, I'm actually in half of the box. They are meant to be going in with the different auctions.
Don't say that. Stop eating them.
I can't. They're amazing. It's just sugar and acid. What is not to love? So the other thing that James did was he was the one who sent me the Specky from Hell. Have you seen that one?
Yes. That was a pretty popular video. I think that did well.
That did really well, and it still does well. I still get comments on that one from people that are saying that they that one and the Amstrad 464 Plus that Simon Osborne sent in. Don't know if Simon's in the chat. He bravely sent his 464 Plus to me that he made a bit of a mess of, to be honest. But yeah, the one that James sent me, he didn't.
It's in good hands, isn't it?
It was for a bit. Oh my God!
I've seen your work. I trust you.
I'm getting better. There's still moments where I'm just rushing too much. But yeah, I did. So James, I did feed one of these to Neil at the cave, and he ate one. He didn't seem too fazed by it. And then at the end of the day, I said, "Do you want some more chews, Neil?" And he went, "No."
No.
They're ridiculous. Oh my God, it's so sour. And they get more and more sour. Like as the sugar dissolves in your mouth, it just leaves the acid. And it's basically.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
It's so nice.
And yet you keep going back for more.
I just can't stop myself. Right. Woolies is about as Irish as haggis. I only know this because I married into a Scottish family. And James says to Mr. Lurch's things, we only deep fried chocolate bars. Oh my God. My Scottish accent apparently puts Christopher Lambert to shame.
Oh.
That famous French
Highlander fame.
Oh yeah, sorry. The Specky from Hell has got a new name now. It's now called Skippy, which is I approve. Oh my God.
We do like a Skippy.
Skippy was one of my favourite Show's grown up. Stevie. Right.
That's all right. I mean, a couple of kangaroo paws on a stick being waved in front of the camera.
You could incorporate that into your videos. Where would you get
What's
some
that
kangaroo
stick?
paws? Outside.
Oh, you just go out. Just go outside. Yeah, there's bloody kangaroos bouncing around everywhere. I've actually a previous car. In fact, a car that I had that I was working on my previous channel. I actually was planning to do a whole YouTube video series, restoring it and all that. And a kangaroo jumped into the side of it, rode it off. So yeah,
Wow.
that kind of ended that whole plan.
Luckily,
it was a crap car, so be a big kangaroo.
So I've gone to your oldest videos here.
Yeah, you'll have to look at my other channel to see the car that I was working on. But honestly,
I haven't. You'll have to give me a link to that one later. But you've probably got some links. Oh, I'm actually trying to scroll.
It might be linked from the retro channel. I don't even know. They're very different concepts. So the other channel that I have, people come to repair something or other, and then they bugger off and don't really come back, which is fine. That was the idea of that channel, so it's not a big deal.
So what really struck me on when I flicked to your oldest one, because everybody on here, apart from Dave, has got a retro YouTube channel. I mean, Dave's obviously part of the retro community.
Dave's just
as well.
Dave.
Oh, that might be why. But anyway, so I looked at everybody's channel just to give me some ideas of what things to talk about, and I looked at you. And I've watched your oldest video, and what struck me,
don't do that,
was that it's all there. Your channel titles and everything, it's all still there. It looks like one of your. I mean, it's 3 years ago, and you just hit the ground running. I'm really impressed, because if you go back to anybody else's videos, you can see the massive progression they've made, which is a good thing and a bad thing, because what the hell have you been doing? I mean, why haven't you improved outside?
Definitely, if you watch the old video, like if you actually watch it, it is still terrible.
We can do that.
I mean, it's no, don't do that.
I can do that. I'm hovering.
Quite embarrassing. But yeah, I definitely had a bit of YouTube experience, I guess you'd call it, before starting this channel. So I guess that's where it comes from. But I mean, even now, I'm still, as I'm sure we all are, I'm still improving. So, and that feels good. I can look back at a video that I'd done 6 months ago and say, not that it's terrible, but just that, I feel that I've improved since then. And I think hopefully we can all do that.
Right, I've got 2 questions here. Have you gone back and changed your thumbnails at some point between now and that 3 years ago? These are the thumbnails that you made then.
They're the thumbnails that I made back then. The biggest difference was that I've changed the color, so it started from red at the top and ended at blue at the bottom. That's about the only thing that I've really dropped over time, because it was just getting a bit hard to read.
Okay, yeah,
I think.
I mean, your thumbnail game now has definitely upped, but it was good. I'm really impressed. What was the other question? Oh yeah, so this one here. Oh yes, the beard.
Oh yes, all right.
Who was that homeless guy that you used to have
if you want.
hosting your channel?
Yeah, so that is when I first started out and went, all right, we're going to have to make a new channel just to focus on the retro stuff. And at the time, I had a decent beard, I guess you'd say. I didn't really take care of it, but it
took care
grew
of
on
you.
me.
So I'm wondering if I can't hover over it, but the retro channel with the black background on it, it just looks like Rose Tinted Spectrum's logo. Have you noticed
Yeah,
that?
well, he obviously stole that, the
I was,
bastard.
I was going to say that we're looking at the timeline here. He must have seen this and
I,
thought, yeah, I'm having
I,
that.
I think we started channels at a very similar time. So, and I think we're pretty close in age because we both just turned 40 this year. I think. I
I
think he
think he's
might
just
be
about
a
to.
couple of months older than me.
Yeah.
Oh, is he not 40 yet? Maybe.
No, I don't
I
think
don't
he's
know.
40 yet. So, yeah, he's got that on you.
Well, now I feel old.
You feel old.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I'm 14 years older than you.
Ah,
That's the age. I was older than that. No, I was younger than that when I got a Spectrum.
well, you don't look
What
a day over 70.
um I've moisturised. What what about your friends and computers then? Let's go back to your youth. What was everybody's got that computer. For me, obviously, the Spectrum was the computer that started everything, and I mean, it wasn't the first one I got, but it's the one I feel most closely attached to. What was your machine, computer or console or whatever?
It might surprise you to hear that it was the Commodore 64. Um,
Ah,
we got one in the late 80s, and keep in mind at the time I was probably 6 when we got one. So it definitely was the most memorable for me. And in Australia, like I don't recall seeing, well, I don't remember anyone having like a ZX Spectrum or an Amstrad or anything. So there was a lot of either Commodore 64s or VIC 20s, or even by the time, I can recall having a minor interest in these kind of things, a Sega Master System or something like that. So, yeah, definitely the Commodore 64 was my first computer, first love. And what I love about them these days is they break very often, which means we get to fix them very often.
I
What
I
was
went
your
through the
first? So
my
the Spectrum, and then
no, my first was the ZX81.
ZX81. So even earlier. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I bought my ZX81 from Jason and Marcus. Marcus now lives over there. They sold me their ZX81 because they were upgrading to the Spectrum. They were on the wait list at the beginning. There's
Yeah, right.
people were a lot of hype around the Spectrum before it came out, and they were on the wait list at the beginning. I don't think they were in the very first flush of deliveries, but I know that they were one of the first owners of a Spectrum. Within the first month of it being released,
That's so cool.
and that Spectrum, I know exactly where it is.
Cool. Tell me you've got
And
it.
no, Jason, Marcus's brother, he is a hoarder.
He still has it.
He still has it. It's in his loft. He all through our years as growing up together, and as into adulthood as well, we'd have the same. So they got a Spectrum, and soon after I got one. Christmas '82, I got one. They got theirs in the middle of '82 when the Spectrum was actually released. And then after that, that we kind of went our separate ways as friends for a few years while I was drinking lots of alcohol and going to pubs and stuff, and they were wasting their time at university getting educated.
Idiots.
And after that, we kind of got back together as friends. Marcus didn't come back into the fold until much later, but Jason and I have been friends all through our 20s and 30s and 40s. And when we got back together as friends, I had a Commodore 64 that my wife bought me for one Christmas, and that must have been 1990. I got my first Commodore 64 in I'm pretty sure it was either 89 or 90. And it was C64C.
The shades of brown just blow your mind.
It was, to be honest, because I was an adult at that point. We had our own place together, and my favorite thing in the world was to go down to the newsagents and find the next issue of whatever magazine was available with a cover tape on it, because by that time all of the games were just being released for free on cover tapes. So I was just like making up for lost time, all this time I'd lost. It was amazing.
I think we're all still doing that.
Sorry?
I think we're all still doing that with, the computers that we didn't get to experience back then. I think we're lucky to, for those that can hopefully wield a soldering iron, we're lucky to be able to sometimes be able to repair them and get to, experience all the things that others had that we missed out on.
What's your game that you
and
load
of course
up to
there's okay, so for the Commodore 64 it's always Impossible Mission, not because it's a good test program, but just because I freaking love that game. So that is almost always my favorite for the C64. For other systems, it's usually like if it's a Super Nintendo or something 16-bit or beyond, it's usually the 240p test suite because I'm nerdy like that.
old favorite.
It's a challenging game. You bring out a CRT, try and calibrate the geometry. You'll definitely spend a lot of time in that game. Oh yes, I've been bitten by this guy up here.
Oh yeah,
that got me once, and it wasn't pleasant, but it was my own stupid fault. So,
you're still here, so
be careful.
You live to tell the tale. Rather get bitten by a huntsman.
It's fine. I mean, I have the odd, twitch, but yeah, it's good.
I hate electric shocks. I absolutely detest electric shocks. We're going to come back to. I need to wind back to your Commodore 64 and how it goes to friends. But I know there's been loads of chat, and I just need to catch up because the total is now £5,445 according to Neil. And we need to get more bits on the mugs and the Magic Roundabout. The Magic Roundabout is actually it's a ZX Spectrum game that's up for auction. Did you get the Magic Roundabout show?
What is the Magic Roundabout? What is that?
It's
It sounds. Okay, it sounds like the Magic School Bus. I don't know if you guys got the Magic School Bus, but it sounds similar to that. In which case, it's educational.
Well, if it was written by a drug-crazed psychedelic hippie, I think it originated in France, but it's one of these shows from your childhood that turns out it's all about drugs.
Okay, yeah. So about, anything with like David Bowie in it,
Well, yeah, but it is a children's children's television program about a magic roundabout, and there is a cow called Ermintrude, Dougal the dog, Zebedee is this thing that bounces in. It's honestly it's like the worst drug trip ever. But there's a game.
So it sounds very Alice in Wonderland.
Kind of, yeah, like that, but not as veiled. It's all a bit more obvious. So yeah, that one of the things that Neil donated when I went to the cave to film that episode was the Magic Roundabout. I can't. It's around here somewhere, but it's a ZX Spectrum game, and he gave that to me along with these two books. I wish I could find the game. And these are doing quite well. These are going decently. So they're probably selling for more than they're worth, which is good as a benchmark. But the Magic Roundabout, I sent Neil an image of the listing to show how much it was selling for. And at the time, I think it was 30-something pounds. I wonder if I can find out how much it is now. Where is my eBay? I've got so many pages open. It's ridiculous. Here we go.
I bet you do.
It is crazy.
Along with those incognito windows as well. For later.
£36 it's going for now. And I sent that to Neil and we both went, oh, wow. And then he went and looked it up on eBay. When you go and find the value of something on eBay. You search for it and you look at sold listings. £96, I think one of them sold for.
Oh,
so
wow!
you're looking at a
we're
bargain
hoping
there.
for double that.
I'm hoping for a double what it is at the moment. That would be nice. But I wonder if someone else has done a charity auction, because my auctions must be skewing the value of Spectrums on eBay, because you're going to get someone
Yeah,
walking
that's true.
to CEX and go,
There you go.
how much for my
All
Spectrum?
of a
And they're going to
sudden,
go,
they're worth
bloody
£1,200.
Let me just move that over here. Right. So we're over £5,445. That is amazing. Are we up higher on the Just Giving page? Let's see if there's been any more. Yes, there have. We're over. 3,033. That was Kath's was the last one. Thank you very much. If anybody would like to donate, we've got 81 people in the chat at the moment. If you'd like to donate, can someone put a link to the Just Giving page in the chat for us, please? It would be really appreciated. Let's keep pushing and see how far we can go. Life-size teddy bear. My favourite British kids show from that era was Vision On. Wasn't that the Tony Hart thing with Morph? Did you get Morph over there? Or
No, what?
Morph?
Unless I missed out on it. More.
Aardman Animations, so Wallace and Gromit and all that. That was their first thing.
Oh yeah.
That's where they started.
Oh right. We definitely got Wallace and Gromit, but yeah, Morph perhaps not.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do love a bit of Wallace and Gromit. It's cool, the cheese.
Zebedee, Brian the Snail. Oh my god, I feel like such a mean person. My cousin was called Brian, and we used to call him Brian the Snail because of the Magic Roundabout, and it was a horrible thing to call him. I was such a bully. I was horrible as a child.
You big meanie.
Marcus says, just let the retro channel know Dylan from the Magic Roundabout is like a laid back John Butler with no idea of what politics actually means.
That makes sense. It'd probably take too long to explain, but yes, I get it now.
It's a roundabout in Swindon, says KWC Data. Thank you. Yes, so Vision On was Tony Hart and Morph, the claymation character. We got Morph and Take Heart. Take Heart was I think like a spin-off, or one of them was a spin-off of the other. Morph also had his own spin-off show. Morph was brilliant. That's still worth watching today. That was absolutely fantastic.
I'll have to look it up for sure.
Again, Mark's probably too young to remember. Aww.
Oh,
that's from Tony. Hang on, I thought the Magic Roundabout was in Swindon. Okay, no, I think it's in the fevered imaginations of some author. Tony Hart with the art corner with
LSD trip.
It was a bad trip. Right, so let's wind back. Commodore 64.
All right. Yep.
What did you? Were you a sad loser that played it by yourself and didn't let your mates play, or were there friends involved?
No, I was fairly generous. Not that anyone was particularly interested at the time, because they all had Nintendos or Master Systems. I mean, I eventually moved on to a Master System as well, but I think I spent most of my time playing it with either my brothers or my dad. Like, they were still into it and up for playing games, so that was always great. My best mate, who I still talk to and hang out with today, he got a Nintendo. I got a Sega Master System, so we'd often either go to each other's house to play either system, or sometimes we'd swap systems. So there was definitely that. But as for the Commodore 64, I think people had already moved on by the time I had it in the house.
That must have been quite special, because you had and the Commodore 64 was so well known, and there were so many titles around for it, and there was. I know, with the best will in the world, a console is not a computer. There's so much more you can do. So
With the
there must have
computer,
been an appeal for you and your friends to play around with the Commodore 64 just as much as any console of the time.
Oh, definitely. We spent plenty of time, typing in manual programs from magazines and that kind of thing. But I guess, we were still kids at the time, so we didn't really understand what we were doing. We were just looking at a book and going, yep, type this in, hope that once you've typed everything in, something happens and you don't get syntax error. So while it was interesting and it definitely exposed me to a bit of programming, most of myself and my friends were too young to really understand, what it all meant. So consoles, not to say consoles are for idiots, but consoles were definitely a lot easier for us to grasp.
Yeah, it's all a bit more plug and play then, I suppose. You mentioned the type in stuff. That reminded me of this thing.
What's he got? Hope it's not something from his incognito windows. Oh, so the ZX81 as well.
Yeah, so the ZX81 was where I started. Let's go on let's just switch to that one.
Nice.
Sorry, Mectrum, you're gonna have to move.
Oh, the Mectrum, no.
Typing in a machine code listing on this thing.
Oh, on that thing.
that took me I would say a good couple of hours, and you're terrified of disturbing like the power cord. I didn't have a RAM pack. It was a 1K machine, so I didn't have to worry about RAM pack wobble. This wasn't my machine. I have no idea what this is. I think it's some kind of keyboard extension thing. But you were always in danger of the computer just falling over randomly at any point, and it felt like a tightrope walk, and at any minute someone could cut the rope. And especially with machine code, when you're typing in just like a big, I think, REM statement or a data statement just to poke into memory.
Excuse me.
It's just blocks of letters and numbers, and to get them all right, and to trust that the magazine had been printed right in the first place.
Yeah, that's true.
Wasn't always the case. But I typed in one
brutal.
of the best games I've ever played on this was it was a Scramble clone. Or no, sorry, no, it was a Space Invaders, not Scramble. I did a Scramble one later, but a Space Invaders clone, and it blew my mind. 1K. Oh, lovely.
See, while I haven't actually done a Spectrum video, I do own a couple of Spectrums. So I do have the Spectrum Plus, which actually came from Mr. Lurch, who you'll be speaking to in a minute. And I managed to get myself a toast rack as well. So I'm looking forward to checking these things out. I think the Plus works. I'm not sure about the toast rack. So I'll be interested to check these out. But as of yet, I know nothing about the Spectrums, so definitely your channel has helped. I've learned a lot from that, but when it comes to Spectrums, NFI.
That's good. That's I mean, they're the best ones, because if you know everything about a system, when you see a broken Commodore 64, I bet you don't get that same excitement you do as if you get a brand new system that you've never experienced before, and you have to learn all of the ins and outs of what you need to know. So
very
I
true.
am jealous.
Yeah, I see a C64 and I'm like, bang, dead PLA.
There we go. Right, we're gonna have to wrap up. It's
all right.
1 minute 2.
Yes.
And I
thank you, Lee.
Your friend in here.
Thank you to all the viewers, everyone, for watching. Yes, please stick around, donate if you can, check out those auctions, and it's been great chatting with you, Lee.
Thanks,
Let's do it again sometime.
Definitely, yeah. We're gonna actually. I have got plans to collaborate with you. We've spoken about something that I've got sitting under here, a big pile of 1541s. But it's it kind of got put back a little bit, so we'll get around to that. So yeah, let's do that. Thanks very much for joining me, mate. It's been lovely to talk to you. And I will speak to you soon. Goodbye. You'll have to hang up.
Bye. Oh, damn it. I've really got to do that.
Get off my lawn.
Got to do everything myself. Fine.
Oh, he's left in a huff. All right, let me just have a quick look. I've got a few messages. Thank you, Neil. Struggling with this. I'm super quiet. Right. I wonder if there's anything I can do to change that. By the way, Jason, if you are watching, feel free to join the that link that I sent you. And control room, right? There is. I can boost myself. Oh, that looks a bit better. Right, I've boosted myself 126%. So hopefully, can you let me know if that sounds any better? While we're waiting for Jason to arrive, there we go. Oh, did I not give you a link? I didn't give you. No, let me do 1 second. You are meant to have a link. I thought I'd messaged everybody. I went through my list, but there was so much going on that I probably forgot. Where did I put the links? This one. This is so slick. It's really. Oh, that's not the one I want. That's the one I want. There we go. It's really hard to do this and talk and keep an eye on chat, and I'm only 2 hours in and I'm starting to get a bit croaky already. So let's get Jason in. Mike got a 10 decibel cut switch for noisy environments. No, it doesn't. Hello, let me just get you in the chat so people can see you. Hopefully that's the right one. Any second now. Oh, I'm loving your backdrop. Look at him. Look, everybody.
I'm still pissing myself laughing. I think about 15 minutes into this live stream, I made the comment of like, this is just going to be 12 hours of Lee staring at OBS going, how do I do this?
In mild panic.
Yeah.
Just looking off the screen. I did see that comment and it was not appreciated.
I'm sure it wasn't. Let me just hang on a sec. Let me just zoom myself. I'm seeing how zoomed this is. There we go. I have a little bit of control over my camera, so I can zoom out a bit.
What are you using?
I'm using my iPhone with Epoch Cam.
Do you use that much for filming?
No, I should, because I mean, iPhones these days can do awesome things, but no, I don't. I use a real camera.
That let me get the browser up for other people to see your channel. That is a really good image. I'm quite impressed. And yeah, something that's Blackmagic have released an app for iPhones to use.
Yeah, well, this is actually Elgato bought Epoch Cam, so this is like Elgato's one.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think it's available on Android. I think it's still just an iPhone thing.
I forgot to say to Mark, good luck on 10K soon. He's working his way up there. He's grown.
He's getting close.
And congratulations on your 10K. That must have been a great milestone to achieve.
It was. It was funny. It was a Friday morning. I was at work. We have our normal weekly morning tea at work. And I made the comment of like, hey, I'm like, because I think it was like 9,998 or something. And I went, you could go like subscribe and get me over that. And like, I think about 10 minutes after the morning tea finished, yeah, it crept over 10,000 subs. So that was pretty cool.
Ah, that must. I'm just about. What am I? I'm something like 4,500. I've grown a bit. The charity has actually helped me. Not why I did this. I know I'm going to get probably a few people say that kind of thing, but I'm grateful for people just watching what we do.
Yeah, fair enough. I've got I've got the live stream kind of, which is like on a 10-second delay compared to what we're talking. So just hang on a minute. I think I just need to go. Do I need to go that way a little to make it line up? Because I was kind of like half off the screen. Anyway,
yeah. Well, if I do, where is it? If I do just me and you, it's probably going to ruin it even more.
It's fine. It'll work out.
I've not done the best job of lining all these things up. Even
that's right. You should see when Mark and I do a live stream. It's it's hell.
I've seen them. I've seen them. I am a big fan of both of you. Both of you were very inspirational to me getting off the ground. My channel's, if you look at my YouTube stats, my channel's been around for 11 years, but that's just my account. There was never anything on there, so that's how it counts it. When you look at something like Social Blade, it's ridiculous. But I started like everybody else did, almost everybody else did. I started in the pandemic and got going. When did you start? Because I'm gonna look at your oldest videos. Let's look at your videos on here, and let's go back to 20,000 views 5 years ago. I'm not gonna play it. Don't worry.
No, thank you. That's actually, it's a terrible video. I started off being somewhat more interested in the whole retro computing thing when, and I've mentioned this is a place in Canberra I've mentioned a bunch of times on the channel. I was out at the Green Shed, and for those that don't know, the Green Shed is like the recycling.
I want the Green Shed.
Yeah, it's the recycling centre attached to the tip. And so people on their way to the tip will cruise past and go, "Hey, is any of this any good to you? Do you want it?" And anyway, so and this is kind of really before like pricing just went mental, like it has over the last 3 or 4 years. And it's short version. I picked up a VIC-20, and started playing around. Went, oh yeah, this is kind of cool. And then I got given a dead as a doornail Commodore 64. The motherboard for it, I think, is actually still in a drawer down here. And like,
is that the one in this video?
Dead. The case is
right.
And so I can't remember. I'd watched someone. I got hold of that. So that runs off this thing called a key RAR, right?
Yeah.
Which is the kind of, I don't know if you've heard of it. It's like this interface board that you can plug. The Commodore keyboard plugs in and basically turns into a USB keyboard. And I thought, well, if I did that, I could like bury a Raspberry Pi inside the machine. And I built it and I was really happy with it. And I thought, I don't have a channel or anything, how about I film this and see how it goes? And I did kind of, like, I didn't film the build. I didn't film building it. I filmed what I'd come up with. And I shared it back to, there was a guy doing a Raspberry Pi project, and the project was called Combian. And I shared it back to him, and it actually started getting a few views kind of through that project. And I went, oh, maybe another one and another one. And it just kind of, grew from there, I guess. You're going to have to beep this out, but I'm really fucking lazy.
This is
my
live,
editing. Right? Yeah, I know. Sorry. Block your ears, people. One of the things I've actually tried to do over the last 5 years or however long it's been is actually try and simplify my video process as much as I can. That's, I'll use multiple cameras at the same time so I don't have to like go, oh, film this and then film that and then film this. And so I could just do it in post. stitch it all together. You know, I know a lot of people use like external audio recorders. I record my audio just straight to the camera because it's one less thing I have to do later.
Do you lav mic or?
Yeah, same as I think the Rode wireless thing, the one that everyone uses now.
Mine's not Rode, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh, isn't it? Oh, okay. Yeah, but you know the ones I'm talking about, the Rode Wireless Go that heaps of us use. And yeah, no, it's just that straight into the camera because it's it's one less thing I have to worry about later on. I
do similar.
Sorry,
I do similar. I have my my mic set up to go into. I have two cameras set up, and I have this one with an audio going into the receiver for the wireless mic and straight onto the camera. Like you say, the thing to do if you want to make YouTube videos is to make them as simple as you can, because the more barriers and obstacles you put in your way when you're doing this kind of thing, the
least you'll enjoy it
will be to actually keep going.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, and I do little things like on my second camera, I'll actually keep that microphone running, right? And then I'll actually use like the histogram for the audio in my editor. And I'll actually use that as a visual marker to just sync things up. And once it's synced, that's it. I just copy and paste. Like it's not hard.
What editing software do you use then?
I actually just use Premiere Elements.
Oh, okay.
So I started by, like a lot of people, I started using iMovie. And then I wanted something that I started finding it restrictive for some of the things I wanted to do. And so I started looking around at options, and everyone eventually ends up like with Premiere Pro, right? And I remember, and it still happens to this day, I'll open up Premiere Pro and I'll just sit there staring at it going, what does all this do?
You should try DaVinci Resolve.
I have.
It's a nightmare to get into.
Yeah, I've tried as well, because everyone keeps saying, but use DaVinci Resolve. It's the best thing ever. And I'm like, no, I don't want it easy. So basically what I wanted is I wanted something that was iMovie, but just a little bit extra in regards to functionality. And I ended up landing on Premiere Elements. And the upshot of Premiere Elements, it's not tied to a subscription. You just buy it outright, which is always kind of nice. And I've been using that for 4 years now, I think. Various versions, like I've upgraded every now and again.
If it does what you want, then there's no reason to change, really, is there?
No. I mean, and I still shoot all my stuff in 1080p.
Okay.
I've seen... Look, I don't have the compute hardware to edit in 4K for starters. But the other thing is that, like, I've seen some analytics from channels that do 4K, and the percentage of viewers actually viewing in 4K is, look, to be honest with you, it's tiny.
Yeah.
And on the average phone and an iPad or whatever, it makes no difference.
Yeah, probably a lot of them are going to be watching on a phone or an iPad.
Yeah.
They're going to be in like that kind of upper end of the resolutions. It's not going to make any difference to the actual experience.
No, it's not.
I do shoot in 4K, but only because it makes it a lot easier to jump in cuts if I need to zoom or crop something out.
Yeah, that's what I was going with. So yeah, you can basically digitally zoom without losing quality.
Yep, exactly. That's the only reason I do it. I mean, I've released the videos in 4K, but that's just because I can. It's not because I think that it's any better to do, and I don't really want people to have too much detail on my face, because the more detail you get in that area, the worse experience it's going to be for you. So I have to go back to this first video of yours 5 years ago. 20,000 views.
Yeah,
most of those must have been people raging at you for putting a Raspberry Pi in a C64.
Surprisingly not. I don't think there's that many comments in there. Like, look, I know the comments you're talking about. Don't get me wrong. No, not really. I don't think it's actually got that many comments, to be brutally honest with you. Open it up. I mean, don't play it. Hit pause or whatever. I don't know what comments are in there. I haven't actually checked that video in years.
We got an advert, so that's
You got an ad because you're not signed in.
Look at that. We've got RMC Retros, one of the first comments up there 5 years ago. Great to see your first vid. I'm a big fan of Combian, and your execution is great here. If I come across a spare case someday, you've inspired me. 5 years ago, baby.
5 years ago,
Neil,
from Neil.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Were you aware of him at the time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he was aware of. I think we kind of sort of knew each other. I don't know how. Maybe through Patreon. Maybe I was already supporting him on Patreon by that stage. Because 5 years ago, he still would have been in the original cave, I think.
Yeah, for sure. In his the basement one.
Yeah. Because
did he have the apple crates at that point? Because that would have been cave 2.
That was cave 2. No, I'm pretty sure this was cave 1. Wow. Because it's actually what really, really spurred me on. And I've said this before, and I've even told Neil this, and I don't know if he believes me or not. But the 2 videos of anything retro that I've watched over the years on YouTube, the 2 videos that have inspired me the most is his original Amiga 500 restoration.
Yes.
And his Acorn Electron, both from the original cave. I still, to this day, will go back and watch those videos.
Someone's saying they can hardly hear me now. What's going on?
Okay, so I've been reading. You haven't been reading the live stream. I have, right? The problem you've got is that you're using point the mic towards you, not across you. Does that make any kind of sense? Yeah. So you are actually sitting behind my camera. So you're wandering around the place, and that's it. Like it's a directional microphone. Okay, see my microphone here, right? I'm talking like into it. Yep. Now I can't hear you at all. You've gone mute.
I actually pressed the mute button.
Well done.
Pro. I'm going to boost my audio.
You still can't beat the time that I it was the same live stream with Mark. 2 things happened. One, I dropped a C-bomb because I was getting really frustrated at something. And the other one, I was so distracted that I dropped a rusty. Do you even remember? I don't know if you were watching. I dropped a rusty screw into my coffee and didn't notice.
I didn't remember that.
And because, like, you know yourself, right? And anyone else who's done a live stream knows that there's like a 20-second delay on the chat. And like, but on top of that, I wasn't really concentrating on the chat at the time. I was working on what I was working. I think we were fixing some Commodore 64s probably because it was Mark. And then I went back to the chat and it's just like, did you know you dropped a screw like in your coffee? And I went, and I grabbed the cup. It was actually this cup. And I went, but it was still like that full. And I'm like, there's nothing in there. What are you talking about? And I kept drinking it, right? And so I'm drinking it this whole time until I got down to the end, like, because it was cold by that. So it was like 20 minutes into the stream. And I went,
ooh. Did you take it out and it was
just quietly took it out. It's fine.
All of the rust had dissolved.
Yeah, it was fun. Actually, that was the scary thing. The screw was crystal clean when I pulled it out. It was ridiculously clean. Yeah, it's fine.
Not too much iron. Let's have a quick look. Lee, your audio is very quiet when standing at the screen. Oh, yeah, that's going to be. So I'll try and remember to take the mic. I'll take the microphone with me. Let's have a look at the chat.
Dave was just saying, if you're Scottish or Australian, it should be our right to drop the C-bomb. I'd like to add the Kiwis to that as well, if that's all right.
Yeah.
Every Kiwi I know just swears like a sailor. It's hilarious.
I can't talk. Yeah, you don't talk into the end of this mic. You talk into the front of it. I'm fairly sure that I'm talking to the front of it, and I nearly muted myself again.
Well done.
Sorry. Oh, things are coming loose.
Just talk about amongst yourselves, people. It's fine.
Yeah, entertain yourselves for a minute. There we go. That should be a bit more. Oh, that really wants to. Oh. All right. Technical issue. It's a new mic stand. Let's try that. There we go. I haven't muted myself. That button is really easy to press. So where are we with the auction? With the Just Giving thing now?
Bring it up. He's lost his mouse.
Find it. There's so many tabs. Let's share this one.
Right. Refresh.
There's more on there. £3,081. Thank you, Engage's Brain and KWC Data and Adam T117. Great.
Okay. What did you say it was up to? Like 30. What was it up to? 3,000. So
£3,081. And the current total, Neil was telling me, is £5,503.40p. That is, I first set the target at. What have you just seen? You look really shocked. Was it?
Yeah, no. I just did a quick conversion online. That's like 5,700 Australian dollars. That's like
the 3,000 is That's dollaroos.
Dollaroos.
Yeah. So, but with the auctions, we're over £5,500. 10 billion.
Impressive.
Australian
10 billion
dollars,
rupees.
Still not. It is pointing to. Look, this bit here is the bit that I have to talk into. It's pointing at me. I can't talk into this end because there's no microphone in that bit. It's this bit. Honestly,
no, you're talking to the side of it. Yeah. I think that's what people are getting confused because you've kind of got your mic like just on its side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Yeti. And you talk into the front of them.
Yeah, like my road.
Sorry if it's. I'm doing all I can to make it the right volume. I'm almost peaking. On
quit your whinging.
Yeah, just listen harder. Let me. I'm just going into my sound settings and having a look in here in case it's because sometimes it does set the Yeti to a quieter volume, and I have moved it, so it might. So many.
I can hear you fine.
So many things plugged in.
I can
hear
you fine.
I don't know what it is. It's. Yeah,
okay.
You can
people
hear me
saying in the chat
because...
it's better. Don't touch it. People saying in the chat saying it's fine.
Out.
Don't. Mm-hmm.
It's saying it's fine, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Well,
it was fine 20 seconds ago.
Okay. As long as I don't move, I can boost it. Yeah, I can boost it.
Tiny, that's just my booming voice. Yeah.
I've just realised that you have got a booming voice, and it's a lovely voice. I've just realised that my adjustments that I've been making, boosting it up and up and up, is just our communication, nothing to do with OBS.
Well done.
So I'm going to give you another. Let's go for 10 decibels. And then
that's because you sound great to me. It's not mine.
No, you shouldn't. Actually,
Mark's saying that I'm as loud AF.
You are.
Yeah, maybe I can turn my microphone down.
Current total £5,567.40.
Nice.
Hello, Bobbus. Bobbus74 donated this. Let's just me and get this.
Div MC Future.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I want to get one of these for myself. I'm really impressed.
Brilliant. Honestly, they're hand on heart. They're like, if you own a Spectrum, you need to own one of those. Period.
This is up there, though. This is right up there. That's
the Dandinator.
Dandinator.
Yeah.
And this
depends what you want to get. It really depends on what you want to get out of it. If you just want to be able to load software, Div MC Future, done.
Yeah, true. But I mean, they do. There's quite a bit of crossover because joystick port on this one, joystick port on this one.
Yeah.
as well, SD card as well. But this has got a little bit extra. And the big thing when I took all of this to the cave, holy loud, Batman! Who's loud? Is it me now? I can easily turn myself down a little bit. Oh yeah, I might have gone a bit too far. But anyway, I took the all of this to the cave, and we were setting up things, and Thomas was getting to play the games. For part of Neil's video.
Yeah.
And to load the games quickly, I grabbed the div MMC. But because it only shows you the first 8 characters of each file name, we're having all sorts of problems trying to find games. Go on.
It's fixable. There's a different browser you can install on it. If you go back to my ZX Omni video, I mention a different. I don't know if it works on the future, but on the the ZX Omni that I did a video on, whatever, right? So it's got a div MMC built into it because div MMC is just a thing on its own, and the div MMC in the future is the one that Ron makes. Rod, anyway. And there's a different browser you can install. And Rod there. I don't know if it works on the future. I can't see why it wouldn't. And it gives you proper, file names and stuff like that. It's heaps better.
So we fired up the Dandinator instead while I was there, and that shows you long file names with the multiply add-on. Wetbench. This.
Yeah.
That's ZX Nuvo. I bought this like this off of eBay because I was going to harvest the parts. It's got a div MMC built into it.
Nice. Yeah.
It's
a bit like so it's a bit like the Omni, I guess, in that regards.
Yeah, that's what made me think of that.
Yeah.
Right. So things seem to be the main thing to learn from this live stream is that you will always be too loud for someone and too quiet for someone else. Audio now pretty much perfect. Thank you, Marcus. Lurch is louder, but maybe that's because he's a bit closer to me. You get on very well with Marcus. He's a lovely man. But I don't. Where are you in Oz?
Canberra. Same as Mark.
Yeah. Okay. Oh,
Mark lives Mark lives like 10 minutes from me.
Oh, fantastic! What an amazing thing that must be. What a brilliant resource that must be to have someone who's so into
better at fixing things than I am. Yes.
So do you go to him for help when like Commodore 64 with a really sticky problem? Do you nip down the road and
I have
give an opinion?
For sure. I'm like, hey, I think we need to do a collab now.
But you're not going to be in the video.
He's been in a few of my videos. We've done live streams together, stuff like that. So there's actually, while we're heading in that direction, and we're talking about friends, there's like 3 names that you'll hear pop up in my videos quite often. That's Mark, obviously, Nathan, who lives on the other side of Canberra, and Randall, who lives 10 minutes from me as well. Mark and I basically met through doing YouTube. We got chatting. So I can't even remember how or where. And it's like, so where are you? And I told him the suburb I'm in, and he's like, where are you? And he went, the other where he lives. And I'm like, you're like 10 minutes from me. We should catch up sometime. And we did. And Randall I've known for years because we met through motorcycling probably 15 years ago or something like that.
Your shed was also used to be full of bikes and stuff. It still
yes, it did. No, there's a couple still in there that I'll drag out one day and restore. But yeah, so I know Randall through motorcycling for like 15 years, and I guess I kind of sort of got him into the retro thing. His main thing that he loves to do is actually building like modern retro. So so you like all the RC 2014 various Z80 base kits, stuff like that.
Yep.
So he'll happily spend, like, one of his favorite things to do is just spend a day building one of those. Like, he's got 20 of them that all do pretty much the same thing, but it doesn't matter because he enjoys building them. So that's the main thing.
He's having more fun making it.
Yeah, there you go.
This is what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So that is your group of friends now.
Yeah.
What about when you started? We found out that Mark's journey started with the Commodore 64. I'm guessing you're a similar age to him.
Yeah, I've got a few years on him, but not by much. So our first computer, and I would have been 3 or 4, I think, when we got this. No, about 3.
Oh wow!
It's a Dick Smith System 80. So that's a TRS-80. I think you guys had them as the Video Genie. I think that's what they were called in the UK.
That would have been something that we'd have seen in Argos and other catalogs, and
possibly. Yeah. So it's a TRS-80 Model 1 clone, basically, made in Hong Kong by a company. So they were released in, it was either 80 or 81. So yeah, I was only a tiny little kid when we first got this. But I still remember sitting down and playing games on it, as simple as the graphics are on a Dick Smith or a TRS-80. You're talking like Commodore PET kind of era graphics. And so, yeah, I remember playing games on that. The horribly named but very fun game called Penetrator. You really wouldn't release a game by that name these days. Yeah, it goes into that incognito window that Mark was talking about. I believe that was actually released though on the ZX Spectrum. You should go play it. Yeah. And so there was actually funny. At one point, I think I would have been about 6 at this point, and Dad decided, right, I'm going to get you your own computer. And he went out and he bought a VIC-20. And he set it all up and he started playing with it. And I'm trying to kind of like do this business, kind of going, hey, can I like play my new computer? And he's poking at it, and a friend of his was there, and he's just like, grumble, this is just a toy. And he literally just packed it up and took it back to the store. And I'm sitting there in my bedroom just going, that was my new computer. What happened?
Wow.
Yeah.
So what did he replace it, or
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Maybe it's I blocked it out of my mind, like some horrendous memory or something like that. So yeah, I think maybe he just let me have more time on the TRS-80, or we'd actually bought a TRS-80 Model 4, I think, by that stage. And then after that, I actually had a really boring computer upbringing. Like, you would never call a TRS-80 a games machine. And then from there, we had a 286. But the 286 actually introduced me to games that I really like these days, which are those Sierra adventure games. Yeah. So, like King's Quest and Leisure Suit Larry and Space Quest, stuff like that. And I still love those games to these days. Those days. So that's the really kind of early stuff. A bit like Mark, I had a Master System. Because you remember they were ridiculously popular here in Australia. It actually frustrates me every time I watch a Master System video on YouTube, and they're like, oh, it did the usual spiel, it failed miserably in America and it was really popular in Europe and Brazil. And I'm sitting there just going, it was famous here too. It was popular here too. Hello. And I've got 3 or 4 Master Systems now, and I love it. It's still one of my favorite consoles.
You've just made me think of something, and we'll go back round to friends again in a second. But Australia, as a computer region, I think is one of the most interesting areas, because you had so many different, things coming in. The BBC was over there, and you had Apple's coming in, and you kind of had this hybrid of other areas where, like, America
and our own homegrown stuff as well.
Yeah, and you had the Dick Smith stuff, which I find fascinating. I really enjoy your Dick Smith videos, by the way. I think it's one of the best named computers ever.
So we had Commodore, we had Apple, we had Acorn, we had Sinclair, but we also had some of we had Dick Smith. We had our really homegrown stuff like Micro B as well, which was really popular in the schools. So the Micro B was kind of like your BBC Micro. And the stories are very similar, you know. Started off as a kit computer, won a tender with the Department of Education, blah, 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 you know. So yeah, it's a real mishmash, the early days of computing here in Australia, which makes it really interesting. And it's actually good now because, like, I can easily, you know, be interested in something American or British or whatever it happens to be, because we had a lot of them here in Australia.
Well,
I've actually got sitting here. I only picked this up maybe last week, because these came to Australia.
Look, that video you did on that. Actually, let's go and have a look at that.
This is actually a different one. This is a like complete mint in box.
Oh wow,
81.
Right, actually, let me go back to let's have a look at that. Show us your ZX. Oh god, show us your ZX81 again. I just clashed my glasses on the mic.
Okay, I'm just gonna
mint in box ZX81.
Yeah. So, right. So there it is. There. I don't know how well it's coming out. Oh yeah, that's not too bad. But yeah, it's all. I mean, it's got scuffs on the sleeve and stuff like that, but it's got all its foamies. It's got kind of, you know, everything's in there. It's a beautiful machine. It's missing. I think the only thing it's missing is it's missing the rubber feet off the bottom, which I can just buy some more of. I'm not even going to mod this one.
No,
I think I'm just going to leave it. I'll find another 81 to mod, because there's a couple of other mods I wanted to try with the one I did recently. I've got a VLA 81 that I bought that I want to try in a ZX81. So that's that modern ULA that does back porch video and all that kind of stuff. So
the guy that makes those is from Australia, isn't he? The VLA 82 and the 81.
I don't know.
I think he's from that area.
I bought mine from. Oh no, he's a Kiwi, I think. Well, at least that's I got it from a guy in New Zealand. That's where I bought mine from.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All the Kiwis are shouting at me now. Right. So Bob's ZX81 was his first computer.
Yep.
Packaging is doing really well for being 42 years old. I wish I still had my 81. I know where that got left, but no chance of getting that back. Marco van der Hoot got a very low spec MSX that was on sale, but found some games for it and did program some basic programs and saved up for an Amiga.
I love the MSX platform.
Sorry?
I love the MSX platform.
Never had one.
It's just, I really, especially if you're going to get one, look, get an MSX2. It's a really big step up and it's completely backwards compatible. It's like having a Commodore 64 from another planet.
Okay.
Just with this completely different software library. Of course, now we're going to get all the Commodore 64 owners and we're going, it's not as good because it doesn't have a SID chip and a VIC chip and all this kind of stuff. But it's a great machine. I've got a really nice Sony one, and it's got RGB and all the rest of it. So yeah, it's a really nice platform. If you ever got the opportunity to pick up an MSX2, grab one.
I'll try. I've got an MSX on the way. Just waiting for all of this charity nonsense to get out of the way first, before I can concentrate on something else. Snowy Snowden says their first IBM was an Amstrad.
Kid down the road from me had an Amstrad.
Lots of people telling me it was New Zealand, the VLA stuff. And is there a better named computer than the Jupiter Ace, says Universal Retro Boss? Better named computer than the Jupiter Ace.
I'm going to have a think about that one. I don't know. I think Sony Hitbit's a pretty damn good name for a computer.
Not bad. And a lovely computer as well. Or a desirable one. Dragon 32. The UK's TRS-80 clone from Mark Oatley.
TRS Coco clone.
Yeah.
cousin.
Oh yeah, color computer clone.
I call it a cousin. I don't like the name clone because clone has like its own
absolutely
kind of like, oh, it's a ripoff. The simple fact is they were just simply based on the same Motorola reference design. Now, in saying that, Tandy had a hand in that reference design, but they're still just based off the same Motorola design.
Oz Retro Comp saying he'd love to get himself a proper MSX2 one day, but he can scratch some MSX itches with his Naboo.
Oh yeah,
been tempted by the Naboo?
No, not in the slightest.
No, me neither. I was offered one.
Oh, okay. No, not really. It's one. It just look. People that are into them seem to be really into them and like awesome. But I know it's one of those computers that I would have spent a buttload of money getting over here to Australia, and then kind of just gone poke.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I've ended up with a shed full, and I'm literally mean a shed full of computers that I've bought for. It's actually one of the things I need to start doing. So I desperately need to start thinning the herd, as it's called. Like there's computers that I've bought purely to just do a video on, right? And I've done the video, and now they're just sitting there.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm just looking for something. Oh, that's the wrong box.
It's fine.
Someone's just reminded me of something. I can't find it, but Julian Brown, who what did Julian donated the motherboard and CPLD in this Harlequin ZX Max 128.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also created a Dragon 32 board, a modern Dragon 32 board, so you can build your own Dragon.
I've seen that on if it's the one that I think I've seen it on the Dragon 32, because I used to own it. I sold it a little while ago, but I used to own a Dragon 32. Great machine, loved it. It was like a Coco with a better keyboard.
Yeah,
and I have seen that there's been two big projects. One is so the Dragon 32 architecturally is basically you've got your main board and then a whole separate board which does the power.
Yep. It's
essentially the power board, and the video just happens to run through it through some traces.
Goes through the power board. What a great idea.
Yeah, I know, right? And so actually, there's also been some projects to replace that board as well.
I wonder if Nintendo took some inspiration from that, because the NES power board and video
is all rammed in there as well. Thing. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, good job.
Well, it's the same on the Famicom as well. And so that's why. So if you know Back Office, Backshed's a whole completely different YouTube channel. Back Office did his Famicom replacement AV power board, which I've got in mine. Good little project, that one.
Excellent. Right, so current total £5,612.40. I don't know if that's coming from bids or it's some more donations coming. Timothy Gilberts, thank you very much. I don't know if we 17 minutes ago was Phil D and Devilish Design. These are names that we keep seeing. The Twitter community. I know that Twitter, and I'm not going to call it anything else, is basically a big dumpster fire now, but I have to say that I love the community that I've grown up around me on Twitter to do with retro. And it is just retro computing.
Yeah, I get people telling me, just kind of going, just exactly what you just said, saying, Twitter's just this dumpster fire. And I'm just like, really? Who are you following to turn it into a dumpster fire?
Yeah,
because I'm not having that experience. Oh, no. I think I've blocked like one retro person like on all of Twitter the whole time I've been there.
Oh, the retro UK retro scene is a little bit more dodgy, but the no, what I'm talking about, the guy that owns it and is trying to drive.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. No, I understand that, but over the years, my usage of Twitter. No, other people have said that don't go on Twitter. That's it's a hellhole. Like, really, who are you interacting with? Because my interactions on Twitter have been fantastic.
and that's mostly this community, and they are
Yeah.
fantastic. So yeah, Julian, I don't know if you've got a link for that project. I've tried to ask him if he wants me to plug anything, because he's been so generous. He's given so much to the sound chip out of that this Spectrum. He gave, and some other bits and pieces. And he's helped me so much through this as well. And I've got a whole raft of people that I should at some point get round to thanking. Hello, Steve Cooper from Essex. Not very far away from me. I'm right on the border, just far enough away to feel comfortable. Oz Retro Comp is into his Naboo. The bugs hit him hard. It's a great machine. I hope to start souping it up. Yeah, so I was going to say that when you're making YouTube videos, you don't get much time to enjoy the stuff you're making things about.
No.
Do you
it's
ever,
actually one of... Yeah, go.
Do you ever feel like get a project and think, I'm not going to turn the camera on. I'm just going to do this for me? You do?
Yeah.
I
then feel guilty about it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel guilty. I feel guilty to my patrons. That's who I would feel guilty to, right? I think anyone who has a YouTube channel that also has Patreon, you kind of like your normal regular viewership is here on the level of importance, but your patrons are up here.
Yep.
Right. And we've only got 14 minutes to go. So this actually isn't something that's particularly public. And in 14 minutes, people can destroy me later on. I actually just closed down my Patreon page. And the reason is that I'm actually going to be taking a bit of a back step from YouTube. It is. And the reason is, this is something that the average audience person probably doesn't understand, but I think you would probably understand to a degree, is you start doing things for the sake of doing a video versus something that you actually want to do. And I've also ended up in a cycle where basically I have one weekend of prep and the following weekend of filming, wash, rinse, repeat. And it's been like that for like 4 years or whatever. And if you followed me on, I think you followed me on Twitter about a month or so ago, you might have seen some photos I put up about me doing some landscaping in the backyard. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember that or not. And it's the first time in years I've actually taken time off work and not done YouTube projects. And I was sitting there just kind of going, I really enjoyed that. And I really enjoyed having the time and not having to worry about doing a YouTube video. And there's all these other things I really, really want to do with my time. I want to get one of those motorcycles restored. I actually wouldn't mind getting a classic car and restoring it. Might actually end up on YouTube. Who knows? So I did a kind of a big, long, rambly video to my patrons. Everyone really understood. If the eagle-eyed of you may have noticed that my last couple of videos didn't actually mention Patreon in the end of the video. So there you go. You heard it here first. Well, unless you're a patron of mine. Breaking news. It's not that I'm going to disappear, and I'm certainly not going to disappear from the community. But yeah, I would like a little bit of my life back.
That's a brave step, and it's a difficult thing to do because the pressure to keep releasing is just enormous, and it's something that I've fought against, in my own YouTube journey a lot. But it's almost inevitable that you will get caught up in I have to release a video a week.
It is. I mean, and I've got like I said, I've got a shed full of computers that I bought purely just to do a video on. And there's computers out there I just don't actually, I hate to really say this, but I just don't really give a shit about. Like there's ones where I kind of go, hey, that'll be an easy video, right? But the other thing is like I'll then drop $300 or $400 into that project to make it work. And then it just sits there and collects dust. So the other thing I'll be doing is thinning the herd a little as well. I'll still hang on to the stuff I really, really love. but yeah, I want some of my weekends back. There's other things I want to do with my life. I want to be able to spend more time doing things with, Jess has basically become like a YouTube widow. And so, yeah, you heard it here first. I'm not disappearing. I'm just taking a bit of a back step for a while.
Well, good on you. I'm actually I'm really proud of you for taking that step. That's it can't be easy. I honestly understand that.
Yeah, it's not. And I hope you look, and I'm glad you understand, and I hope other people in the chat understand.
People are
like
saying,
I said, I'm not disappearing.
Mr. Lurch's things, it would be a shame to see you go, mate. I love your videos.
Yeah, like I said, not completely disappearing. And as Lee said, just release a video when it's finished, not try to feed the YouTube algorithm. And that's true. The difference, and this is something I said in my Patreon video when I told my patrons this. It was really just it was basically a 10-minute video of me saying it's me and not you. It's me, it's not you. Is that
you okay, hun?
Yeah, as soon as the downside of Patreon is you end up with at least I did, a mindset of these people are paying me to like entertain them, right? I've got to keep that going. And that's, at least that was always what happened to me, at least. It may not be for everyone. And look, and most of my patrons then turned around and went, no, it's fine. Yada, 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 yada. I'm just like, no, as long as it's there, it's a pressure on me to keep creating. And I've started creating videos that, I mean, I enjoyed for the most part. They're not bad videos by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm just not that passionate about some of the stuff that I have produced over the last 12 months. And so, yeah, that's kind of where I found myself. Yeah, I'll still be around, not disappearing, but yeah, that's kind of where the future of my channel's kind of heading at the moment.
Ride. I've not looked at any of the notes I made for yours. I wanted to know about your shed. So now that it's going to be, if you're starting other projects, you can let that get, it doesn't have to be a studio anymore.
No, well, that's true. I think what will make the biggest difference is when I do actually start selling off a bunch of stuff that I don't really, really need to keep.
Yeah.
But okay. So my last couple of videos, you may have noticed that I've actually filmed in here in the office. You've probably noticed that.
Yep, I did. There's a couple of things I noticed about your channel.
I can't film in the garage at the moment.
Sorry,
I can't film out in the shed at the moment. It's too much of a mess.
Oh right, okay, that's fair enough. I like this studio setup that you've got. Your office setup is a fantastic backdrop.
Oh yeah, I like it. You can only see part of the collection. So this isn't a big room, but hand on heart, I've actually run out of wall space to put shelves up for more toys. So to my left here, there is like a wall of Transformers.
Are you going to spread into another room for them, or?
No, I've gotten better at looking at my toy collection and kind of going, right, I'm not really into that anymore. And it gets packed away or sold. I've actually got 2 huge tubs in the other room at the moment, which are ready to be boxed up and put on eBay or whatever. So I'm pretty good at kind of turning over my toys, I guess. There's certain stuff I'll never ever sell. You can't see it in picture, but like I've actually still got my like original Star Wars figures from when I was a kid. They're just still down here. You might see, I think you can see that. You probably recognize these?
Hang on, let me make you bigger. That's not me. That one. Go on.
Can you recognize these? Those 2 shelves?
Yeah. Are they Action Men?
They're Action Men.
Ah, there. See, I grew up with those.
Yeah. I didn't. Only the rich kids had Action Man because they were really expensive here in Australia. And really they were just that everywhere. They were just that like 2 or 3 years kind of before me, I guess. But again, I picked one up randomly at the Green Shed and that got me into Action Man, which then really got me into toy collecting as well. Kind of 7 or 8 years ago or thereabouts. So these have all been restored as well. As you probably can imagine, because like man, how they're all like really good quality cloth uniforms and stuff like that. It's what really set them apart from other action figures. Well, 40 years later, they're all tattered and torn and like, faded and all the rest of it. So I've actually done all the sewing and everything else on those as well.
One of my best childhood memories is I got the Action Man that came with a glider. It was like, I think it was a hang glider.
Okay. I think I know the one. I've got the one with the parachute. I don't have the glider one.
The parachute one as well. I had all the Action Men. It was an obsession for a number of years.
They're a great hobby.
Going over to the school fields with Jason and Marcus. It would have definitely have been Jason and Marcus. We'd built it all up and then trying to launch it. It was awful. It did not want to fly.
You can still pick them up for a reasonable price if you're willing to put a little bit of work into the restoration. So, I mean, a bit like me, I guess the last thing you really need is another expensive hobby. But
it's funny you should
do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Pick up a couple.
Snowy Snowden says, "Hey Lee," and I'm sure Jason as well. How do you pay for your projects apart from the ones that are sent?
Well, I actually don't get that many donate. I'm like, you're probably the same. You watch Adrian and you kind of go, screw you. He doesn't have to buy anything, right? He just gets given it all, right? I get very few donations. How do I afford it? I have a full-time job and no kids.
Oh, lucky you.
That's it, right?
What I do is I've always had a hobby. I've always had something that I focus, my free time on, something that, because I'm a full-time carer, and that's quite a stressful existence. And this is my escape. All of this is how I escape. And so I don't go out drinking and I don't go out socializing. I do all, I have real friends, honestly. I can show you their driving licenses. And I have them as trophies. But this is where my disposable income, it doesn't have to be a lot of money to do this sort of thing, but that's where it goes. I have been quite lucky with donations.
Well, you got that Apple II recently.
Sorry?
You got the Apple II that floored you.
You see it? So Rudy's
they can't.
Huh?
So I get the impression that they're really, really uncommon in the UK.
Very uncommon.
Okay, because they're quite common here.
This is the flip-flop thing with America. If we have the BBC Micro, they have the Apple II, and they want the
and everyone has a Commodore 64.
Yeah, everybody's got the Commodore 64 because it was like a plague. And let's have a quick look because we're running out of time and I need to go and have a wee. Matt's here from Retro Bits TV. Tough decision to make, but I 100% understand your position. I think lots of us have had the same difficulties considered it. Best of luck going forward, Mr. Lurch.
Oh, thank you. I think he's on, isn't he? A bit later on in the stream.
Matt will be on, quite a lot later, 9 o'clock.
Do you want to go take a whiz and I'll keep this lot entertained for a while?
Do you know what? I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Put me on full screen.
Oh,
I'll look at the chat.
Okay, brilliant.
And I'll sing a song. No, I won't.
I'm not going to put you on full screen, but I'm just going to do that.
No, that's
Is
fine.
That good enough?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Back.
I've got the chat down here, and yes, there's like a 20-second delay. Right. Rudy's YouTube videos do take a lot of time and money. However, everyone needs to balance their lives. Content creation should not be your whole life. Yeah, and that's true. And that's kind of been the problem. My life, it basically had become... So my full-time job, most of the people I think know I work at the University of Canberra. It can be an incredibly full-on, stressful job. I've got my own team. I've always got big projects running. and I'll get to the end of the week and I'm knackered. And basically I've started losing that balance, which is work, and life and YouTube. Because after a while, YouTube almost becomes a second job for the time and the effort that you have to put into it. Yes, Mark, you can go take a whiz too. That's fine. Dudley from Yesterday, I've never seen an Apple II in real life, for instance. I actually really like the Apple II. I really like the architecture of it. If you compare it to the other machines that came out at the same time, so the TRS-80 and the Commodore PET. Now, I love the Commodore PET. It's the most awesome looking computer in the world. But just the idea of just having those expansion slots in the computer, like what we expect now, I mean, it's just brilliant. And the software library is amazing. There's some awesome games. Apple II is great. My personal favorite is still the 2C, which is funny because it's the one that isn't expandable, but it's got enough jammed into it that you don't really need to expand it. And it's cute little 9-inch screen. I love that. I love that that one. And I might even still have a video on that coming out. Snowy Stodren, love you, Mr. Lurch. Oh, thank you. Tim Gilbert's finally saw an Apple II when he visited the cage. They are very unusual. Yeah. Yes and no. I guess I say no because I've seen them.
Hi, Jason.
Hello. Wait. There's someone coming through audio.
Hang on.
Hey.
To say hello.
Hello, Thomas.
Jason.
How are you?
Yeah. You okay?
I'm good. It's like 11 o'clock at night here, but it's fine.
Good.
I've drunk lots of coffee.
Australia.
Yep, from the other side of the planet.
Oh, wow.
Thomas,
It's going to be a really expensive phone call.
Thomas did such a good job on the stream with Neil. I thought he'd on the video with Neil. I thought, and he upstaged me so many times.
Is that video actually live?
Yes,
it is. It is live now, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
I watched it when it went to Patreon.
Right.
Yes, Thomas, you did awesome. 2 thumbs up.
I am amazing.
Right, I thought you could come and say hello, but right, I'm going to say goodbye now because I've got to say goodbye to Jason.
Nice to see you, Jason.
All right.
See you, Thomas.
Bye, mate.
Okay, be careful going out.
See you soon.
All right, I'll see you later.
Jason.
That's my boy.
Did you get your whiz?
Oh, thank you for that.
That's okay. Well, it's just having a bit of a chat in the chat. Yeah, that's about right. Anyway, your next guest is probably waiting in the wings.
He is. It will be Lee Smith is coming up now. So thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate that, and thank you for covering for me. And
that's okay.
It's been brilliant.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Everyone donate, links down in the description, etc., etc. See you in the next one.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
I got to work out how to leave.
There's a big red button somewhere. Get out.
I'm trying. I don't know how.
I can probably.
Oh, there it is. It's the hang up button.
There you go. Who knew? Whoa, he was great. What a lovely man. Thomas is getting some calls in the chat. I will screenshot those and show him later. So Lee, if you want to join now, I think I gave you the link. Let's just check. I did. Here he is. Let me just copy your thing into the chat, into the OBS. The only downside of this is some of it is a bit manual. I can hear you now. Yep, there you go.
Fantastic.
There we are. We've got a Lee Smith from Lee Smith's Workshop. Everybody, go and subscribe to his channel because he's one of the cleverest men that I know, and I know some very clever men.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm not.
He really is, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But I'm gonna show you, or I'm gonna demonstrate how clever some of the men I know are. I know some clever ladies as well, but in particular these two men, Marcus and Jason, my oldest friends, are both highly educated people. Jason in particular, I don't know Marcus. Marcus does like web development, and he makes things like e-commerce stores from scratch. No, he doesn't use the off-the-shelf stuff. He builds his own things. Jason is a nuclear physicist. That's how clever he is. And I put Lee up there because he might not be educated in that traditional sense.
Yes, I've got the wig.
The newsreader on.
Yeah.
But I'm just moving you over a little bit and move me over a bit. But yeah, Lee's cleverness is in what he does with his hands. He's got some clever hands.
Yeah, I'm really good with my hands.
Actually, when we meet up, we're going to meet up at the cave in 3 weeks' time. I've got a bit of a stiff neck. You give me a little bit of a back massage.
Yeah. Can we get on our screen? Can we get rid of Mr. Lurch so that we're bigger?
He's gone on.
No, but I can still.
Yes. No,
I can still see him.
Yeah, he's gone. He should be gone.
But I can still see him. So we're small and his screen's big.
Oh no, that's because I've got a share screen thing going.
Right.
I wonder if I can change that. I think if you just click on one of the faces, it should. Yeah, you can make one of the screens bigger. There's a expander in the top right of one of the small windows. You got it?
Yeah, that's it. I made yours bigger, and then we're both big now.
There you go. And you've gone very blurry now. What's that? What's going on there? Don't know if that's a focus issue or if it's. Oh, there it's come back.
Yeah.
It might be because you defocused it.
Yeah, I don't know.
You might have to just put up with small.
No,
right,
it looks better now. So it looks better.
Before we start, let me just thanks for joining me, mate. It's really kind of you
no worries.
To join in. I just need to update Neil's last update on the total is £5,637. We've got where is the have we had any more of those? Any more donations? Yes, there's been more. Oh no, that's just updated. The Evil Johnny was the last one. Oh yes, there have been more. So Duncan Styles. Duncan, what a lovely thing to do. Have you noticed how good? I mean, we edit a lot of videos.
Yeah.
Duncan's video editing on a podcast. I mean, when you don't need to do that great an edit on a podcast, to be honest. But what a brilliant job he does. Timothy Gilberts, thank you very much. And Evil Johnny, thank you. Loving the stream and love the channel. A great cause too. Thank you very much. Yeah, and Duncan says, well done. Looks like you're well on your way. And Timothy Gilbert says, good luck with the day and the auction. Sounds like a great scheme. It is. The befriending scheme is fantastic.
I never would have believed that it would have got as far as it has when you suggested that we do this.
No, I didn't. Sorry, Mike says he's still struggling with that audio. More if I make it. I had to turn my audio to max on my laptop to hear when it was just you, and now other lady is here. I had to turn it back down. I'm just going to change something.
So I think it is still the OBS, because now that I'm talking to you directly, you sound really good. But when it was on the stream, you were always quiet. So it must be OBS.
It is.
Yeah.
Let me just find the correct bit. Control room. There we go. I'm just going to turn myself down in the stream because I think that might be messing up the balance a bit. Hopefully, I'll try and keep my face in front of the camera. Yes, so Rudy's just asked, was the goal 4K? The goal was £1,500. That was the initial goal. And I always thought, I always thought we could achieve £1,500. I thought that would be a nice amount of money. So it was kind of a low risk. But then when we smashed through that in the first couple of weeks,
Yeah.
I decided to put it up to 4K. And at that point, I thought we should make it. But now it's just, I mean, we're £5,662, and I never thought we'd make 5K. This is Tim Gilbert says this is what we watch live streams for. Edited videos hide all the non-working magic. Yeah, double Lee. Nicely spotted.
Other Lee.
Other. I'll take that. You can be the real Lee today.
No, we're both other Lee.
It's Lee Corbett and Lee Barker. Says Lifeside Teddy Bear. Yeah, he knows his British comedy. Duncan is an editing genius, says Glenn. George Friday, Lee, kick some more gain in and turn up the treble. It's hard to hear you again. All right, let me just boost myself a bit more. Let's go. How about that? I can add some more boost if required. And no, someone else is saying no problem here. So Terry's got to go, drop out and go get food. Good luck with the stream. I'll drop in later. I'll look forward to that. Thanks, Tara. Happy food hunting. That goal of 1,500 was so humble at first. Now it's over 5K and more to go. Crazy. Thanks, Mike. Yeah. I did fix it once. I probably unfixed it a bit, Dave. One thing that we're quite good at as retro repairers, Lee, is unfixing things.
Yeah.
What do you reckon your ratio is?
What, to unfixing things? Well, the PC Engine is still sitting, not working.
Oh no, that's that one. Oh right, okay. So I was thinking of that PC that you had problems with a while ago, but the PC Engine is not working.
Yeah, the PC Engine stopped working as soon as I put it back in the case.
Oh no.
The 286, I never got that working as well.
The 286 you didn't get working.
Yeah,
I thought you did.
No, that was the one with the floppy drive stuff.
Ah.
The Amstrad 286 is working. It's just
right
there. Look, there's the Amstrad.
I'm not taking this out of the bag.
Yeah.
So Lee was really kind to send me something.
Sent you the Hue card.
He sent me a Hue card, which is basically the only thing I need to actually find out if this is working or not. But I have opened this up and had a look inside. I've sent some pictures to Lee. But the insides of that are pretty much immaculate.
Yeah. Does it mean that it's not going to have problems?
This is what I'm thinking, because I'm going to get all cocky and say, oh, yeah, that's fine.
So the biggest issue seems to be the ribbon cable that connects the board to the cartridge slot, because on the back of the cartridge slot is the actual system RAM.
Right.
So there's the system RAM, and then on the board is video RAM.
My plan. Oh God, that's too close to my face. My plan is to actually replace that ribbon cable with wires.
Well, I've done that. I've done that with a modern replacement.
Okay.
And
that fixed it?
It fixed because I've gone back to having the blank screen.
Ah.
So when I put it back in the case, if the board was like flexed a tiny bit, it would go off. And I brought the cable replacement hoping it would fix it, and it hasn't fixed it. So there must be a bad trace, a bad via, or the mod that I did to fix those cut traces. Remember how they had those traces that were cut?
Yeah.
Maybe one of those has come loose. So I just haven't had time to get it back on the bench.
I've lost. Where's my incognito window gone? What have I done? Oh, it was that one. Okay, let's put that one over there. Okay, I'm just going to get your tab up, your channel up.
So if you look at my oldest video on there, that's not actually my very first YouTube video, because I've got the DJ Legion channel.
Right, yeah. So you had DJ Legion first.
Yeah.
What? Oh, you're saying hi. Let me get the. Oh, you're still talking. Stop talking.
Yeah, it's my channel intro.
That's the workbench. That's what I want.
Yeah.
So you've got DJ Legion as well as this.
Yeah.
But DJ Legion was for basically for your repairs for what you do in your day job. So do you want to explain what you do?
It wasn't really my day job. That was just whatever I was doing. But it started out with converting old CDJs to MIDI. And then as I started to get more into doing the YouTube stuff, as we've all found, as soon as you go off what the initial people watch the channel for and you diverse, then they stop watching those videos. They're not interested. So the DJ Legion, I split. So that is the day job DJ repairs. Lee Smith's workshop was all of the other stuff that I was doing. So on my DJ Legion, I've actually got the where I build 3 arcade cabinets, which is one of the things that we first got talking about when we first sort of met on Twitter.
Yeah.
So I've got a full like 20 episode build series of making an Atari cabaret on the DJ Legion channel, which nobody watched. So I split that to the Lee Smith's workshop. And as I found on this one, the people watch this channel because of the Atari videos and all the other stuff they don't watch. But I'm not splitting it again.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. And it's part of that thing that I was talking about with Jason.
I've passed caring now. I'm making videos on what I want, and they come out when they're ready. I'm not trying to keep to a schedule.
Absolutely, and that's the healthiest thing you should do, and your videos will be better because of it.
Yeah, so I'm not going to release something until I'm happy with whatever it is, and I just flip between whatever I'm interested in. That was literally in the description. The channel is whatever I'm currently obsessed about, because I get really deep into things and they kind of take over.
So the way I approached YouTube, especially at the start, it kind of has drifted away from that a little bit now. I wanted to share what I was doing. I didn't want to make instructional videos. I didn't want to make a video, this is how you do this thing and these are the steps to follow. I wanted people to share the experience that I had and the enjoyment that I got from doing the thing.
I for some reason, I tend to make instructional videos explaining the things that I've made. It just, like, I've got the how to do the Spectrum Basic and loads of things like that. I just, that tends to be what I do.
But you've got the cleverness to do that. I and the patience. One thing I've noticed with you, and we speak
a lot. It's the patience.
Yeah, we speak a lot. We speak most days about our hobbies and what we're up to. And what struck me about you is that you will not let a problem go.
No, I will not give in ever. But that comes from my attitude with work as well. So when I was working, my history at work is basically like building PCs. That was, I would say, what I spent the most time doing. And I would just never give up on a problem. Never.
So one of your other jobs was you did a lot of soldering in one of your other jobs.
That was my first job, working on a PCB production line.
What were those PCBs?
CD jukeboxes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we made all the circuit boards, and then a company in Leeds called Sound Leisure actually made the jukeboxes. So we made the power supplies, the controllers, the displays, like all the different parts. We would make them.
That's interesting. It's something it wouldn't happen now.
No, and by the time I'd finished, we'd already moved on from hand soldering to flow soldering. So when I first started, there was like 10 of us all working, and everybody had the thing that they were good at. My friend Andy he had in his mind the position of every resistor, and there could have been 100 resistors on a board.
I bet he still does.
Probably does. He would just, like, the boss would come in the morning, he'd say, this is what I want today, and we would all go and organize the parts. He'd have all his tubs of resistors, he'd load them in by memory, and then I would be soldering the legs of the resistors and cutting them. And the guy next to me would do caps and sockets, and then as he went down the production line, the components got bigger. So that was it. And it would be a race. Like, I couldn't let him get ahead of me. I had to be keeping up with him as the next guy. And everybody just got so good at it that we just knew exactly how quick to make enough boards in a day, or how slow if we wanted overtime.
You stretched it out.
Yeah,
But,
we were just so good at doing that.
It sounds like good times though.
Well, going back to friendship, that was
Yeah.
like, we were all 18 and we worked all week together. And then Friday night, we would all go to the club. We would come in on a Saturday, barely slept, all of us, and we would all eat the smelliest garlic pizza on the Friday night because we knew the boss would hate it on the Saturday. And then we would get paid for doing overtime on the Saturday and then go back out again on the Saturday night.
Excellent.
So that was like, they were the best group of people, like just such good friends, and it was a really good environment to work in.
Brilliant. Are you still in contact with them?
No, I'm really bad at keeping in touch with friends.
What a
I'm really
terrible friend you are.
I move forward, and that's me.
It's a natural thing because people you get friendly with people because of a shared interest or a shared environment, and when you take that away, it's not always easy to keep going with those friendships.
Yeah.
And you'll know that the friends that you do keep from those times, where you've plucked out friends that stick with you, they're the good ones.
Yeah.
It doesn't make the other ones any worse for what they are.
No, but as you said earlier, the fact that life just moves on. Like Rosie was saying, it could be a year before you've like spoken to somebody, but it's not a bad thing. It's just life. Just you kind of go with the flow.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a quick look at the chat. There's a lot of chat going on in here. People are just talking amongst themselves.
Well, we rub it on.
I think Jason is asking for a live stream repair. No, I've done that, and that was great fun actually. But I'm not doing it today because I've just got too much on my mind.
Live stream repairs could be really dull because you just like head down trying to work a problem out.
And you need time to think about something and to research, watch someone else's video. I did the I did a Commodore 64 and a Spectrum 48K.
Yeah.
And then another Commodore 64 on one live stream, and that worked out really well just because I was so lucky to find the problems pretty much straight away.
Doing the opening and the initial checks on a live stream, that's interesting because you don't know what you're going to find.
Yeah.
But then, like, unless you can sort of, what you're going to do, a live stream could end up being really boring.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony Oz, for your just giving donation. Oh, thank you. That's Oz Retro Comp has donated. Let me find. Oh, it's there. See what the total is now. The total is £5,692.40p.
Wow.
And it's just gone up to £3,201.
What's the Metrum at the minute?
Shall we have a look? Let's see if I can find the right tab, and I will share my eBay page.
Yeah, I didn't touch anything at the moment. I'm just leaving it as it is.
The Metrum, I've got it here. Let's
NLK has said 680.
£680, yeah.
Wow.
So if anybody wants to make their own Metrum, all you need to do is to buy
so I've prepared some stuff.
You have?
Well, kind of, yeah. So you were talking the other day about like how I kind of got obsessed with keyboards.
Yes.
Which started with
the
Mr. case.
Bigger. Let me make you bigger. There we go.
So yeah, the Mr. case was the beginning. And I wanted the wedge shape classic computer for the Mr.
So and that then looks like a serious computer, that one.
Yeah, and I kind of become obsessed with making keyboards for computers for some reason. And I got so many keyboards, but that was why it started.
I think you should. You need to adjust the insides of that so it can take a 48K keyboard.
Inside, it's split up in ways so that you could put it on a smaller printer. So you couldn't really do it. But that was the beginning.
So you could print that on something like an Ender 3.
Yeah, it was designed to be printed on a Prusa Mini.
All of Lee sells his patterns on. Oh, look at
So
that!
this is my Mectrum.
So you've done a Clive there, and you've got your own white one. Is that like a silvery color?
But this one is a ZX0. So this is a Raspberry Pi based emulator.
Oh, you've changed the back so that it's all one slot now.
Yeah. If
you look at my one,
because
I say my one
because that's what's inside.
Oh, nice.
It's a small board with a Raspberry Pi Zero.
I quite like one of those.
Yeah, so there's no edge connector, so that's why I changed all the back.
Yeah, but you completely redesigned because this bit here is part of this top section.
Yeah, so I for this one I just removed it all.
I think that's better.
But then obviously there's no expansion on this, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that one's mine.
What what's it called? The thing inside there again?
ZX0.
The ZX0. So is it just ZX Spectrum or can it do other things?
No, it's just ZX Spectrum. It's basically Fuse, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it could do most of the models, but
well, it's a Raspberry Pi, so you're bound to be able to do other things.
Yeah, but then they've moved on now, so a lot of them are now Pico. So the newer versions are using Pico to do the same thing.
Dave says, I think Lee could make money making mechanical keyboard replacements for Amigas.
Doing keyboards is such a pain in the arse. Anybody that surely Dave knows he's just finished all that work on the Atari keyboard. How much work goes into keyboards?
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's literally got so many moving components.
Yeah.
They are an absolute pain in the arse. It's my least favorite thing to fix.
So this is a Mectrum that I finished that's basically ready for sale.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice one.
Yeah, and I designed a stand for it as well.
Fancy.
So that just goes like that.
And can we buy the stands on your shop?
The stand will be on printables just for free.
All right, so you can print your own stand. Whoever wins the Mectrum, I don't know who's winning that so far. I'm not looking at the names until the end because I just get too excited. I think the first thing you really want to do is print yourself one of those stands because it's going to be something you want to display.
Yeah.
Hello, Taz. How are you?
So then, if we've been talking about first computers.
Ah, right. So this is where you started. I knew this.
So this isn't my first computer. This is actually one of the computers I repaired. I think, is it the first repair on the channel?
Oh, you reckon that was your first repair on the channel? Let's have a look.
I think it was the first repair on Lee Smith's workshop.
Share this tab. Or browser. Yes, look at that.
Yeah.
There it is.
But that was actually taken off the DJ Legion channel. And on the DJ Legion channel, I had loads of other repairs. I've got Commodore repairs and BBC Micro repairs and Commodore hard drive, floppy disk repairs.
You've got a couple of videos on the Acorn there. Oh, and it's got teeth missing as well.
Yeah, that one was it was quite bad inside, and lots of keys were missing.
I found that really nice to work on when I've only fixed one of them, but
well, a massive part of that video was doing the keys because those Futabar keys you can pull the stems out and clean them all up. So
I hate fixing keyboards.
So then the Spectrum Plus 2, that was another one that needed a load of work on the keyboard. But I did the techno time lapse on that one, if you remember.
Yeah.
Where I did the time lapse to the music.
The only good thing about a Spectrum keyboard is that
small.
There's not many good things about them. It's a membrane, so you can just throw it away and put another membrane in. But like a Commodore 64, where you have to take all those screws out and all of the keycaps off, all of the springs out. The worst one actually is the C16 or the +4.
Right.
There's a tiny little spring in one corner on the top of the keyboard that connects the ground on the keyboard to the ground in the case.
Yeah.
And you open it and that just goes ping, and it's gone forever. I ended up having to order some of those. I keep hitting my glasses on this microphone. Ross says he never watches live TV now unless it's sport. No,
I don't watch TV.
Either. No, don't watch TV. I'll watch, streaming stuff occasionally. I've been really, and I know you're going to cringe now because I know you hate this show. I've been really getting into Foundation.
Well, yeah, I'm a big fan of the books, and I just thought that they went in the wrong direction. And I know I'm not the only person that watched the first few episodes, went back and read the first book, and thought, "What on earth are they doing?" I know I'm not the only person to think that, because I've had that conversation with somebody.
Mate, I'm going to ask you to go back through. I've just had a small emergency just happened in the house.
Yep.
Can you go through some of the chat and answer some questions? I'll be back as quick as I can.
Yep, no worries. Do you want to make me big?
I'm going to make you big.
Make me big.
He's the big man. Let me make you big.
So I've kind of caught up with the chat.
I'm just going to put you in the middle. But yeah, go back because I missed loads of stuff.
Thank you. Wish we could afford the next. Might have to get an Ngo. I actually did have an Ngo. They're very nice boards, and I did design a case because I've got the keyboard from Manuel, and we were looking to sell those, but never happened. So yeah, the Ngo and the Spectrum Next running at 28 megahertz. That ZX0. I actually managed to get the Spectrum running at 1,000%, and it was totally couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't even work out how to get it back to normal. Yeah, 80%. We desolder on the beaches. Presumably spend Sunday cosplaying a puddle. Yeah, but so it's not like drinking now when I'm 52 and I haven't had any drink for 10 years now, but when you're 18 you just drink and it just doesn't bother you. It's like when I was a full-time DJ for 10 years, and I think I was in my 40s, and I was working with all the 18-year-olds. I just couldn't keep up with them. No way. So we would all do on a Sunday night, we would do industry night, and they'd all be back to work on the Monday morning, and I would be taking time off till Tuesday. Need another live stream cabinet build. So yeah, that's what you're looking at, isn't it, Lee? The shooter cabinet.
Yeah.
I still got that coin door.
Live stream cabinet build.
But I've got that coin door still.
Oh yeah.
I actually have an arcade CRT.
The one thing I regretted not fitting to my pinball machine actually is a coin door, but I couldn't fit it in.
So I had my first arcade machine was an old Tato, and it was basically the same cabinet as Space Invaders.
Right.
So I've still got a lot of the parts from that.
Dave watched 2 episodes of Foundation. Watch no more. It's brilliant. So good.
So are you watching the second season?
I've watched all of it.
Yeah.
It's not if you separate it from the books.
You have to.
Yeah, it's inspired by the books. It's not. It's
inspired by the books from the title.
Yeah.
That's it. Like that whole Emperor Cleon thing. That's nothing to do with the books.
No. I love the books. I grew up with Asimov. And,
well, somebody introduced them to me, and I started with the actual. I followed it through, and I read the robot short stories, and then I love all of the murder mystery books, like the 3 books with the detective and Daniel. the robot,
Yep.
the human-looking robot, and then you follow that on, and you just keep going, and then eventually you get to Foundation.
Yeah, fantastic. They are brilliant. Yeah, sorry about that. What happened there was it's now lunchtime, and our routine during the day, because my other son, my youngest son, Jack, Thomas's brother, is autistic, and he hates any routine changes, and it's going to be difficult enough for him to cope with me not being there because I'm always there. So he's going to give his mum a hard time. But the other thing we do is we sit down and we watch. They'll be watching Clarkson's Farm or something like that, or but we during the day we watch Taskmaster at lunchtimes, and so we're laughing along, and Jack really likes that interaction with us. And what happened was the Amazon Fire TV stick decided just to crap out and not work.
Oh dear. It's probably you using up all the bandwidth.
Yeah, probably is actually. This is 12 megabit stream, so
Dirk Gently TV series was really good. I like that.
I now see, for the same reason that you don't like Foundation,
I haven't read the books, so that's why.
And my Douglas Adams is what I grew up with, even more than Asimov.
Yeah.
I've got so many memories of reading the Hitchhiker stuff, and then I obviously I migrated into the Dirk Gently stuff as well, and I love his writing. And for what they did with that is obviously a great TV show, but I'm so hurt by it because it's something so precious from my youth.
Have they gone down the route of the monks with the technology? Have they gone that far?
Monks.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've only been able to watch a couple of episodes of it. It hurts me too much to watch it. And Jason, my best friend Jason, he's a number of times, because he's the guy that recommends shows to me. He will say, "You need to watch this," and he's always right every single time. He's said to me recently, "I don't really like football or soccer, as people outside the UK will call it. I don't watch football. I don't support a team. I'll watch some of the World Cup, if we do well." And Ted Lasso, he said, "You need to watch Ted Lasso," which
I
is
haven't watched that.
You need to watch Ted Lasso.
I've heard lots of good people say it's good.
I watched the first episode and I thought, well, it's funny, but it's all about football, isn't it? And then just because I didn't have anything else to watch, I put the next episode on.
Yeah.
And then I was hooked. And I said to my wife, "You need to watch this." And she said, "That's all about football, isn't it?" And I said, "Well, watch the first episode with me and see if you like it." And she's like, "No, it's about football. I don't really like it." And then I look like about a week later, I'm sitting down having a dinner on my lap on a tray, watching a bit of Ted Lasso, and she's come in and sat down and started watching, and she's wetting herself laughing. It's so funny. It's absolutely just the best telly.
The last TV show that I watched one episode, and then I found it was 6 o'clock in the morning, was The Boys, the first season of The Boys. I watched that first episode and I'm like, this is awesome. And I just watched all of it.
That is such a good show.
Yeah.
There's so much good TV, but and there's so little time. Right. Use a towel. So that's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference there from Snowy Snowden.
So I want to go back to Julian. Can we modify the Superfo keyboard to add a proper spacebar? I know a lot of people have asked about that, but it's possible, but I just don't want to do it.
Did you see Neil's face when I said to him,
press the spacebar? Well, I am trying to do the Spectrum Plus keyboard. I've been working on that for ages.
Yeah, it's not an easy one because it uses a completely different way of.
Yeah, and I've managed to blow up one Spectrum that you've got, trying to get one working.
Right, actually, that's a good point. So the auctions are all ending today. What time is the next one?
When's the first one end? It's still a while, isn't it?
The first one ends at 3:30.
Right.
The Harlequin board.
Yeah.
Let's give that a little bit of a plug. Let's give that a little bit of a plug because we might be able to get more. This was sent in by Phil Sands. Oh, I need to actually show you what I can see. This was sent in by Philip Sands, along with a mint inbox Spectrum as well. That's also up for sale today, and it's a fully built Harlequin 128 issue 2D, exactly the same as inside the Mectrum. And I've tested this, and it's fantastic. He put together such a good ROM set in this. Well, where have you gone? You've disappeared. What? Let me just check something, Lee, because you're not on the stream. Let's go
Still
back.
connected.
It's still there. Why have you disappeared from there? Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong one. That one. Yeah, he made such a good job of this. He's got things, ROMs that I didn't find on here.
Yeah,
I actually copied it off of there and put it into the Mectrum. So it's got exactly the same ROM image on there, and
right.
He's got things like there's 9 tails. It's like a dev thing, and the a arcade game construction kit ROM basically. But yeah, he's done a really good job of this. It's I've given all of the soldering a thorough inspection, and yeah, he's done well. But that one is going to end at 3:30. So
right.
And that's still cheaper than it would cost you to buy a Harlequin from Bite Delight.
Yeah.
So value for money, that one, and a good place to start if you want to put a Mectrum together.
And they could buy a case from my shop.
Yeah, buy a case from Lee, and buy that Harlequin, and away you go. So yeah, the one that I wanted to show. The Mectrum away for a sec, and go back to workbench. Lee sent this over, half a case.
Well, that was it. That was why I made the Mectrum, because I brought faulty Spectrums that didn't have keyboards.
Loads of them about, so yeah, it's a good idea. But this one, it needs to be repaired. I can't remember what the fault is. I think the ULA.
It was pressing keys even when there was no keyboard connected.
Right. Yeah, and it's like it's a ULA fault, but I've put another ULA in here, and it does exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So there's something else.
So I damaged that trying to make the plus keyboards.
Right. Okay. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but I'll get to the bottom of it. I'll find out. But this is it's actually a good starting point. It's already got the switching regulator in it. All of the memory looks. Which tests fine, by the way.
Well, that was because I used these in my Spectrum diagnostic videos, if you remember.
Ah, yes,
and
I do remember that.
They actually had faulty ULAs in the first place.
Ah. Right, so that is going to be refurbished. I will put that into another case that will be complete.
You see how it's got the hologram sticker on?
On here?
Yeah, that was because I brought that ULA from eBay to fix it.
Oh, right. I thought this was one of my ULAs because it's got the silver Sharpie on it, but that must be you.
No, with the hologram sticker, that's one that I brought. Because I brought 2. I brought I've still got the later one in my current one.
Right. So that's going to be made complete. I've got I think it's this one. It might be this one, it might be that one over there. Yeah, it's that one over there. But it's again a box with this is from Neil NLK Media. Neil, who donated the box and manuals, all the power supplies in there. But I will change the power supply. That's going to be another box Spectrum. That will be going up once it's repaired. That will be listed, and I'll put all of the proceeds into the pot. At the end, how are we doing? Currently £96.71 bid on the Harlequin, so that we can definitely do better on that one. Too much leave for us to handle. Hello, that's Goldfish on Games, who's on at 4 o'clock. After Jan Bater, who's on next, and there's Jan Bater in the chat as well. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Jan.
Been lurking for a while now. Sorry, Lee?
I said hi, Jan.
Ah, right. So I have to keep the volume really low on there, but when I'm shouting at the mic because no one can hear me, I can't hear you when you talk. Oz Retro Comp says the original Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy radio series was great. I remember borrowing the tapes from the library back in the day. Yes, I remember back in the day recording the TV show onto my tape deck. I got a few years before I got a tape deck similar to this. This was a big thing back in probably 79, 80. This was like the Christmas present to have. And that's what I got for that Christmas. And I would sit next to the little black and white television in my bedroom. Well, it was a shared bedroom with my brothers. And the show would come on. And I would hit play and record and sit there quietly watching the show and recording the whole thing. That was that's a deep and burnt in memory, that is.
Yeah. I kind of was thinking about Friends back in the day, and did anybody else do this? So I had my Electron, but then eventually I got a Spectrum. So there was 7 or 8 of us that all had Spectrums. Nobody had Commodore. We all had Spectrums, and each week we would all talk at school about what game, and we made sure that nobody brought the same game, and then everybody would swap. Like the game would circle around all the friends, and then we all had like boom boxes so that we could copy the games, and that was how we all got games. That's what we did.
We didn't have boom boxes. It would often be brothers that had Amstrad hi-fis with 2 tape decks.
Before I had my boombox, I would pester my next door neighbor because he had a dual tape deck.
Dual tape decks was the thing. Yeah. That's what you needed.
We had downstairs. We had this like console. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, rather than being a stacking hi-fi, it was like a long kind of like box with the lid that folded down.
Yep. That was basically a sideboard. It was furniture.
Yeah, but it wasn't a sideboard. This was like one that would sit on the top of something.
Yes.
So
I think they kind of evolved from the
sideboard.
From a sideboard, it would be like a big cabinet, long cabinet with a record deck inside it and somewhere to keep all your wax cylinders.
Yeah. So I was heavily into hip hop at that time, so I had all my hip hop vinyl.
I was more into Dire Straits.
Right.
And The Jam. Who else? Oh God, I used to listen to. I mean, those were the better ones, the ones I'd admit to now. But I used to listen to some terrible music back then. I can remember really getting into Wham. Yeah. Before they turned into a joke.
I was into Ice-T and NWA.
Oh.
But also Run DMC and Beastie Boys and all that stuff.
Current total is £5,717.69. Thank you, whoever made up the pence to 69. Nice.
If you wanted to be popular at school, you made sure that you had a boombox so that everybody would bring you their games to copy for them.
Yes. Absolutely. Right. So where is it? Hello, Rosie. My cat's here. Rosie. She's very unsociable, so I'm not even going to bother trying to get her on camera. If I pick her up, she'll just eviscerate my arms. She killed a pigeon yesterday, or mostly killed it. I think it.
But they bring them to you as a gift, don't they?
No, she just sat there in the garden, like staring at it. She'd already. No, I don't want to talk about that. Right, so still into Dire Straits. No, that's Mark. Dire Straits are classic, brilliant. Mark Knopfler's guitar playing is still, I consider him one of the greatest of all time. Saltire is here. He's been around since the very, very beginning. I knew him before I started doing YouTube, and he was one of the people that encouraged me to actually start making videos. When I was, I'd done, how long have we got? We've got 12 minutes. I was sharing all my stuff on Twitter in long Twitter threads. In fact, I was sharing my stuff in not Threads. So I would just like share a picture of something that I'd been working on, and then a little while later I'd share another one, but it wouldn't be a thread. And he told me off for not putting them in Threads.
I told you off for not putting numbers on them as well.
Yeah, I'm not doing numbers. You can work it out yourself. You don't need me to.
I know, but you know how Twitter doesn't show them in the right order.
Yeah. So yeah, he was one of the first ones that got me going, and he encouraged me to start making videos. So this is basically all his fault.
Right.
That his name is Doug, and he's a lovely guy, and yeah, he, like I say, he's been there from the beginning. And there is money for nothing is how any loud stereo should be tested. Yes.
I love that video. I love that video because it was all 3D.
Yeah. I created Polygon 3D.
Yeah, I like at that time I loved anything that was like computer graphics and 3D.
The best album that I liked from them was Alchemy, the live album.
Right.
Fantastic. Right. Is Adrian in the chat? I've seen someone at him.
No, I think there was somebody else called Adrian.
Oh, a different Adrian.
Yeah. Adrian Beelby.
Yeah, the Harlequin is now up to £122. Thank you, whoever's bid on that. That's amazing. It's now. I just want. What are you doing, Rosie? Don't eat that. There's nothing in here that's edible, but she just finds things to eat. Now, yeah, I just wanted everything to sell for more than its value. As long as it does that, then it's good.
I think the Mectrum has definitely done that.
I think it has. Well, it's the star of the show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rasputin said, why does the Harlequin board have so many chips on it? I think someone has already answered him.
Because they broke down the ULA into discrete logic.
Yeah. Right. Polymat is here. Polymat is a new YouTube channel. I think if you searched on new to me YouTube channel, someone that I've recently become
the one that did the battery.
With. The battery restoration on an IBM ThinkPad.
Yep.
Really super popular video.
I remember seeing that when that first came out.
Yeah, he's done really well. He's not got that many videos out, but he makes some really good stuff, and I predict his channel is going to be huge. He's already rocketed past me.
It wasn't that long ago that me, you, and Rosie were basically like neck and neck chasing after, and then you both just went straight past me.
Yeah, but I mean, we do different things, don't we?
Yeah, and like I said, I've stopped caring about what I do and trying to do a schedule. I just do what I want.
The number one person you're trying to please
shouldn't
be the viewer, should be you. Because then you're making stuff that is more about you. 30 minutes. Oh, hang on. Rasputin says UKIB's lol. Tubular Bells is the greatest album ever recorded. I remember going on a school trip. That's really weird how that's tied up to France on a coach.
Yeah.
In middle school, so I would have been somewhere between 10 and 13. Around about the same time as the Spectrum was about, and I was reading on the coach The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and my friend I don't remember who it was, had a Sony Walkman, with the foam, metal headband headphones,
orange
and
pads,
was listening to Mike Oldfield's Tubular Bells, and who was the one who did all the synthesizer stuff?
Jean-Michel Jarre?
Yeah, Jean-Michel Jarre.
My dad had a lot of his albums.
Yeah, I bet. £146 now on this Harlequin.
Wow.
I think that's still good value because the kit is 100 and something pounds.
But that, like you say, that one isn't a standard one, is it? It's got the. Oh no, it's not the one with the Div MMC. That's the one you took apart.
Oh yeah, no, that's a different one. One day I'll do something with that.
Yeah.
This is a proper. Right. Rudy's retro intel. I need to give Rudy a mention. We've got 5 minutes.
You must have a badge somewhere.
Because I mistakenly in the one of the videos said, this sorry, I'm going to rustle. This diagnostic cart, this goes with the Metrum.
Yeah.
I said it's from Bite Delight, which it is. It's a Bite Delight product, but Rudy purchased this and sent it to me for the auctions. So Rudy's Retro Intel is another channel everybody should check out. He's a kind of down-to-earth guy that really enjoys weird and wonderful.
And he sent you that apple.
He's the one who gave me the apple too. Sent it all the way from Canada.
Crazy guy.
You know, what am I going to say? That was from a live stream, so
I know. And when he said I'm going to send it to you, we were like, that's going to cost a fortune.
You were in that live stream, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so nice. I still have not plugged it in and turned it on yet. Because all this has taken over, I've not been able to.
And is that 110 volt or 240?
110.
Right.
But it's a really easy fix. It's just basically a link wire. And it turns it into 240. Right, so what have we got going on here? We've got 77 people in the chat, and we are up to sorry, it's right behind the camera. Fresh £3,201 donated, which is 80% of the target on its own without all of the auctions as well.
Amazing.
That's incredible.
Everybody,
you are amazing.
Yep.
And everybody that's helped me along the way. Oh, Dave says the Metrum is priceless. I agree. That one in particular has been brilliant. I want to show you something. This is the kind of support. So this is one thing. This is Nigel. You're a friend of Nigel's. Nigel's Workbench. He made a game, and he's printed it up and made a label for the cassette. It's not all new, but it's a new game that he programmed himself called Battleship by Nigel, and he's wanted that included with one of the lots.
So I just need to answer Mike DX. The Harlequin, the only thing that's different really, if it's different on the back I/O port, but they designed to fit in the rubber key case. So anything that fits in the rubber key case will fit in the Metrum.
There we go.
And if you don't have the right I/O panel, I can design you one. The one that Lee's got now, we spent a few hours tweaking that to get it perfect.
He, like I said, genius. Another thing that came through the post, I showed these on one of the update videos, but I wanted to show them on here. These are limited edition games from the Midnight Brew. This is Alan Turvey. So he made these games.
Right.
And look at these cassettes, Lee.
Wow.
Look at that.
Wow.
Let me just zoom in a bit. They
Very
are
nice.
Gorgeous. That's not a sticker. It's like texture. I don't know how they've done that.
Silk screen?
Must be. But they're brand new cassettes, brand new cases. And these ones, they're not signed. Apart from these ones by Andy Johns has signed his two. He made two of these. This one and this one. So they're signed. But all of these ones by Alan, they're all numbered and limited edition.
Yep.
These, if you see him at Crash Live, if you go to that event and you win these, this is going to be part of one of the packages, so good luck. You can get him to sign them. He's offered to sign them. But yeah, they're really good games. That one, I've seen a video of that one. Roust is basically Joust.
Yep.
And it looks brilliant.
Yeah,
absolutely brilliant. I didn't know Spectrum could do that, but yeah, that's one of the things that
I haven't seen it. But have you seen that Spectrum game where they did basically like multicolors without the color clash?
Yes.
That was like what?
I don't ask me to explain that one.
I know.
They sent some badges as well. I'm going to mix these in with different auctions, just as like little surprise.
Yeah.
I've already said I might steal one for myself because it's all about charity. Brand new ZX Spectrum is at £579 now. What? That's this. I'm not saying that's I don't appreciate the money, but that's a ZX Spectrum.
Yeah.
What? I am really super proud of that one, though. I mean, the Metrum is amazing, and I know that you're very proud of it. But this is all me. This one. So yeah, I want this one. It's going to be a competition between the Lees now, between the Metrum and this one. And I think you're going to win. Right, so it's now 3 o'clock. I need to get Jan in, so I'm going to kick you out. Thank you very much, Lee.
That's always a pleasure.
You're a trooper, and you always help me whenever I need it.
Yep.
Let me find the right buttons.
So thank you, everybody, and carry on bidding. I'm going to be in the chat for as long as I can. At some point, I'll go home, and then I'll carry on in the chat at home.
I can't believe I've got to do this for another 7 hours. No, 8 hours.
Sign off as the week.
Cheers, mate. Oh, signing off. The weatherman.
Go and watch my videos. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, mate. I'll see you soon. Right, Jan, if you're in the chat, you can jump into with the link I sent you now. Yeah, just to make sure. Oh, apparently I've gone quiet again. Oh, that was over an hour ago. Glenn, if you're still there, am I still quiet? Maybe I need to just do that. I might have messed something up on my microphone, but it's just going to have to be what it is. Right. Just reading some of the chat. Harlequin is £150, 30 minutes to go. So, we can do a countdown. This is going to be the first one to go. There is something in everybody's slots from now on. There are auctions ending in every slot apart from the 5 o'clock slot, which will just be me. Oh, fine. I'm not going to touch the audio anymore. I'm a bit quieter than my guest, but much better than it was an hour ago. I can. Oh no, I can't boost that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to touch it. Let's see how it goes. Let's see if I can find a Jan Beta for everybody. I'm just going to message him. There he is. 1 second, please. Are you ready to join? Got my notes there. Oh, where are the auctions? Can somebody put a link in the chat to my eBay account, please? Jan's having trouble logging in. That's okay. We can just have a look at the. Let's have. I might be able to find the eBay link now. Selling. I've got so many. The amount of windows I've got open is growing because I just can't be bothered to find the thing in the tab that I already have open. So I just open a new one. Okay. Hello. Oh, I heard a Jan. Hello. You made it. Well done. Let me just get you into the window. Oh no. Did you try turning it off and on again? Let's There we go. Hello, Jan. How are you?
Hi, I'm quite good. Just a little confused by Windows.
Technology is a scary thing, mate, and we shouldn't underestimate how difficult it is for the older generation to.
Yeah,
cope
that
with
would
these
be
things.
us, I guess. The older generation.
Can I? Which decade were you born in?
The 70s, late 70s, 78.
Late 70s. Oh, okay. So I've got 10 years on you.
Yeah, okay.
I was born in the 60s, man, when everything was like the magic roundabout.
60s were cool, I guess. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, I don't remember any of them, but I'm sure they were. I was not at Woodstock. Did you get the magic roundabout in Germany?
The magic roundabout? No.
No. Oh, okay. I'm going to ask this of everybody because
What's the
when
magic roundabout?
The Magic Roundabout was a children's TV show, which was basically written by someone on serious mind-altering drugs.
Okay, sounds great.
It was amazing. Oh, I can't find it now. I've put it. It's probably in here. Oh, sorry, bear with me.
Oh, I can click on this.
There we go,
Okay.
I found it. Have a look at this. Workbench, me and guest.
Ah, there you are. Nice. Looks psychedelic.
It is. It's got this little guy here is basically got no legs. He's just got a big spring, and he's called Zebedee, and he'll jump into a scene, and then it will say, and Zebedee appeared. That's can't remember her name, but that's Dougal. This guy is basically a drugged up hippie. This guy here, he just like, do you know Neil from The Young Ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He's basically that the whole time.
Nice.
Brian the Snail. It was totally messed up. Really was completely messed up.
It looks like the Beatles animation films or something like that. But
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds,
yeah,
basically.
something like that.
The Magic Roundabout was actually implemented in England's roads. What are you smoking? Excellent. Right, so a quick update on the total: £5,760 and 69 pence. Nice.
Whoa, that's nice.
Thank you very much, everybody. That is incredible. And that I can't believe that. I did not think we would get past 4,000. Well, I thought we might get close. I really did. Anyway, let's get back onto where are we? Just me and guest. Thank you for joining me, mate. I am honoured. You are one of the what I consider royalty of retro.
Oh no.
No, you are. I know you're going to be very modest about it, but I don't know if you realise what your channel means to the likes of me, especially us YouTubers that kind of jumped on the whole retro bandwagon a bit later. You've been around for a while. What?
Yeah, not that long. I think I started in 2016 or something. And then that was just the right point in time, apparently, to start a YouTube channel about retro computers. Actually, the first stuff I did was actually audio, hi-fi.
Oh, right.
Repair
yeah,
stuff.
I was going to be disparaging and say it was much easier for you back then because let's share the tab and everybody can see where you started. I want to show everybody where you started.
Oh God, the first videos, they are still on there, I think, but not
By
great.
the way, 51,000 subscribers. Well done. That's immense. But
yeah, and it keeps growing. Yeah, the first Sensui repairs, just with my phone, filmed with my phone, no clue about electronics at all.
I still don't.
No, me neither, really. Just good at pretending.
You're very honest about this sort of thing. That and I notice even someone like Adrian will often say, "I'm not an expert," and people assume that you are.
Yeah, people assume that a whole lot, and that's really kind of disturbing to me because I'm totally self-taught, and especially with computers. I used to be an audio guy, like an audio engineer,
Yeah.
And I could fix cables and stuff and replace burned components in amplifiers and things like that, but not like digital logic or anything like that. That's all. I started learning that in 2016, basically.
Wow. Well, you've done well. I was an electrician, so my cables
Okay.
I were big, lighting and things like that. So
that's quite different from what you do now on YouTube.
Yeah, I might as well have been, I don't know, a drain digger or something for all the help it's given me over these years. See, you've been looking at this 7 years ago. That was made.
Whoa.
And that's not bad. You look at some of some other people's first video from a long time ago, and they'll only have like 200 or 300 views. And you look at the next one along, your special inverse mailback, they've only got 834 views. That's done quite well. That
was a personal video, I guess.
Yeah,
with a German YouTuber that's half German, I think. The video even
half German.
I think I gave like a summary in English at some point or something, because I wanted the YouTube channel to be English from the start for the international.
You started doing all of the YouTube stuff in just English.
Yes, that was the plan initially, and then a German YouTuber that I was in touch with made like I don't know, you could win stuff from his channel, and I participated and got a box of stuff, and that's the unboxing of that, I think, the video. And I did that in German because his channel was German and he was much bigger than my channel at that point. Of course, I had like 2 subscribers, I think, or something. One of them was my other YouTube channel, maybe.
How big was his channel?
I think a couple of thousand at that point. I don't even remember
now?
I don't even remember who it was really now. It's so long ago. I think he stopped doing YouTube a while ago, a couple of years ago already. It was just like a hobbyist electronics channel that I liked watching. He didn't have any clue about anything. That was quite
I just like
nice.
The idea that you've completely drop kicked him out of the ring.
Yeah, now I guess now, yes, I did probably.
Do you get many any pushback for not making your videos in German?
Yeah, a lot actually. There's what I always get is the occasional comment where some German guy, presumably, comments how bad my English is, and that's only the German people that are commenting about that. So
Your English is amazing.
I'm pretty sure it is quite okay. I guess people can understand. I speak a weird mix of American and British accents, I guess. I don't know, but I think it's understandable at least.
The important thing in YouTube is being able to convey the point clearly, and to get across your emotions and your feelings and thoughts. You do that better than a lot of English speaking.
Okay, that's
YouTube
pretty nice to
English.
say of you.
No, it's absolutely 100% true. A lot of people saying hello to you in the chat.
Hey Chad, I try to get the chat window into my view here. I only my second monitor just broke when I set this up yesterday, so another fix for the channel maybe.
Are you down to one?
Yeah, I only have one monitor hooked up here. Or I have 2 hooked up, but the one is just blank and smoking.
I nearly broke this one yesterday because well, I think I've done some damage to it. I walked out for tea, go and get something to eat, and I came back in like an hour and a half later, and I'd left the image for this the thumbnail for this live stream full screen on there, which was like a yellow writing on a white background. Burnt
so you get the burn in.
Yeah, it's really, I can still see some of it now. Not a good look.
No.
Right, so I'm going to switch to your most popular videos now. Sony, an Xperia Z1.
Yeah, that's one of the really early ones as well. That was, I think, what propelled the YouTube channel. It was just sort of sheer luck. That was just a phone I found in the trash, literally. And then the battery didn't work, and I replaced the battery and made a little video about it. And that was, for some reason, really successful.
What? I see this. channels don't grow like this.
No, absolutely not.
They go like this.
After a point, I would say now the growth is like it's slowly growing, but slowly but steadily. But in between, it was total mayhem at times. Like I had some big jumps because I did the one thing that I did was that collaboration with all those YouTubers making like an Apple II with a Raspberry in it.
Oh, I didn't.
That was sent to everybody who was doing retro videos at that point, and then yeah.
Oh, you sent the machine between.
Yeah, the machine was sent, and everybody contributed it to making it a working machine. And the plan was basically to have a Raspberry with an Apple II emulator, and the keyboard was hooked up, the original keyboard, and I did the power supply stuff. I just put in one of those Meanwell power supplies. And I got a lot of criticism for that because I didn't really shield it, the high voltages. I didn't really take care of that.
What, insulation or?
Yeah, insulation-wise. It just didn't. There was just like a little plastic flap, and the Apple II you can just open it up without removing any screws or anything, and then you're just straight in the power supply, basically. It was a bit dangerous, but I didn't know better at that point in time.
What's the time? Oh, we've got 15 minutes to go before the Harlequin finishes. So
Ooh.
I'm going to grab that. There it is.
What's that at the moment?
It's at, actually, I better refresh it. £160, and it ends in 14 minutes and 7 seconds. Right,
okay.
Let's have a quick look at the chat because I can't ignore all of these lovely people. We've got 85 people in chat, which is lovely. Rudy's... Oh, no. Mr. Lee, I have a problem with 128K grey crap output. Any idea? I would love to be able to help you, Snowy Snowden, but I'm kind of busy at the moment. But yeah, I tell you what, actually, the best thing to do is, Jan, you have a Discord.
Yes.
One of the best things to do is to find, if you know that you've got a certain type of machine, and you know that, say, Jan is great with Commodore 64s, go and join his Discord and ask questions, because there'll be... Jan might not be able to help you, but I guarantee you that all of the other Commodore 64 expert repairers will be in there, and they will help you. It's the same on my one. I've got some excellent ZX Spectrum experts in my channel, some really good Amiga ones as well. So yeah, that would be the thing I would say you should go and do. Dave, Velociraptor Dave says, Jan Beta's English is beautiful. Lovely, calming voice. He's absolutely right. You've got a very calming voice. It's really relaxing to listen to. It's a friendly and approachable voice. That's a really good point.
Thank you.
It's not just about getting the words all in the right order.
Yeah, that's sometimes I struggle with that a bit.
Well, that's going to be difficult, especially for a native German speaker, because your words are complete. Everything's reversed, isn't it? It must be a very difficult thing to...
A lot of things are reversed.
His lips broken. I don't know what that means. Sorry, Neil.
Oh, that's my lips monitor. I had a Philips monitor, and I taped up the fill or the fee. So it's just said lips. And that was in many of my older videos. And now I have like a huge sticker that just says lips on my monitor, which is just, I think, an LG in real life.
Right. So a little bit of lore, some Jan Beta channel lore going on.
Yeah.
Bobus74 is Jan is the man. One of the first retro channels I subbed to when I started getting back into this whole thing. And when I started, I didn't get back into it. I just started beginning of the pandemic. Yours were one of the first videos. You and Neil and Adrian, I would say, are the three. Trying to think. Oh, Noel as well, who I didn't ask, but don't tell him I forgot. By the time I remembered, I'd filled up the guest list, so I couldn't ask.
Yeah, okay. There's so many now. It's just, it's awesome, kind of.
You four, were the ones that showed us the way. I think you are all the trailblazers that made it easy for the rest of us to get into this. So yeah, Jan is the man. Jeremy says, I can understand some Spanish, but that's as far as I go. Excellent. Ross Bennett says, not the lips.
No, the lips, the monitor I used is actually fine. That's the monitor I'm using at the moment. That's the old lips monitor. Safe. So it's all good. It's all good. Lips is all right.
You can stop panicking now. Chris's Retro Nook says, just love Jan's delivery and attitude to repair. Makes me feel like I'm in the cool gang watching him. Do you know, I think one of the things that endeared me to your channel was that I love the way you drill things. I mean, it's wrong and it infuriates me, but
legendary drilling, yeah. there's even a meme now of that of my. That was the meme is from the first Apple II video collaboration. Yeah, I drilled into the Apple II, which is quite a rare machine here, and the drill broke and yeah.
Oh my god!
That was not smart, but I don't have good tools still. I'm starting to have some good tools because I use them all the time now. But back then I had like a very cheap set of drill bits, and they were just crap. And that stuff happened.
I think I've come at this from the other direction, where I was more into the the tools. I started collecting tools before I started collecting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I had some like household tools, like a hammer and a wrench and things, but nothing that was specialized in electronics really, except for a really cheap soldering iron.
Oh god! Did you? Yeah. Which soldering iron did you start out with, or was it just the one on the?
It was just the one that plugs straight into the mains, and like a 15 watt, yeah, like the screwdriver tip thing, and I fixed like cables and stuff, so it was okay for that. It was totally usable for that.
I was speaking about one of my unlisted videos earlier and how I cringe at the soldering in that, but even that soldering iron was temperature controlled, but it just had like, you know, a dial.
Yeah, I had one of those at one point because they were really cheap, and I thought, yeah, temperature controlled is good, and then it's really not really temperature controld. Just
you just whack it up to the top,
yeah,
because your tip ends up all corroded and you can't melt anything with it.
It wasn't really good. But it was cheap. It was okay.
I got mine from Maplin. Did you?
Oh, I don't remember where. No, yeah, we can order from Maplin, I think, but it's always coming from Maplin UK, I believe. So we have to pay like customs and things. I don't know. I didn't do that for a long time, but I think I ordered from them a while ago, before the Brexit stuff happened.
Well, they've gone now. They've disappeared from our street. So I've really missed them. It was terrible. It was one of those stores where you go into and it would be not all great stuff, but if you needed something, you needed a certain type of resistor.
Yeah, they are all closed down. In Germany, there was Conrad was one of the last bigger stores that had like electronics components, single components. They all closed down now. I think they just have their online business is still around, but
it's funny how things have changed. We used to have I can remember when I was little, there was a hardware store in my local town in Sudbury, and it would be something out of the dark ages. You walk in there and it was just a wall full of drawers.
Yeah,
you would ask for anything, like any kind of size screw or washer, or you know, a certain kind of hinge or a knob to go on something, and the guy would just walk up to a drawer, come, you know, take it out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's the sort of thing that we really miss.
Yeah, those stores are dying, unfortunately.
Yeah, dead and gone, long gone. But now we've got Amazon, so
it's not quite the same, and you don't know what you're getting. You can't touch it before you get it, and a lot of that's crap. The electronic stuff you can get off Amazon is mostly crap. It's like a last resort kind of thing for me often.
It's not even a step up; it's a step sideways from AliExpress.
That's true.
I've got some ranting to do about AliExpress in the next slot with Goldfish, because it keeps making me buy things. Actually, I can't really. Can I show you? Is that going to reach? No, I better not pull it about. If I start pulling cables out, it's gonna. It's basically like a RetroTink 2X, but a different brand.
Oh, those clones that they made. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard.
really good.
Like, what's the guy's name who makes the RetroTink? Mike Chi?
Someone's
Is
going to
that
have
the
to say
RetroTink?
that in the chat. I
And
don't know.
he ranted about it on Twitter when I was still on Twitter. that there were those clones and the software was not upgradable. I think the firmware, you couldn't reflash the firmware. They did something wrong in the clone even.
Oh, right.
So
That
it
seems to
doesn't
work.
quite work as expected, as intended.
I wonder if they've fixed it since then, because it seems to really.
Yeah,
good
I don't
picture.
know. I have an original one of the old ones here, like the 2X, I think, is the original RetroTink thing with S video and composite and component.
Yeah, that's exactly what this one is. Has it got 2 buttons on the front as well?
Yes.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as this.
2 little tactile buttons here.
Oh, okay.
And it still works fine. It's nice. It's a nice device.
There you go.
Yeah, that looks similar, but it has a nicer and an on-off switch. Whoa, spared no expense.
No expense spent. Yeah, I was quite impressed. Very cheap as well.
Yeah, I guess the components are cheap, but
yeah,
the charged for the development, which is totally okay,
which is
I
the
guess.
bit they've stolen. It's such a minefield buying anything, because you buy something and you find out later that this design was stolen from someone, and you feel bad. Every German says that they do not speak English well and proceed to speak English well. That's from Baum Inventions.
I think there are a lot of people here who speak quite okay-ish English. I mean, at least in my generation, kind of. We had English at school from 5th grade, I think, all of us, and
French was the language that we were forced to learn, but
French, okay. Yeah, I had French like 2 years at school and failed miserably.
It's a difficult language for an English speaker to learn.
Also for a German speaker. It's just a difficult language. The pronunciation is so different, and Oh god.
Retro Robin says, "Hello all, loving the stream. I am a bit of a specialist in repairing computers. Myself, lol. Such an enjoyable thing to do. I also repair CRTs now. Do you dabble in CRTs, Jan?
Oh yeah, I did some CRT stuff. I actually just a couple of months ago now, I bought 2 old TV repair books, like the standard TV repair books in Germany. To get into that a bit more. I'm still super afraid of the high voltages and stuff like that. I don't dare, most of the time, I don't dare opening up CRTs. But somebody has to do it, so they are all dying. We have to save them.
Right, £170. We've got 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go.
Oh, that's going to go up to 250 at least.
You think?
If the usual eBay rules apply.
I don't think they do. I think
I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe a bit.
I don't know. This one's going to be the one that makes me excited for all the rest of the ones to come, depending on how, percentage-wise, this one goes above its actual value.
Yeah. I mean, it's already well above its value, isn't it?
Yeah. Like the kits from Byte Delight are about 100.
Yeah.
I think they're about 130, including postage.
Yeah. Okay.
To the UK. So yeah, we're quite a way above that. Let's see how it goes. Have you ever built Harlequin?
No, not yet. But I would love to.
You call yourself a retro YouTuber?
I know, but there's so many things to build. I built a Commodore 64.
Yeah, I was going to say you've done the Commodore 64. I haven't done
and a VIC-20, and I'm about to build an Amiga. So yeah, I'm covering the Commodore side.
I have I'm trying to think of his name. Peepo. Oh my god, the guy that did the Amiga.
Bob's Bits is his shop.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Peepo UK is his handle.
Yeah, Peepo UK. Yeah.
Who recreates the Commodore boards.
Rob. It might be Rob. Or Bob?
Yeah, Rob, I think is
Rob,
his street name.
Yeah, his meat name. He sent me a couple of Amiga 500 pluses.
Yeah,
So
nice. Yeah, he sent me one of those boards as well. So a purple one. So
I've got a purple one and a black one.
Nice.
And I've got 2 Amiga 500 pluses with battery damage.
Yeah, I got one that's really bad. I just poured like vinegar over it for now and waited a bit and then washed it. But it still looks it's completely dead. So that's going to be transferred to the new board at some point.
I put one in an ultrasonic and it came up beautiful, but I think I might have killed the crystals on it. 175.
Oh, that wouldn't be too bad. The crystals are not that expensive.
Yeah. Not like a PC Engine.
Yeah.
175, 10 seconds to go.
Ooh.
Oh, come on.
Drum roll.
190.
Nice. 250.
Oh my
Come
God,
on.
250
Yeah, look at that.
pounds.
YouTube, your rules do apply.
There we go. 215 pounds.
That's something. Nice.
I'm just going to turn it off of that, and I can look at the bids and see who's won. Evil Johnny, congratulations. Thank you very much. I am sure you are in the chat because I've seen you donating as well. Evil Johnny's also donated to the Just Giving page as well. Wow, that's
Missed it by a fiver.
Yeah, eBay, you made the sale for Syntho Harlequin. So that'll be one I can get out really quickly. The others I need to find packaging and everything for, so there will be a little delay on those going out. I also need a little bit of time to the one that's going out. When is it? The Spectrum that's going out in the next hour, 4:45. It's the mint in box one. The winner will be able to choose whether they want a composite mod done to it because it's not been composite modded.
Oh.
And any other modifications that you want done, I will do free of charge before it goes out. So that is amazing. Thank you very much, everybody, for pushing that up. I can see there's a few names in the list that were in the chat that were bidding on this. Wow. And I can see where you caved, you cowards. But that is amazing. Yeah, I was going to ask you, live streaming. Have you ever done any on your channel?
Not on my channel, but I have a Twitch channel where I live stream gaming, like retro games on the machines that I repaired on the YouTube channel.
Yeah,
but I didn't do that in like 2 years or something, 1 year.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think I watched some of that back in the early days of my YouTubing. You know, when you watch everybody to find out what they're doing and steal all their ideas.
Of course, everybody does.
You've got to. It's the best way to
That's
learn.
why we all do the same stuff.
Yeah. Oh, Lee Smith says he's also bought a Mectrum from Lee Smith. So,
nice.
Evil Johnny will get that Harlequin and he'll be able to make his own ZX Mectrum. And it's a perfect fit for it. It's such a good thing.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, the Mectrum is so nice. I have to say the rubber keys on the Spectrum, not really great. And they're amazing, of course. Yeah. No, the first time I didn't see a Spectrum until quite recently, a couple of years ago in real life. And I saw like pictures of it and thought it was the most beautiful machine ever. I think the design is really, really cool. And then I touched it for the first time and everything like, whoa. It's not great.
It's not easy to type on.
No, and especially if you don't have a joystick and play games with it. I tried that at first, and that was kind of, whoa, okay, that's harder than PC gaming.
Actually, I have to take issue with that because I think that this is actually one of the best control pads, game pads.
Okay, yeah, if you see it like that, maybe. I'm not sure. I was just used to the WASD stuff on modern keyboards and
if you're WASDing, it doesn't work out quite as well. And obviously with the space bar being in completely the wrong place.
Yeah, that's kind of it's upsetting a bit. I tried to write basic programs and stuff. It was just failing. But I was used to the Commodore 64 keyboard, so that's totally different. The layout is different, and the touch.
And it's a lovely thing as well.
Yeah, it's quite a good keyboard actually for the cheapness of the machine. Otherwise,
I was complaining earlier about that being my least favorite thing about a Commodore 64 is the keyboard, but only
the mechanical.
just
taking
having
it
to
apart
take them
and yeah, that's quite unnerving at times.
I had Paul, Universal Retro Boss, who's been in the chat. I don't know if he's still there. Current total is £5,845.
Ooh, nice.
Ridiculous. Paul is someone that buys and sells a lot of stuff on eBay, and it's to complete collections. So he had the complete SNES collection, all boxed, mint box SNES collection. I think he's still got that. He had at the time, I think it was a Saturn collection, Dreamcast. He had the complete Atari 2600 box collection as well.
Whoa, that's nice.
Yeah, he's a serious collector, and he honestly, I've never known anyone to get so many good bargains from eBay as that man. He's something else. I've been paid for the Superfo Harlequin. Fantastic. I'll be interested to see how much eBay take off of that. What was I saying about Paul? I've completely forgotten. Sorry, got myself distracted and I can't remember, so I'm going to just move on from that.
Okay.
I might come back to it in a minute. Right, so Mark's got to go, so the Australians are probably going to be leaving us now. All right, it's about 12:32 a.m. here and a few beers in. Good luck, Lee, and good night, everyone. Good night, mate.
Good night.
Thank you for your help. 21p is an eBay tactic, yes. But have you ever done this where you bid, like if you think something is worth £15 or euros, you'll bid 15.21 because you will automatically beat the person that bids 15.
Yeah, I did. I do that with 42 cents all the time. 42, because Douglas Adams.
You shouldn't have said that because now everybody's going to.
Yeah, 43. They're all bidding 43, I guess.
But then when do you stop?
Too late most of the times. But then, I'm literally one of the people who sits there waiting for the last 5 seconds and then placing another bid, sniper, kind of, yeah. But it's gotten a bit better recently because I have so much stuff already that I try to not get any new stuff at the moment. I try to get rid of stuff because it's all.
See, I've hardly sold anything. I end up just generally giving it away.
Yeah,
my favorite thing is swaps.
I'm mostly selling like stuff on my Discord and things. So it's not on eBay, but private sales for good, not eBay prices, but reasonable prices. So
yeah, so you're not really trying to make a profit, and which is
no, not really.
If you start trying to make a profit, then you end up spoiling the hobby for yourself. In my opinion, but there are others that part of that is it. How's your Lee? How's your knees? Mine's hurting just watching you stand there. All right, my back's starting to get a bit twingy, but I have got a stool here, but I'm resisting using it at the moment. At Mike DX, it's one of the few times where losing is actually a win for the right people. Yeah, that was because Mike bid on that one and didn't win. Mike's really trying to win one of these Spectrums. I have got a little bit of a deal with him, though. If he doesn't win one, he's going to try his best. But if he doesn't win one, I'm going to build him one.
Okay.
Have you shown the other things I sent you, or is that secret surprise? What did you send me, Mike? Was it the stickers? Because they're all in that box there. I can't remember this. I've had so many things, and it's probably something really important, and I've completely forgotten. But there's been so much going on. You're a bit of a draw here, Jan. We're up to 90 viewers now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I tried to post on Mastodon.
Yeah.
And
so you left
boost.
Twitter?
Yeah. I think, I think that was the reasonable thing to do.
Was it because of social media getting in the way, or was it because of the
yeah, there were
Karen?
several reasons. Of course, the space guy is not. I don't know. I just don't align with his views, and I just felt like spending way too much time on Twitter. And actually, the thing that most people criticize about Twitter, using it as a creator, like if you want to advertise something, you just are after clicks. And I realized that I did that too at times. I had nice conversations and things like that, but I also always looked at the numbers and thought that, yeah, I could retweet that and make it a bit more and give my YouTube video a couple more clicks and things like that. And as soon as I changed to Mastodon, that was completely gone. There's no algorithm and things, and it's just way more peaceful for me, for my mental health and peace of mind.
Healthy thing to do.
Yeah, it felt like that. It literally felt the day I shut down the Twitter account was like, oof. It was just a relief, kind of.
I'm still obviously using Twitter, and I found Twitter amazing.
Yeah, it is an amazing platform. I really enjoyed being on there for a long time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do all this without having got that first. In fact, one thing that I did do after I finished building the pinball table, I completely burnt out. I couldn't face making another YouTube video for about 6 months, I think it was. And during that time, I just put things on Twitter, and I just made thread after thread. So I would get something in, I would right from the start, and it's a much nicer thing to do, just to photograph something and then talk about it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Making YouTube videos is hard.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
So yeah, I without Twitter I would be much less than I am now, but it's staggeringly surprising how few views you generate from Twitter. If you tweet
that's true.
You can see in the stats.
Yeah,
it's a tiny percentage. It's like 1% or something of my.
I guess Twitter, especially the retro Twitter bubble, is connected on Twitter more for conversation and not for clickbaiting stuff.
Yeah,
and the real stuff happens on YouTube. If you have like the subscription and you see your favorite channel has a new video, you click on that via YouTube. I guess that's the most clicks I get are from subscribers that are notified and things like that.
Yeah. Do you get obsessed with the or have you? You've probably gone through that, and I'd imagine at 50,000 subs, you don't watch it so much now, but watching things like the sub count going up.
Yeah, totally. But it's also kind of it's like totally exhausting to do that. And
yeah, absolutely, especially when you're having a boost.
Yeah.
I got one in April or May of this year. Where one of my videos just took off, and I started getting sub after sub after sub, and I would be asleep at night and wake up suddenly and need to look.
yeah, exactly. That happened to me too. Like especially in you're at 5,000 or something now. 5,000
4,500 and something.
Yeah, okay, close to 5,000. But that was around the time I was really focusing on that, because that was like I never believed that anybody would want to watch my videos at all. And then I hit like 1,000, and then 5,000 was like that huge milestone. Like I felt it was like huge, and now it's just like okay, it's 50,000 something.
So after 5,000, did you have a little bit of a slump where you were like, I'm done now?
I don't really remember. That happened really quickly. I think the 5,000 I hit because of that battery replacement video. That was just like that hit like 100,000 views in the first month or something.
People
that was just
like a battery replacement.
I don't know. I guess the battery in those phones just died at that exact point in time for everybody, and everybody looked at that video. I guess I don't know. I don't have an explanation for that one.
You managed to read the room. Schadenfreude. Germans would call it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, Schadenfreude.
So this is the next auction to finish at 4:45, and it's a complete. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's not original. The power supply is a new switching one. It's got the manual. It's got they're shrink wrapped games, the Horizon and Flight Simulator leads. There's it's a composite lead, but this is not a composite modded Spectrum. It's all original, but it is immaculate. There is not a scratch on this anywhere, and it's all original.
Nice.
What happened with this one was somebody bought the upgrade kit for
okay.
A Plus.
Yeah.
And they took the motherboard out of this not long after it was bought, put it into a Plus case, and it lived its life in a Plus case.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that whoever bought this off the original owner took it and back out of the Plus case and put it into the rubber key. And it's immaculate. Absolutely immaculate.
That's really cool.
Whoever wins that, you basically get a choice of whether to upgrade or not upgrade to change the composite mod, the RF to a composite mod. I'm pretty sure it's been recapped, but if it's not, I'll recap it. And I think it's got an original membrane in there, but I think it's a good one, so it doesn't necessarily need doing. I think it's got a Traco in it as well. So if you win this, lovely polys as well. Look at that.
Wow.
You don't often see them in that good condition.
No.
It's got some taper going around the corner, but yeah, the polys are the best polys I've seen.
That's really nice.
Let me grab the box.
I should bid on that.
I'll sort you out, mate. I know the owner. The box is it's not perfect. There are a few dents, but it's the best box I've seen. I know there are better ones. Let's get it around that side as well. Oh, wrong way up. The tabs always go on these, but
yeah,
it's a nice box. It's going to be a nice one to win. So yeah, that's coming up in an hour from now. So we're in the last. Let's have a look, see where it is. Let's get to. I'm not very good at this.
You're doing fine.
What? My God.
What is it?
I'll show you. Browser me and guest. Let's go to not that one. That one.
Okay. Nice.
£311.
That's really nice.
That's amazing.
That's a bit over the original price. Oh, what was the original price when originally sold? What was the
I don't
pricing?
know. This was donated by a man called Phil Sands, who donated that and the Harlequin.
Okay.
Quite late on, so I didn't really get time to if I'd have had a couple more weeks, I might have sourced another case for the Harlequin and made that into a package on its own. But I've basically had to get them and sell them as they arrive to me. But he sent me a lovely note. I don't think I've got it handy. He sent me a lovely note saying that basically he saw mine and Happy Little Diodes. Have you seen his channel?
I don't know.
He's got about just over 1,000 subscribers. He's been around for a while, but he just does Spectrum stuff. Just Spectrum repairs.
I didn't watch.
Yeah, you're probably not going to watch that if you don't.
No, I'm actually not watching that much YouTube at the moment, but
that's interesting.
I'm going to check that out.
Okay, obviously you've watched my channel.
Yeah, all the time. No, I'm generally not watching that much YouTube, and if I watch YouTube, I'm mostly not watching retro computer YouTube. But
okay, what do you watch?
I watch a lot of like general building stuff, like Adam Savage. One of the major. He's like a huge influence on how I approach making videos. And the general building and making stuff fascinates me a lot.
His workshop, is
that's something else.
Anything to have that workshop, and that's kind of what a lot of what he does in his workshop inspires a lot of what I do in here. You know, things like this tall wall you can't see behind. I could show, but I'm not going to. I've got things like a soldering station that turned into something else.
Like something portable that the same thing that he did with his soldering.
Yeah, but this
Nice.
one actually, this is the second version of it. I can show you because it comes off the wall. I've got everything on French cleats.
Yeah, that looks pretty familiar. Nice.
Snorkers.
Ah.
But yeah, it's got my soldering stuff underneath, but soldering irons and
Yeah.
And solder suckers and toothbrushes for cleaning things. But that was inspired by one of his one-day builds. I love his channel.
Yeah, and I love his approach of just doing stuff. And sometimes he fails miserably and gets angry at his failing. And then I love that. It feels natural. It's just like...
He's a genuine person, and that's
what
comes across.
Yeah, it feels like that. Yeah.
Brilliant. So he's what you watch on YouTube. Do you watch much normal television as well?
No, not really. Some of the streaming stuff. I started watching the new Star Wars stuff, Ahsoka.
Oh yeah,
I just started watching that, and that's really good.
Yeah, that's really. I get the feeling. I don't know too much about the lore. I get the feeling that's following on from the Clone Wars cartoon stuff.
Yeah, I think Ahsoka is a character from the cartoon. I don't remember which cartoon series, but one of them.
Yeah, pretty sure it's a Clone Wars. I can't. I can't get past the first season of that.
I tried watching that too, and it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. It's just
there's something missing there.
It's not Star Warsy enough. But so much of Star Wars wasn't Star Warsy recently.
No.
The last couple of movies.
Sorry if you're getting some echo. I'm because this is a 12-hour stream. I've got very sensitive ears. I can't wear headphones for. I mean, I could probably get through a couple of hours, but I couldn't do 12 hours. So Jan's voice is coming out of a very quiet speaker. It's why occasionally I'll turn around and go, what? Because I can't have it too loud because of the echo. So yeah, I'm sorry if there's a little bit of echo. You're just going to have to ignore it as best you can. But isn't audio something that everybody complains about?
Yeah, all the time. But it is also really important to have, like, in YouTube videos and things like that, you have to have the audio is more important than the video, I guess.
100%.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. That I think after that, probably lighting, because that's something that smacks me in the face if I see a video with bad lighting.
Yeah.
But audio, a lot of people just miss that, and it is really super important. What's
the quality of the YouTube videos really improved. Generally, the quality of the videos last couple of years. Everybody bought proper lights and things like that, and proper cameras and proper microphones. It's quite amazing.
Can we? We've got 8 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
What can I pick your brains on? First of all, your audio setup. What do you use to record your voice?
I have one of those Rode wireless things, and then I have the Rode lavalier mic stuck to my clothing somewhere.
Yeah, your audio is excellent.
Okay, thank you. I'm always worried about the audio because I come from that audio. That is actually the only thing I properly learned. I have a proper education in audio stuff. And I'm always worried that the audio is not great, and the lavalier mics tend to sound like crap, and you have to do a lot of post-processing to get them to something.
Yeah, there's a big difference between something like this and a tiny, like half a centimeter.
Yeah, of course, there is the physicality makes a difference. But they are like when you're moving around, and I tried using proper mics for the videos, but it just didn't work because I'm moving too much, because most proper mics are too focused on one spot.
Well, what we're doing is quite a physical thing. So, to set up a microphone for every single shot that you're doing, as well as the camera, it's just too much work. So
that's way too much work for me, at least for my taste. I just wing everything I do basically in the videos, and then cut out the parts that are not interesting. That's how I approach it, and I need something that works all the time. And the Rode stuff is actually, it's been really reliable since I use that.
My biggest regret is I bought a rival to it, or trying to get my
one of the clones.
Yeah, one of the clones. It's a 7 Rhymes
Okay.
And it is good. It does work. It's really good. But like I was saying earlier, I've lost one of the microphones, so I'm gonna have to rebuy, and I think I'm gonna go Rode this time. But I'll have to wait until funds become available.
Yeah.
Probably Christmas. Do you at Christmas time and with the gift giving, do you try and angle people into getting stuff for your hobby?
Yes, all the time. I get tools, and my wish list is basically tools most of the time. I just got for my birthday actually, which was a couple of months ago. I got a really fancy chip lifter. Like I didn't have a chip lifter thing that was just the simple one with the lever. Yeah, it's one of those, but from Weha, the other good brand.
Oh, this is Wera.
Wera is all my screwdrivers are from Wera now.
I did notice that.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I used to use like cheaper brand screwdrivers and stripped so many screws unnecessarily. Yeah. And they're not that expensive. So, yeah. I bought a whole kit for like 30 euros or something years ago and didn't regret it.
I think with something like cutters, like, everybody uses either the Nipex ones. I think you've got Nipex, haven't you?
The cutters are Nipex, yeah.
Yeah, and I just use the cheap ones because at the end of the day, they do exactly the same job.
Yeah.
But these will just wear out in a month and they have to be thrown away. But I'm all right with that. But with a screwdriver, if you've got a cheap screwdriver, you're going to do some damage eventually. It might be all right when it's brand new, but once it's worn a bit, you're going to do some damage. So it's definitely one of the tools that I would say is well worth it. Are you tempted? You still got the same desoldering station that we all use, the ZD15 or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I made a video about that, and very many people bought that desoldering station because I made that video ages ago. Like a review video. I didn't have any clue because it was the first desoldering station I ever used, and I just found that it worked really well.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely amazing. It was the biggest thing, the thing that made the biggest difference to
definitely
retro repairs. Out of every single tool on here,
it's so painful doing that by hand with like solder braid and solder pumps and things. It's just so painful.
I wrecked a Spectrum trying to take all the lower RAM out without soldering.
Yeah, and that you wreck a lot of stuff using the manual method.
So, are you tempted to get the Hacko?
I don't really see a need for that yet. I'm quite satisfied with it. I'm on the second gun for the desoldering station at the moment, and that wore out after some years of use, and I replaced it. You can just buy a replacement for like 20 euros or something, and now I'm fine. It works.
It is, and I think if you're getting into retro repair, you should really consider one of those because it's going to save you so much time, money, and grief.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's right before you go, I'm just going to quickly run through see if there's any chat. ZX Renew is here. Hello, and thank you for making and providing us with things like this case. Let me get the right video. That one. This case, let's move that out of the way. And I've lost it. Oh, it must be in this one. And this case.
Oh.
They are amazing. Not sponsored.
I actually have to get one of those because I have a Spectrum that only like the one you've shown with, which is only the bottom case basically and the circuit board, and it works actually. So I need something. I need to fix that.
Definitely a ZX Renew. They're really nice.
Yeah, they are in my bookmarks already.
Yeah, look, ZX Renew. If there's a sponsorship opportunity, you need to send Jan one of your cases.
Ooh, that would be nice. But I would also buy one.
Jan's just too nice, and I'm not asking for one for myself, so I can say it.
That's true.
Retro Bites. John is here. Another one of my favorite channels, and he is on. He's not on today, because I forgot to ask him as well. But I speak to John quite often, and he's a lovely guy with a big channel, and he makes videos that us retro tech repairers could only dream of because he knows things.
Yeah, that's the big difference. We're all just pretending to know things, or not so much.
I don't. Yeah, we don't pretend.
No, I try not to pretend.
We skirt around the edges of admitting that we don't know what we're talking
Probably.
Lots of people talking about the desoldering station. I bought one of those Engineer SS02 desoldering tools. This one.
Oh, the good soda pumps. Yeah, they're really good. I have a very old one that my father actually gave me. That was also an expensive one. Not like this. Not quite as fancy, but it also works really well. Surprisingly well.
I think mine's blocked. After seeing Lee using one, love it and use it more than my powered one. I do actually go to this before the Duratool one, because if I just need to get a voltage regulator off or something, or
it's just
off.
quicker to use.
Yeah, just so you don't have to wait for it to heat up. It's a little bit safer as well. How does the white with the orange keys look? I don't know. I'm not going to take it apart.
Start up Photoshop.
So in your thumb, do you know what we didn't do? Oh, we did do. Share this tab instead. Browse me and guest. What do you use for your thumbnails? Do you use Photoshop?
No, I'm a Mac person actually, and I use Pixelmator, which I think is only available on Apple stuff. It's like a way cheaper app that does the same that Photoshop does, or at least all the parts I need. It's like 30 euros, I think, something. Can recommend. Good graphics program.
I've never.
It's
Mac's kind of passed me by. So
yeah, and Pixelmator is really popular for the Mac crowd. I think it's one of the most popular apps on the App Store.
Okay, I'm not going to hold it against you. Don't worry.
No, I just like it better than the like that subscription model that Adobe now implements for that. I don't like that stuff.
I've avoided it for so long, but as soon as they did all the generative AI stuff, I had to. I caved, and I even bought what's it called? Affinity Photo. I bought Affinity Photo because you only have to buy that once.
Yeah.
And sorry, Goldfish. I will. Sorry, I'll wrap this up in a second. I just want to.
We're doing overtime.
I bought Affinity Photo 2 because I didn't want to pay for the Photoshop subscription.
Yeah.
And then they, like a month later, they brought out all of this AI generative stuff, and I just could not. So I've got both now.
Dang.
And I do use both for the thumbnails. I'll actually mix and match, and I have both of them open and switching between them. But
no, I just use a really good like DSLR camera, or really good, really old digital camera, and that software.
What is your, before we go, what is your, we've done the audio, what's your camera, the main filming camera?
That's one of those Sony YouTube cameras, that one or something?
ZV-1.
ZV-1, yes, I think. The old one, the first one they did of those. There's a new model now that's even better.
New models now.
But it's quite, I wanted something small that I could fit around my desk and move quickly.
It's perfect.
I used my phone for a long time, and that was okay. As long as you connected a proper microphone to it, it was okay.
Yeah, no, it's not a big jump in quality between a phone and.
But I can now, you see the better lens and stuff like that shows, so you can see some nice, what's it called?
Bokeh.
Bokeh, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks a bit fancier, but just marginally for that stuff that I do.
I've got, can I change it on this one? Yeah, there we go. So I've just, oh no, that's gone off of there. I've just set mine up to a lower f-stop. I've got the ZV E10. So I've got the removable lenses, similar, almost exactly the same sensor and everything. But,
nice.
You should
the removable lenses are probably, Nice to have.
I have, and lovely Reese, Control Reese, gave me a lens. What? Where's that coming from?
I don't know. I just heard myself really loudly. Not sure if I did anything. Yes.
What on earth is going on? I can't see.
But it's gone now, I think. I think it's gone now. It's okay. Oh. It's all good.
Calm down, everybody. Right, thank you, Jan. Really appreciate you coming on.
This was fun.
We should do it again. I'm doing this again next year, and next year, that's the plan. Next year it's going to be Commodore based. I've already got.
Oh, okay. Count me in.
I'm taking that as a contract.
Okay.
All right, mate. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
And it's pointless me saying this, but everybody should go and subscribe to Jan, because his channel is just one of the best out there, and I will watch his videos no matter what terrible thing he's talking about.
Even if it's Commodores
on release. All right, I'm going to hang you up, and I'll speak to you soon. Cheers,
See you.
Oh, yes, I am sure I want to disconnect this user. Bye. Right, Goldfish is next. Can you join the stream, please, mate? Sorry to keep you waiting. 5 minutes into your time, but we've got time after this one, so I can get you in. I can keep you a bit longer if we need to. It's always a pleasure to see Jan around. He's such a nice guy, isn't he? What a nice man. We're all witness to the verbal contracts. Poofed as if I haven't already been subscribed to him for years. Yeah, and everybody should be. Let me just check my Discord messages. Oh, no, he's here. I've seen him appear. Let me get you in there. Capture and guest. No, me and guest. And paste. This is so slick. Be easier if it was just one guest all the way through. Here he is. It's Goldfish on Games.
Hello.
Hi, mate. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
I'm really, really good. This is going so much better than I thought it would. And we are 5 hours in now, and I've got 7 to go. Oh, there's the doorbell. Someone else will get that. So, right, first things first, and this is really terrible of me, but I'm blaming you partly for this.
Yeah, I'm good at sort of target as anyone.
What do I call you?
You can call me Goldfish, or my meat name is Ross. So
Ross,
up to you.
See, now I do have this terrible mental block when it comes to remembering people's names.
Same.
And I need constant reminders, especially when we have this big community of retro people around us, and not everybody uses their meat names. So, and you don't use it at all. Anywhere that I've seen online, you don't use your meat name. So, Ross, it's so nice of you to come on and be part of this with us.
Happy to be here.
No, honestly, it's great, and you're one of those other. I mean, basically what I've done on this whole thing is go. They're all my favorite YouTubers, and invited them, and everybody said yes. So you are definitely one of my favorite YouTubers, and I've found great pleasure in seeing someone who really cares about what they do grow as a channel. I'm just trying to get where's my I can't find it. I'm gonna make a new one. I've opened up a good 7 new windows, not including tabs, to display on this YouTube. Right, so we're going to have a look. We're going to have a look at your channel.
Oh, my little channel.
And I'm just going to turn you up as well because you're quieter than Jan.
I can turn myself up here, but like in the last bit, you were quite echoey. So I don't know if you've possibly got 2 sources going at the moment for yourself.
No.
Or if it was echoing from someone else.
It could be that one. That one's not. Although there's no sound coming out of that, I'm pretty sure that's muted. Make sure that's muted. Which one's mute? That one. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that's muted. Right, so goldfish. Oh, I'm gonna have to put on games because this is this doesn't remember my.
The fun of incognito.
Yeah, I'd never use it. I use it to search for things when I'm like someone asks me to search something that I don't want in my history, not necessarily pornography, but things that aren't anything to do with the things that I'm interested in. It just makes things a little bit easier, because YouTube has a horrible habit of sharing stuff with you, or assuming that that's now your favorite thing in the world. There we go. Right. So now, with being as kind and gentle as I can, you're on 3,000 subscribers.
Yep.
And
just
you've
hit that
just
recently
got
as well.
To 3,000 recently. Very congratulations.
Thank you.
Honestly, you should have more subscribers. So if we've got 93 people here, go and subscribe to his channel, because it's not just right. So the main core of Goldfish on Games is basically the magazine thing and the cover disc thing. Yeah,
it's amazing how that's become the thing that everyone now talks about.
Yeah.
Initially, it was sort of just game reviews and just looking at hardware and stuff, just in general. And some of the early videos are just cringy. And it then just sort of grew into, like, someone suggested, oh, why don't you look at the Amiga PD stuff? And I was like, looking at PD on its own, like, it's a bit difficult to try and find new ones to look at. And then I remembered, hey, the cover discs used to have PD on them. Why don't I just start looking at cover discs? And suddenly that became such a big thing for the channel. So it just became something I started doing. It wasn't anything I planned or anything like that. It's just like, now people go, oh yeah, that's the person that does magazines. And it's like, okay, if that's what you want to know me for, then fine.
So I got to know your channel when you were pretty much doing exclusively software stuff. But recently, let's go back to this and go into the latest. You've gone back to a couple of hardware videos.
Yeah, because I used to do, like, some of my most popular stuff at the beginning was my hardware ones, where I was just either looking at a BBC Micro, or the Amstrad PPC was the sort of the first big thing that I did. And then I just started doing more reviews to try and sort of fill out the channel and just talk about games that I remember that no one else seemed to talk about. And those were doing really well, so I just continued doing those. And every so often I drop in and do another hardware one, like the CD32 machine I always wanted to do a proper video on, because so many of the videos on it are so heavily negative. And it's like, okay, it wasn't an amazing machine, but it was still a fun machine. And so I decided to do a proper video on that and just look at the hardware on its own, and that one did really well for me.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite videos, actually, when you did a complete look all around the CD32. And it was one of those machines that could have been so much more. It could have been slightly different timing, slightly different marketing, slightly different fortunes for the company behind it. It really could have done some damage in the market, and it was a lot better machine than people give it credit for.
Oh yeah, it just never got a proper chance to shine. It was barely on the market for technically less than a year. And you look at it, got over 150 odd games or something for it in that time, which is crazy number for a console starting out.
Yeah. I'm looking at your thumbnails here. You're another one who, like me, benefited from the influence of our lovely rose-tinted Spectrum.
Oh yes.
We've both learned so much from him, and when other people ask us for advice in our circle of friends on YouTube about their thumbnails, you're often one of the first people to jump in with excellent suggestions. You've really got an eye for it. I've got to say that CD32 thumbnail is fantastic.
I was really proud of that one, I have to admit, because
yeah,
like, it's just the idea of one of the things I always tell people, or at least one of my pet peeves, is like, show the thing you're talking about. Like sometimes they'll be like, here's something I made, and it's tiny and in the corner, and maybe their face is taking up most of the rest of it. It's like, I don't care about your face. I care about the item you're talking about. So if you can show as much of the item, and if the item is the story that you're telling, then you don't even need text. And I think that one sort of shows that. Like I had to boost up the CD32 text on it and the 32-bit to make those pop a bit more. So, but that was what I wanted it to be. It was just the machine.
Yep. I think you did a brilliant job on that one. Right, I'm just going to. We've got an auction ending in half an hour, which is the complete inbox Spectrum, complete-ish inbox Spectrum that's in excellent condition. Neil was told the chat that the current total is £5,864.90. Somebody spoilt the 69.
Someone always has to spoil the 69. There's always a team chaos.
So which World of Warcraft faction did you fight with, Horde or the Alliance?
Neither.
Was it City Heroes or FS2?
I was the really geeky one with EVE Online.
EVE Online, okay. Oh, right, okay. Well, you hated everybody then.
Yes, including myself, obviously.
Yeah. So Chris Graney, I'm so sorry, I can't really adjust. Well, I can give my. Let's see if I can give it one more boost. That one, I'm going to add. Oh no, that's not the one. Why is that not? All right. Oh, I was going to type in the numbers on my Spectrum here in front of me. Right, I've added 10 decibels to my my microphone. Yang says it sounds good, but okay, I'm probably blowing people's ears out now.
It's one of those weird things because, like, between us, it does, like, honestly, like everyone in the chat, between us two, it sounds absolutely fine. So it does feel like it is something weird going on with OBS, and it's
definitely got something to do, and it's a really hard thing to test.
Yeah.
And it's something I can't monitor. I could put on some headphones and get that, but it'll be me staring off of the screen for 10 minutes, and I don't want to do that. You'll just have to put up with some slightly dodgy audio. I'm really sorry, but it's just the way it is. And all that said, no are no longer Lee's favorite YouTubers. I don't know what that is in reference. No, I'm not sure. Sounds good.
I think
on YouTube
from the beginning saying that like every person that comes on is your favorite YouTuber.
Yes, they are. They're all my favorite YouTubers. I'm not going to say which one's my favorite. It's rose tinted Spectrum. The guy's a legend. I mean, what's not to love about him?
He's great.
He really is. Of all the people that I've met, and Lee Smith is one of my best friends now, but the people that I admire the most about what they do and why they do it, Rosie Dave is right up there. He's a genuine article, and he does such a good job with what he does, and he's so creative. I'm so envious of how he can just pull out the humor out of almost any situation. He's so funny.
And the songs he's been putting into the videos recently as well have been amazing.
He actually makes them. He because one of his best friends is Stu the Adventure Brummie, who is a proper musician, and he actually has done some music for Rose Tinted Spectrum, some of the proper songs, and he's a fantastic musician as well. Someone that did a great track for Snorkers in one of his Norway Panic, which was just brilliant. But
Snorkers,
Rosie Dave, yeah, that was great. Rosie Dave is actually, because of he just absorbs things. He absorbs hobbies, and he absorbs information around him. He's learned how to put tracks together in what's the tracker program that everybody uses? Fruit Loops.
My audio abilities are so low.
I think,
particularly when it comes to music, I have not a clue.
Oh, sorry. I did used to have a wall full of guitars, but I can't play anymore. I'm pretty sure it's Fruit Loops or Fruity Loops, or it's just a music tracker thing. He's learned how to do that, and he actually makes from samples brilliant songs just to put a little clip at the end of his video.
Yeah.
It's so much work. He puts so much into his videos. My YouTube audio is bad for just Lee, says Rudy. Lee's a bit quiet again. So
that's going way back. People are now saying in the chat that you're good. So
okay. Sound much better now. Okay. Neil says, I dashed to the toilet, and when I came back, Lee has managed to sort out his audio. Yay! Where are we? It's only taken me 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Better late than never.
No. Chris's Retro Nook. I backed Stu's Kickstarter and his EP. Stu the Adventure Brummie. Well, it's not the Adventure Brummie now. He doesn't like being called that, which is why I keep calling him that. He's just Stu the Brummie. He has a Kickstarter for an EP. He's made his own actual real music. He's a real musician. And I wish I had a link. If someone could find a link for that, can you put it in the chat? And the current total is £5,905.21. I'd love to see that over $6,000. I mean, it's got to be, really. It's going to be over $6,000 now. But I don't know. I don't know where we're going to end up. Right, I'm going to go back to your. Go on.
As I was saying, to the moon. That's where it's going to end up.
To the moon. You've just made me miss Reese. Reese is on holiday. So go and rob his house. He has actually made that public knowledge because he did a lovely thing today. Every Saturday morning, I wake up to Reese's Rambles. He does a podcast every Saturday on his second channel, and Control Alt Reese for anyone that doesn't understand that. And he's mentioned me a few times on his podcast, and I kind of tease him saying, if he doesn't mention me in an episode, I kind of, where's my mention? Come on, Reese. And he did just a 3-minute podcast this week where he just said, go and watch the stream.
He's awesome.
But he's just another just great mate. 24 minutes until the next auction. The audio is now spot on and matched with your guest. I don't know why. Right, so yes, that was your we've done your oldest. We had a look at your oldest, and I've got to say your thumbnail game is so much better now.
Yeah, the earliest style was I wanted to have this banner in the middle that was going to be the main descriptor, and then something behind it, and you can see that lasted a few videos, and then sort of changed when I did the Amstrad one, which is one that did well.
This seems like one of those. It was a good idea at the time.
Yeah,
it's a good idea in my head. That's not the thing that I wanted to focus on here. The thing that I wanted to focus on here, because we've got some videos that didn't do well.
Oh,
so we've got 67 views, which is a very common thing when channels first start up. People don't go back and watch the stuff, and that's something. If you're going to make YouTube videos, everybody, don't worry about how many views you get, because most of them will come later, and nobody will remember the early ones, and you can always unlist them. So just get out there and make some videos. But look at this. Spider-Man, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 Game Boy long play, 34,000 views.
Yeah. So
what happened there?
So at that point, when I put that video up, there was no proper long plays of that game. There was the closest we got was someone put one with two. It was split in half, and so I was one of the first people to put up a long play of that game, and that's pretty much the only reason why it did so well. There's not me talking. There's nothing. There's no production or anything like that in it. It's just me playing that game, which most people can't even get past the first proper section of it because it's brutally hard and doesn't really tell you what to do at all.
Did you cheat?
I cheated like hell through it.
Okay,
that's
okay.
It was safe scummed, but because the music is constantly looping, I was able to sort of fix it up. I think I put it in the description. It's like I left one death in and the rest was sort of cut up. But the thing was, it's just like showing you from beginning to end of that game. It was one of the few that did that. So
at least you didn't like turn on infinite lives or something like that.
No, but it was safe scummed.
Yeah, but safe scumming, you're still playing the game and you still have to get, I don't mind safe scumming because it's not like, you would play the game and that way yourself. If you're going to play the game, you would want to get better through it. But you're trying to show the gameplay as it is.
Mm-hmm.
My pet hate on long plays is when someone turns on infinite lives and they basically just walk through the level.
Yeah.
What's the point of that?
Yeah. I have to say, like, the first year or so I was doing the channel, I didn't tell anyone about it at all. I knew that, like, if you watch the first video, and I don't recommend anyone does, it's terrible. And I knew it was going to be terrible. So I was like, I'll just start getting stuff out there just to practice, to learn, to get better. And so if there was any videos that I would ever redo now would be some of the earlier ones with all the sort of stuff that I've learned since then. So for the first year, barely told anyone about it and just was putting stuff out, which is why some of them got barely any views because I wasn't pushing it in any real way.
I think your intro to every episode is one of the best out there. And it's so recognizable and it's so well delivered now. Welcome.
The funny thing is, what I've been trying to do just in the last month or so is actually drop that push that welcome to Goldfish.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of it
to further into the video, like the idea of just trying to
yes.
get into the topic quicker, and then during the sort of identity bit, do the welcome to Goldfish on Games because I know some people really like that. So I've been like trying to. So you're always trying to change things up and trying to improve things, and I was thinking, well, maybe it's time to go back to that beginning section because the welcome to Goldfish on Games has been in there since the early days, and it's part of it is out of laziness. It's like trying to get the first bit in is always the hardest. Yeah. So if I always have this welcome to Goldfish on Games, and I can then just say, and today I'm talking about, or to link off that, it made it easier to sort of script it. I'm now trying to think of ways of maybe just get into the topic quicker, leave the welcome to a little bit further in, and
I think
we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't, then I'll definitely go back.
Yeah, I think the two people that I can think that spring to mind, we're talking a little bit around the edges of retention here, which is how many people will watch the video all the way through. Reese and Roasting at Spectrum are the masters of retention, and it's difficult for a repair channel to get high retention because they tend to be long format videos, and you have to include a lot of information with bits. You don't want to leave anything out.
Yeah,
you have to represent things in there. So like you have to represent taking the chip out. But you don't want to skimp on that. But if you put it all in, your retention absolutely plummets. Have you found that you've been able to, obviously as you start out, you're going to get things wrong. You'll make videos in the wrong way, and your retention will suck. Have you gone back and watched the graph increase as you got better?
I think because initially, particularly in the early days, that was way back when people did intro, like the little sort of intro sort of animations or something.
Yeah.
Like we were making a TV program and we had our own little sort of intro idents.
Roll the credits.
And so, yeah, I had those little intros and I made unique ones for every single video. And I realized that I was spending a lot of time with those and really they were not needed. And so dropping those, I think, helped in trying to get into the topic quicker. Like still did the welcome, but then it's like trying to do that sort of fun bit to get people interested and then a quick ident and then into the video. Like sometimes the ident was too long, started to try and pull that back, and trying to like experiment with some of the videos. They have me in it. Other videos, no, let's just focus on the topic or whatever. And it's like some of those experiments, some videos did well with it, some didn't. And it's like really sort of like difficult to try and pull out what worked and what didn't. But one thing I've noted, and I think LGR has noted as well, is that one of the things I like to do in the videos is show the game box and show what was in there and the discs and stuff. And that will almost always drop your view retention for that bit, and then it'll come back for when you actually get into the game proper.
Yeah.
So one thing I've been trying to do is like shift that a little bit further into the video, show more of the game first, drop into that for the 30 odd, 40 odd seconds, and then back into the game. And we'll see how sort of pushing that rather than being the first thing that came out after the ident or the intro. But
so you mentioned LGR there. Is that one of your main influences?
Definitely. Like, it was watching a lot of his videos that sort of, I was always into retro stuff and collecting and stuff, but he sort of reminded me of a lot of old PC stuff. I had all my old Amigas, but a lot of the old PC stuff had sort of been upgraded or broke or whatever over time. So started building old PCs and started to rebuild my PC game collection, which I think's doing quite well now.
Yeah, that's a heap of stuff.
It was like watching his channel definitely inspired me to create mine, because I wanted to talk about games and hardware that I didn't think had been represented much. And also one thing that he always did, at least at that point, he was always so positive about the games and stuff he was talking about. And I've never been a fan of the sort of hate viewer sort of or hate review channels. They do nothing for me. So it's like, let's talk about games in a fun way. Let's talk like, here's a game, it's fun, I enjoyed it. You may not like it, but I'm going to talk about it in a positive way, or at least just talk about the game itself and not dwell too much on like the bad parts of it.
You're a very positive YouTuber. That's one of the things that I find most endearing and appealing about your channel. It's always interesting as well, because you put a lot of work into. I know that you put a lot of work into each video. You go quite deep. I'm trying to think what I don't think I can scroll back far enough and remember what it was. There was a 3D game, like a first person type game that what was it? Is that it? No. No, I'm not going to be able to find it. But yeah, it's just that sort of thing where you'll actually play through deep enough into the game rather than just like skimming over the surface. I find that really interesting.
Yeah, that's something I've been trying to pick up from another bigger one, Civi 11. I don't know if you've seen his stuff. He tends to try and play through almost the entirety of the game, and will try and show off the game as he's going through it, and he'll talk. He does a lot of comedy stuff as well. He's huge and he's really good, and I've taken to heart some of the stuff that he's been doing. I don't do the comedy particularly. It's not my style, but I'll still sort of try and talk about the game as a whole and stuff now.
Hey, you bring your own personality to it, and that's a really good thing. So I want to talk about your Amiga 4000.
It's right over here. I think it's probably cut off on the video, but
is it? Hang on, let me just move you over a bit, and I'm going to uncrop that bit so people can see. Oh no, it is just cut off.
I've got this really wide angle camera, and but yeah, it's literally just behind me.
Does it get a lot of actual use, or is it just an ornament now?
It didn't initially. When I got it, it needed a lot of work. Unsurprisingly, it had a battery in it. It leaked. It had to be sent off. It got fixed up, but it was never quite right. And just recently, I went back into it. Well, this video that I did, my Amiga 4000, where I did a lot of work to it, managed to get it working properly again. And so I do use it far. I used to use the 1200 for a lot of stuff, where now I try and use the 4000 instead, because it's set up easier to use and it's a lovely machine. And I've got the monitor sat on top of it as well. So it's like how I remember playing on my 500 plus, but now I've got all the power and stuff I need inside of it as well.
Very jealous. I mean, I'm going to go back to your roots in computing in a second. But I just want to say thank you to a few people. So we've had Carl. I think Carl Edwards already mentioned, but I'm going to give you another shout out anyway for your donation on the Just Giving page. Kevin Gonzalez, thank you very much. Marco Vanderhout, thank you for. He gave a figure ending in 39. So what is that? Oh, that's actually made it into a nice round number of £3,250 on the Just Giving page.
Nice.
81% of the target. That's amazing. Now Neil has updated the total to £5,905.21. That's again stunning. Lee Smith is back. Hello, Lee. The smoke case spectrum is closing in on the Mectrum. Oh, it's the battle of the Lees. The smoke case spectrum is at £620 now. Wow. And the Mectrum is at £680. The Mectrum is going to end at 10:30 tonight during Adrian's Digital Basement section. So that is something to look forward to.
Oh, definitely.
And yeah, how many minutes we got left on the? Or about 20 minutes to go. And oh yeah, Goldie's. No, you can't call him Goldie. He's not allowed to call him Goldie. So that's something that I've been told off for because it's not something he wants to be called. He's Goldfish. Fight at the beginning of each cover disc face-off is baked into my mind. I find myself repeating it in real life scenarios.
Actually, that was I recorded that, did all the sort of sound sort of updates and stuff, and now it's just a bit I drop in every time to make sure it's the same every time I do it.
Oh, so you actually use that? You don't record that each time on the voiceover?
Like for the cover discs, I've got a number of sort of pre-made bits that I drop in and out. Well, sort of drop into the video.
That's basically cheating. I know. And you've lowered yourself in my expectations now. I demand that it's a new video every time you do it.
The funny thing was the cover disc videos were meant to be the quick and easy video to sort of to make, and it's ended up becoming quite a lot of work going into each of these 3 magazines, and all the cover discs can take quite some time. So you never know what you're going to come across.
No, and I used to have right here, right next to me, and next to this door. I've lived here for over 30 years now, and this is always after probably 4 or 5 years, I commandeered half of this space as my office. So this end would have been my office. My desk was behind me. And next to that door was a almost 6 foot high pile of Amiga magazines, so Amiga format mostly. And the cover discs were very, very special to me at the time. Right, so yeah, Carl says thank you for the double shout out. 10 minutes for the auction. Oh, yeah, I can't count. So we're less than 10 minutes now. So it's 1:45. Oh yeah, of course it is. Brand new Spectrum at £620. Thank you for the donation, Munsey Mark. Mark's been around on my channel for quite a while. He what did he give me? He donated something really, really kindly to me. I wish I had a better memory. Thank you. He says, thanks to yourself, Lee, and all the guests for the charity stream today. Yeah, I couldn't do this. Rose Tinted Spectrum, he's basically got it easy. All he has to do is play a game and other people talk. So, but he's doing it for twice as long, I suppose. Lee says Amiga 4000 is the one computer I regret selling. Could you imagine that?
At this point, I couldn't imagine selling any of my machines now. Thankfully, I was able to keep most of the ones from childhood and everything. Lost more than a few games, unfortunately, but the hardware managed to stick around.
Yeah. let's pretend there's a little imaginary scenario. Mark Fix's stuff has wired something in your house and it started smoking. What's the first thing you grab to get out of the house before it burns to the ground?
After the cat,
probably a technology thing. You've taken the cat out and you've come back for one thing. What is it?
Possibly going to be the 500 plus. Like, I'd like to say the 4000, but because it's got a CRT sat on top of it, it's going to be really awkward to try and get that down.
Okay, you'll be full of adrenaline. You could carry probably a CRT under one arm and a 4000, but you're going to have all those wires trailing after you as well. I suppose it could be a bit tricky. Okay, yeah, I am very jealous of your Amiga 4000. It is something, it's up there on near the top of my wish list. The unobtainables.
It's a machine I never thought I would get. And
how long have you owned it now?
6 or 7 years now.
Okay, right. So it can't have been too expensive when you got it.
It wasn't too bad. When I got it, I knew it actually came with the monitor as well. Which the monitor on its own goes for silly money these days, but
yeah,
it wasn't super cheap, but it also wasn't super expensive. And
which monitor did you get with it?
The 1084.
Oh, okay. I had one of those offered to me a while ago, and I decided not to for some reason. I thought
both of the monitor and the machine have now both been fixed separately with different people, but it was a pretty decent price, even though at the time we knew it had issues. Like, it was pretty clear that it had battery damage, but thankfully I was able to find someone to fix it up, and they did a decent job on it, so I'm quite happy about that. And
I've noticed that you've done a few things with the old soldering iron yourself recently, and is this something that's you're expanding into? You're getting into my territory a bit? Am I going to have to sort you out?
If you want to come over and sort out my skills with soldering, you're more than welcome to come over.
Oh, I thought we were just going to have a fight, but okay, we can do that as well.
There's been little bits and pieces of sort of fixing up machines and stuff in the channel's history since the beginning, but it's not. I don't like, even when I've made something that tends to be in the video, just like, and I've made this. I've not showed the soldering for for sanity's sake, because is one of the things I'm always amazed is how well you can show off the soldering. Because whenever I try doing it with the camera, it's always so awkward and fiddly. And
you did one recently. You did a good job. What was that? You did a build video recently. I've just switched over to the eBay feed, so here we go. Let's have a look. Your output is incredible. You've gone. You were doing like at least a video a week for a long time, weren't you?
Yeah, so I started off every other week, and then I went to doing one every week, and I then was also trying to do streaming at the same time at one point, and it was heavy burnout. So I then sort of pulled it back to every other week, and slowly I've started doing like an extra sort of bonus video. It was meant to be a bonus video. Now, a year later, I've been doing it almost constantly. So it's become, I'll do 3 videos a month now.
Yeah, I think that's a healthy number, actually, because, I'm somewhere between 1 and 2 videos on average. I think it's probably 1.5 videos rather than 1 video. Sorry, less than one video. It's the other way, 0.75 videos a week. But yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. And as soon as you get up to that point where you are trying to keep ahead rather than trying to stay ahead, it becomes really difficult. Oh my God, it's just gone up again. £359 now. We've got
very nice. Just less than
2 minutes to go. It's a lovely Spectrum.
It is very nice. It definitely. I've got my childhood Spectrum here.
That's your actual. Oh, I'm so jealous. That's your actual one.
Well, I bought this at an auction when I was probably about 12.
Hang on a minute. What were you doing going to auctions and buying retro computers when you were 12? And my further question is, how much did you pay for it?
I can't remember how much I paid for it, but because my parents, or my dad, was in the armed forces, we lived abroad for a few years. And what tended to happen is that when some of the families went back to mainland, came back to Britain, and there was stuff that they didn't want anymore, they didn't want to try and get it sent back, they would put it into these sort of semi-regular auctions they had at one of the sort of armed forces bars. And someone decided they didn't want to take all their Spectrum stuff back, so they had it up for auction. Literally no one else was bidding on it, so I stuck my hand up, and I can't remember how much I said, and I won it. And I then had to sort of then go up to my dad, like, can I get my pocket money to pay for this? And the person who sold it was really annoyed because it came with the cassette deck, or at least the auctioneer was selling it with the cassette deck. And they literally, after I bought it, they ran out to us, took the tape deck off, so that wasn't meant to be part of that, and that was meant to be sold separately.
Scum! Wow. Can you have a guess?
It was probably about 5 or 10 quid.
Everybody!
2 seconds, it's almost done.
There. £379.
Very cool.
Whoa! So Phil
numbers.
Sands. What did the other one go for? It was 109. Oh, can't remember now. But that's like nearly £600 just from that that donation that you gave, Phil. Thank you very, very much.
Absolutely amazing.
That's incredible. That's a ZX Spectrum. Someone's just paid £379 for a ZX Spectrum.
After me talking about buying one for a tenner.
Yeah. So all you need to do is know that you needed to do this some years ago. Clive won that, I think. I'm just going to refresh it because sometimes eBay shows you older bids. Yeah, £375 and Clivey6 won that. Thank you, Clivey6. I wonder if you're in the chat. No, I can't see anyone that's got that name, but if you are there, you're one of today's heroes, and everybody is very jealous that you've got that Spectrum now because it is
very much
it's a lovely thing. So if you are in the chat,
in the box,
yeah, in the box. If you are in the chat and you want to talk to me about some upgrades for it, side grades, then get hold of my email. Is probably the best way to do it, which is lee@morefunmakingit.co.uk, and let me know what you want done, and I will do whatever you want to it, and it won't cost you anything. Right, so that one is done. I'm gonna have after 5 o'clock. We'll probably bleed into 5 o'clock a little bit, but I need to go and grab some food. Everybody should know, and this is quite important, that YouTube don't allow you to stream for more than 12 hours. So if I started this exactly 11 o'clock, at 11 p.m., they would cut it off. And I would probably be in mid-sentence of saying, the total money is, and then it would all be ruined. So I'm actually going to stop the stream at 5 and switch over to the second stream, which you will be able to see is already public on my channel. But it's in the description for this video. Plus, I've got it set up so that this video will actually feed into that next stream as well. So YouTube have kind of thought about these things and made it a little bit easier. So the next auction. Why have I put Alan Turvey Games? Did I have I set these? No. What's the next auction? Let's have a quick look. Oh no, it's the right. I thought I was going to set up some more. So in Glenn's section, I haven't got any auctions set up to go. That one's done. 2 hours and 34 minutes to the next one, which is in Neil's section. where he's selfishly got 5 auctions ending because he donated most of them. But that's all right. Oh, some of them, the mugs are ending then, which I'm really looking forward to seeing how much the mugs got. The mugs are currently, let me just refresh that just in case because things move. £72.
£72 for a pair of mugs.
They are lovely mugs, though. I need to advertise these. Where do I put them?
And this is the point where he drops the mugs and breaks them.
I did drop one the other day. It was in its box. Thankfully, it was Neil's mug. Oh, there they are. Because I thought I might be able to get another one from Neil fairly quick, but the one that I got made took a long time to come through, and that one it took a long time. I just moved that out of the way. Took a long time to come through, and cost quite a lot of money. But don't worry, it's all for a good cause. So there we go. They are gorgeous. I will fill these. Well, not fill. I won't be able to fill these because I've eaten most of them. With Earl Woolly's Iron Brew chews. Have you tried these, Ross?
I've probably, I think I have done. I've definitely got some Bruins and Our Willie's books and stuff around, and I've had, I think, the proper Iron Brew chews in the past.
Oh, the Urn Brew chews.
Iron Brew.
Iron Brew. Oh, who's someone? Oh, that's. Oh, someone's given me right. James is giving me AliExpress recommendations. A grinding pen and a desoldering pins. You horrible, horrible man. Why would you do that to me? So this is something that Ross has done. He was the one that recommended the this thing to me.
I've got
made me spend money on it.
Mine here as well.
He's got one there. Pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah. I mostly got this because most of the time I use the OSSC, but there is a few machines where I need S-Video or something, and
exactly the same here.
The older boxes that it's in here somewhere. The one that everyone likes to hate on. I have one of those. Like this is one of the first upscalers I bought, and it just has a big sort of SCART socket in it, and it was fine. But it did add lag, and it wasn't it would always upscale to like set resolutions rather than just like 2x or whatever. And people hate on them now, but at the time they were decently priced, particularly compared to something similar to those. They were decently priced, particularly when OSSC still wasn't properly out. You had to be on waiting list. The retro tinks weren't out, so it's like, well, these days you got better options, but back then it was those things were definitely pretty good for the price.
So the next thing you've forced me into buying,
forced you,
is actually let's go back to the browser. This thing.
Oh, the N64 kit.
Yeah, which is your most recent video, and I think one of your better videos. I think that's a brilliant video. I really enjoyed watching that, and I immediately, that is a fantastic advert for the product because I immediately went and ordered it.
It's one of those, just spotted it randomly, and because I've got a few like 8-bit Do controllers and stuff sat around, and they're quite nice, and spotted that on their page, and it was pre-order at that point. It's like, oh, I'll grab that and I'll give it a go. And then I was just like, I could make a video out of it. And then I was also trying to think of ways of doing it slightly differently. So
the most impressive thing in there, and I'm going to steal this myself, is the picture-in-picture bath time. It's just such a brilliant and elegant solution to something. You want that information. Again, going back to retention, you want that information in there. You want to represent it. You know, it's a quite important part of the story because you're restoring something and you want to show it being cleaned. But there's too many videos where that is just, a full length scrubbing every bit. And you put it in picture while you carried on with other things. Fantastic. Definitely stealing it.
It's something I'm hoping to put into another video I've got coming up as well. So
right, okay. So what's coming up?
So I've got one video in progress at the moment, which is Amiga games that almost were, so ones that didn't quite make it out. So that's been fun. It's like if you see my Amiga Answer 2 videos, it's a similar sort of concept. A number of games that never came out, but thankfully we got cover discs or whatever, so we can check out the demos and stuff. So I think that I enjoyed that. But the one that's going to have more sort of picture-in-picture is a Dragon 32 video.
Oh, yeah.
So I've picked one of those up recently, and
yes.
So I'll be sort of cleaning the keys, cleaning the case. Obviously, people are gonna say that I should retrobyte it, but I'll probably leave it as it is, even though it's got there's a very obvious sort of mark on it where a cable had been sat on it, and it discolored it slightly differently, but I don't mind it too much. But
there's
also
definitely no you should ever retrobyte something. You should do what you want to do with it.
But I also built the replacement power supply for it as well.
Yeah.
Because like the current one works, but it's a bit big and chunky and it's a bit annoying. So I built one of those. So there'll probably be like, while I talk about, like, at the moment this is all sort of planned. I've not filmed much of it yet. So this between now and then it might change a lot.
Yeah, no, they always do.
Thinking that while I'm cleaning it and building, like I might have picture-in-picture of me cleaning and building the different bits while then diving into the actual hardware, talking about the specs and stuff.
What you picked that Dragon 32 up recently? That was a local buy?
Yep. There's
How much did you pay?
How much was that one? It wasn't
a ridiculous amount, was it? I think you got a really good bargain.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty decent price. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head, but the more I dug into it, the better it looks. It's Dragon 32, a working cassette deck, tapes. It's got some cartridge games and 2 controllers.
Nice.
So yeah, it just worked straight out the box as well.
The cartridge games are probably worth quite a big chunk of that value. So I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat before we say goodbye. ZX Nightmares is next. Is the book. There's 2 books. This is the first one, and it's a lovely thing. This is real glossy thing, signed by the author Graham Mason, and that was donated by Neil. And then there's this ZX Spectrum Astronomy book as well, which was donated by Neil. They're going to be the next ones to finish. I think they finish at the same time. Life-size teddy bear. Can you stream for longer than 12 hours, but YouTube won't archive the stream? Oh, you can stream for longer than 12 hours, but YouTube... okay, that's interesting. And I do want this kept, so that's another good reason to do it. I can already see a pair of mugs. Says Adrian Bilby. I'm going to skip to the end of the chat and work backwards. My Dragon 32 keyboard has a weird aesthetic problem. The keys look like if they were rotten, and I can't get them fixed. Ugh.
How weird.
I think Julian Brown is he's getting excited because we're talking about Dragon 32 again. It's his thing. Didn't I see that? Oh, you're doing a Dragon 32 replacement PCB keyboard, Julian. I think that's the case. So you might be able to make a new keyboard for your Dragon 32 soon. Carl's keyboard is still mint. John Retro Bytes. You also get the PSU for it. Oh, you also got the PSU for it, unlike me. It says the second stream link is not there. It's probably, I don't know. That should be there. So can you have a look in the description for this video? if I do it, it's gonna mess. Oh no, I can look. Yes. Oh no. Oh, I didn't put it in there. Phew. Right, I can change that right now. Edit video. Let's go back to channel content. Thank you very much. Somebody just saved my life. Because I would have been devastated if that had lost us a load of viewers. Right, I'm going to put it at the top of the description. Control V, save. Right, that should be there now.
Watch as the view count sort of drops as everyone refreshes the window.
Yeah, that's fine as long as we don't.
There we go. I think it's just updated actually automatically, so I can see that link now. So hopefully everyone else in the chat can see it as well.
I've got to give someone credit for that, but the chat is moving so fast. So James messaged me with some stuff for AliExpress and said that he's already bookmarked that retro scaler because of you. So you're making people spend a lot of money on the wrong things here, Ross. You need to be funnel them towards the Just Giving page.
Well, just remember, everyone watching, for whatever amount you spend on AliExpress, also put into the Just Giving.
Double it up. Tim, excellent. Look forward to the Dragon That's Tim Gilbert's. Look forward to the Dragon content. Carl, I still have Dragon 64. My father got me back in the early 80s, and it works.
Nice. Oh, very cool.
Dragon Plus Power Supply should thank John Whitworth for that. That's from Julian. I cannot see that. Oh, yeah, right. So it's Alan Leverett who pointed out the link was missing. Thank you, Alan. You are one of today's heroes. Let's skip ahead a bit. No, it's not in the. Yeah, it is. It's in the description. There will be 2 examples of no. I did put it in the right description, didn't I? Did you say you could see the link now?
I saw a link at the top of the description.
Yeah, that should be. Yeah, you might need to refresh your page, Ian. I'm not going to change. Oh, yeah, probably. Let's end this stream and go to the next one. I'm going to keep you here to keep me company for a minute, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
So, thank you, everybody. If you're going to go now, then thank you very much. Look, Neil's put the link in the description in the chat there. Right, so